on the next draft, because that's where we're going next.
Oh,
indeed.
Yeah.
Draft number 2. The first one was a little bit of a slow process, and we were expecting to see, Naga, Alchemist. These were things that were listed, and already it looks like one of them has been the dreams are dashed.
Straight up first pick on me again.
Bat Rider's banned out this time,
He's
though.
banned, yeah.
Bat was a massive influence in the last game, so that's going to change up the entire base. And we already see NP picked up their 2 heroes, and they go for back to their back to their style.
So yeah, you were wondering about it, Ted. It's like they won so much with Warlock. Why did they ban it out themselves?
Yeah,
and we had that brief discussion.
Yeah, so
and the Murana.
Yeah, they get
it's faster pace for them, more anti-push just in case EHOME goes for the push again.
Mixed damage, fatal bonds with fatal bonds with Aghanims. Murana is an immense amount of damage through Guardian Angel once it gets to that point from the Omni Knight.
Or Timbersaw.
And wait, so it's Radiant is second pick this game, right? And Dire is first pick. Usually it's the opposite, right? Usually it's first pick Radiant and second pick Dire. So that's a little bit of a change up there as well than we're used to seeing. But I'm already feeling more strength from this from NP. Like it just gives them a mixed damage potential already. Like okay, these 2 are very magical based, but we do like see them change that up and go for like their Sven, their Beastmaster, stuff like that.
Yep. They were very effective in the group stages, Warlock and Marana as well, depending on who was playing it, I think. But Envy's, he knows Marana, so I think having the Warlock there, we've seen so many times that mid-game, a big team fight starts, you get a big Fatal Bonds, you drop the rock, big Marana rock, and the other teams just melt. With the Omni Knight, I mean, that's, when he GA'd in the last time, Alex, the reason that it was so effective is because it was all physical. So now it's not going to be as effective. He can sort of single target heal pretty well, but it's not going to be the same sort of, okay, you can't fight us for a few seconds that it was last time.
Yeah, that's also too. That also is that they had a lot of like individual, like single target, and now this time already it's more open target. So the Omni Knight, he can heal somebody, but he can't heal everybody with one shot until he gets like mech online.
Yeah.
Not forgetting as well, just to remind everyone while this draft is going on, Timber has been eliminated, but the winner of this has to play DC. They are waiting in the wings, just to clarify. That is where this bracket does take them. But step 1 is win this game.
I mean, honestly, the thing is, like, from MP's perspective, I mean, obviously, because it's single elim, they have to win this. I mean, the tension there, you lose one game, you lose the first game of the series, that's it, you're going home. There's no sort of, I will regroup. I mean,
that's a big team talk, right?
It is, yeah.
Imagine that, like, was it 20-minute, 15-minute turnaround where you're sitting there in the huddle like, hey, guys.
We got to win this.
One game of Dota.
Yeah, so tight.
Go back to more comfortable style.
Right.
Heroes that they had a couple heroes that they're used to playing there, but they picked some that just are more like situational based, especially like the Weaver.
Weaver is something that I don't really see them picking that much.
Exactly.
Like, AUI usually just farms for 15 minutes, gets huge, and then starts joining the team. And Weaver's a much different hero. So
can we put that around on the other foot and say with EHOME, when you're 1-0 up, you can actually go for some kind of risk reward plays, because if it does pay off, you've got that win. If not, you've got the fallback of a third in the series.
Game 1, I think they kind of did that.
You did that already?
Like with the Lycan.
Yeah, they're free rolling now. It's like, to them, it's like, well, we can lose this game.
You could try something else.
And then we get the next. I mean, if you figure it's like a 50-50 shot. You only need to win one of the remaining 2 games. That's a nice spot to be.
I could definitely see them going for the morphling that you were talking about, though. I think like with the Omni Knight, as you mentioned, like the team fight just becomes insanely difficult. And with the Ogre too, Ogre, I think as a support, you kind of have to concede the team fight with these 2 versus the Warlock Marana. Warlock is just overwhelmingly strong, and if they wanted to contest the team fight, maybe something else. I don't know. What's a stronger team fight? Like Disruptor, Witch Doctor, anything like that?
Yeah,
stronger than Ogre. So I think they could go Morphling Anti-Mage or something and try and split push a little bit better. But NP with the Beastmaster, it's a little bit of both, and it also gives them a lot of push potential because with the Warlock, they know that they can contest team fights. They want EHOME to defend. They want them to actually fight them live. Beastmaster is a really good hero at that.
And he helps you take fights on your own accord, obviously with Hawk, with Vision. And then they also have the Marana ultimate, so they can really dictate which fights they want to take and which ones they don't.
Like now, EHOME's job has to be either you just dodge the fights entirely, or you try and figure out a way to contest them. And like you guys are saying, once you've got Warlock and Marana, pretty hard to contest that. You'd need something pretty special. But I thought their draft in the last game was so good and clever, and I think EHOME, they're the kind of team, apparently, that might be able to find a way.
Innovative Lanham, right? That's what we said?
Yeah.
So definitely showed it in the last game. I mean, just already looking at NP's draft, you're like, this is just so much like easier to execute, so much easier to play with, because it's good at all stages of the game.
Yeah.
And it's got mixed damage potential. You're not really emphasizing on just one thing.
Less criticism for the NP's draft then already.
Absolutely.
EHOME dipping a lot into the reserve time. Less than a minute left. So
old approach to Beastmaster, dealing with the Beastmaster. You fight Vision with Vision.
Ooh, another Night Stalker.
Their team fight is just terrible.
Their team fight is very awful now, yeah. 3 melee heroes as well versus a Beastmaster Warlock. So Warlock's he can get very easy Fatal Bond combos, and later on stages, if he decides to even scale Upheaval, it can be pretty detrimental to EHOME's lineup.
So since you know that you already have the team fight sealed as NP, what do you go for? Do you just try and... Are you going to be able to win the Night Vision or the Vision game versus the Night Stalker? Are you going to be able to push hard enough into what they have?
Probably looking at SVG's hero next and saving AYs for last because they don't know the potential, what he's playing up Averse just yet.
Do you think the fact that EHOME will be dodging these fights early means you could put like Aoi and Envy on these sort of farming heroes, later game heroes, because you're not going to need them until they're ready?
Yeah, Luna's a good mix of both.
Yeah.
You can push with the Beastmaster very early on, and you can scale late. And they already have the Diffusal carrier and the Mirana, just in case it goes late. So I like this. It's way more balanced. It's just more NP.
Okay.
Gives them
their spirit.
Gives them more like lane strength as well.
I just want to explore your criticisms towards EHOME. No team fight, bad team fight from them.
What do they have?
Exactly, right. So this is what I'm asking is where did the strengths lie of their current 3 picks?
So
I know you guys aren't a big fan of Night Stalker the first time it was picked.
They have a way better vision. I would say despite
Vision.
They have double night vision heroes. So Slark and Night Stalker both have what used to be called Ultra Vision, which is full daytime vision or during nighttime.
Right.
Which is a big deal versus the Luna and the Beastmaster. Luna also has night vision, and Beastmaster has his Hawk for added vision. So if you don't want to take team fights and you just don't want to really take engagements at all, I would say early on in this game, especially once Warlock hits 6, you need to be able to dodge fights as much as possible. So they're very good at playing elusive.
Yeah. I mean, that Slark pickup pretty much entails, guys, we're not fighting. We're going to go for pickoffs. Maybe some laning dominance with the Night Stalker Ogre, but that's why I think the Luna pickup for NP was very good, because now Warlock, Luna, multiple ranged heroes in your lane versus 2 melees makes it really hard for them to really contest. We'll probably see SVG playing more like a disabling hero, because they only really have they have Beastmaster and Mirana, but they don't have just that one last thing in their tri lane to make it a little bit better. Or they go for some type of dual lane with the Beastmaster, maybe something like an Undying to contest the Slark.
I wonder if they could go with something that could help set up a stun on the Mirana, because just something to help them a little bit. I suppose. I mean, you've got Beastmaster once he gets a blink, that's nice, but it would be good to have something to help set up with the arrow.
I think with 4 melee, they can pick so many different things, though. Like Witch Doctor, like ET, like any of these.
Any of those,
would be great.
ET would be good.
Leshrak's back in town now. Went from being, we sat there and didn't criticize, but we said, okay, complexity play Leshrak, and then EG play Leshrak, and now we're seeing it in EHOME's palm. It does seem like it's growing in popularity across the Boston Major.
They don't have a hero that can hit buildings at all, so Lesh is just, one of those pickups that can always just enable that in a way with the Diabolic Edict.
Is it core Leshrak, though?
Sure.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
We haven't seen a core Leshrak yet.
Good.
We have not. And
it's
4s
or 5s.
For good reason, I think, right? Honestly, it's gotten nerfed multiple times. It's like a super squishy hero. You need a lot of items to really be tanky.
It needed that nerf, though, dude.
Absolutely.
It was ridiculous.
Every
game was Leshrak for a month.
Lightning was a ridiculous spell.
Yeah, I will forever remind people of how it was described by Z-Freak as it's got a stun and does damage. That's all I need. Yeah.
Okay, so they go for a second. So yeah, some lockdown that they kind of needed, even more team fights. So I'm still looking at EHOME's draft, and there's no way they can fight in this game. They need to just split the map up, go for late game.
Wow.
And it's way harder to execute.
And they're versus a Warlock with 4 melee. So if they try to take a fight in any way, they're just going to get bound together.
Well, it does seem like there's a very overwhelming lenience towards NP. You were so confident, Ted, but you expected to see a third now? That draft hasn't convinced you at all.
I think we're going to game 3.
Our first game 3.
This could be
it. Just maybe.
This could be it. Our first game 3 of the playoffs. It only took us 2.5 days, but we could get there. We'll find out, though, of course, because it's not a guarantee. NP are playing for survival. Should they concede this game, they will be eliminated from the Boston Major without making it to the quarterfinals. They have high hopes and dreams and aspirations of making big damage here at the Major, but it could end now if EHOME make this draft work. We'll find out with your casters. It's going to be Toby1 and Gods to guide you through the action.
It's a very good question. Can EHOME actually make this draft work? They're bringing in the Leshrac. They're running it more as a solid core, not the support we've been seeing fluttering around during the Boston Major so far. God, is it possible? Will this be another 2-0?
Anything's possible. I think EHOME have gotten a draft they wanted and they feel confident about. Even if some of us here, as far as the analysts go, don't feel it's going to be able to match up as well as they'd like against NP. The Slack as a mid-hero is something we've seen from a few different teams, notably QO from MVP, can match up very well against the Mirani. You can't leap out of that pounce. And Lesh, if you get the farm you need, can also be a very effective hero as well. Maybe even something where they put Sai in the mid lane again if they want. It does look like he is gearing up to go that direction. So I mean, it's tough though. Warlock Luna, to me this is NP playing their like bread and butter heroes.
Yeah, this feels really comfortable, and you can understand why the panel wants to kind of lean towards MP. This draft looks so much better, like 10 times better than their Game 1 draft. A lot easier to execute, especially if they can get first blood. They find Old Chicken, and already with the pounce away, Old Chicken will be away to safety. No Burrow Strike from SVG in range.
Gets out, doesn't really matter if you level up pounce level 1 too much. Hey, sometimes you want to have the Eshin shipped if you're trading right clicks with the melee hero come laning stage, which is the Beastmaster, but not going to hurt him too badly.
Well, let's get things started. Is anything really too far out of the ordinary with our lane? So no surprise for the MP lanes, AUI on the bottom. This will push the Mirana of MV in towards the mid, and then MSS off lane with supports doing their own thing. And Old 11 is that off lane Night Stalker with the mid Sylar Leshrac and the top lane Old Chicken.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. It's what you'd kind of expect. The Slack and the Omni-Knight work very well. Normally you don't see the melee supports with a melee carry, but because of that pounce and purification synergy, this dual lane does work. MP are going to contest the off lane. I guess the one perhaps big thing that is going on with the lanes as far as SVG being up top with the boots first. He wants to be up here and having that Burrow Strike as well as what I imagine will be the level 2 caustic can be very bothersome for these two melee heroes. I'm
interested just exactly how bothersome it is. Like, normally you'd think like Caustic would do a little bit more work. Burrow Strike, yeah, you go on a hero, then you get purified straight back again. Envy, stop getting hit. That's 2 split Earths in a row for Sylar. And he's just chipper-resting this one out. He's got 5 of those in him until he gets his bottle.
I mean, yeah, you can keep throwing them for a little while here. Envy's got the Bassi first, so just trying to use that to mess with the last thing of Sylar, which is where he's like, well, you're going to use Bassi, I'm just going to use my Split Earth if I need last hits.
It's a very old school, well, I'll say old school, it's a different way of doing it to Leshrac. Back when his Lightning was more stronger, like you'd use that instead to find all your farm as well as harassment on the mid lane, but now that ability is just kind of, well, ass.
Yeah, it's pretty ass. That sums it up nicely.
Waiting for it again.
I mean, this is one of those things. We've heard a few mid players talk about it. Versing Envy mid when he goes his Bassi, it's pretty infuriating when he's just toggling that in front of you, messing with your last hits, especially when it's under the tower. The tower damage is something normally you can last hit around if you're used to how much damage it does, but the bonus 2 armor from the Bassi completely screws with it. Really obnoxious and never fun for a mid to deal with.
This pulling from SVG as well as MSS is messing with EHOME's equilibrium on that top lane, making life just a little bit more difficult for Slark. Currently, Old Chicken only at 2 CS on this off lane, compared to MSS, who's managed to get 7 out of this. So this is a lot better start for the Beastmaster for MP in this game.
Definitely exploiting the weak point of the Slack, which is his lane stage. If you can never contest his lane, it definitely goes a long way.
Lana? No, AUI is not having anything to do with that. That's a double damage rune. Ogre and Rose is too far away. Should also note too the fact, okay, now he will. Like, Rose was holding on to his abilities, now he's gone the 1-1.
Yep, this is what we're seeing most of the time, just completely skipping the upheaval because of how strong, I mean, we've seen so many fights won based on Fatal Bond, so the more targets, the better. And as much as upheaval is also an amazing spell, you really need to get 2-3 points in upheaval before it starts getting powerful, so it just means you miss out on too much damage from the Fatal Bonds to really justify getting it anytime in the early game.
Even your base attack's probably going to bring more damage overall to the fight than something like upheaval. As EHOME, they're still finding a decent amount out of all the lanes. The Sylar's off to a pretty decent start up against Envy.
Yep.
As the battle of just the chip is happening here.
I mean, Sylar's, yeah, straight up winning this lane 1v1. Not too sure without the Lightning whether this is meant to be as Leshrac favored as it is, but Sylar showing some good skills in terms of his mid mechanics.
Gotta wait for that rotation. SVG, a very wild stun, and now Sylar returns it. Doesn't turn on his Edict, however. just as happy to harass the SK back out. So interesting rotations coming in from SVG.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of those land jitters. You get down a game playing one of your first big lands. And you see a missed Barrow Strike there. Sylar sitting pretty in this middle lane now with 18 CS. Top of the CS charts with the 4-minute runes coming up. Both mids have their eyes on it.
MV trying to contest for that top rune. This time SVG hits the mark. Sylar cannot get enough life in time. Now it's Lanham who steals a haste rune, looking for that extra target. Got a little bit of extra help from the Edict damage, but now with the help of Garda, Purification still a little bit too far out. So the chip damage is there, but the kill still goes the way of NP.
That was a bit ambitious from Sylar, thinking he could just walk through the river to get a rune with a Barrow Strike Starstorm damage. Even if it's not a Starstorm, it's like an arrow or something, he could have been in a lot of trouble. So Sylar just kind of overestimating just how tanky he is there and gets punished for it. Needs to perhaps pick up some raindrops when he can afford it. If you want to make plays like that, you can block the Barrow Strike damage at least. But as it stands, all 3 cores of EHOME still getting some decent CS. Luna may be top of the CS charts, but it's not by a
opportunity on bottom lane. Rose, Old 11 starts having a crack at him. Support was on its way. Lanham's a little bit too far off, and with the Lucent Beam, distance is created, but this is the nighttime fighter. And Old 11, a very simple pick-off when he finds that hero so far away.
Yeah, it's a nice kill to get when you first hit that nighttime phase to get the Night Stalker rolling. Doesn't have much in the way of items just yet, but if you can get kills just with your Brown Boots Poor Man's Shield, it's a great position to be in.
A nice surprising factor too from EHOME, the fact that you're running this Night Stalker core with so much space. The first nighttime phase, we've been used to having Night Stalkers with very low levels having a little bit of chip damage, but having that 3 points up in Void from Old 11 hit like a truck.
He's got phase boots money now, so now he's going to right click even harder. This is a Night Stalker you've got to be worried about as far as those rotations go.
Opportunity for mid lane if SVG can close the distance fast enough, but this is nighttime. Vision is not fantastic for him.
Yeah, just got his raindrops, has level 6, so if you go in him with a Barrow Strike, he can turn it around with Edict, Pulse Nova, and you really need that burst damage from both Barrow Strike and Starstorm, which is unlikely to be there if you have the infused raindrops.
You can see EHOME's mindset now switching to be a little bit more to the how do we make sure NP don't get huge injection of money. The 2 Observer Wards that were planted down by Lanham, he went very deep into the Radiant jungle to get these things down. So yeah, he sees the rotation of MSS off the top lane, ensure a little bit of farm. Envy as well as SVG also on the rotation under the cover of smoke.
They smoked right by that Observer Ward. They may have been behind the tree patch, but I believe it should be... Well, they actually dire scan around the mid lane, expecting them to be over there, but they are looking around this bottom lane.
They're expecting a wraparound to gank Sylar.
Yeah, I mean, Sylar is not having any of it. He's sitting in his jungle on a high ground.
Old 11's about to break the smoke. Envy, yes, off on him, and, well, a little bit of a twisty turn from Old 11. Just blows a bit of wind their way, and MP know the gig is up. In fact, now is EHOME's turn, as they're grouping up behind the Tier 1 tower, looking for that opportunity, but it's MP attacking the bottom Tier 1 instead.
Yeah, they got scattered out by the Hulk as well, so not going to go for any kind of a smoke play. They just want to defend their towers here, and AUI with an Eclipse is a dangerous here to go, and if you want to make plays around this bottom lane, you've got to be able to burst down that Luna to not let her turn things around on you, and 2 heroes is not going to cut it. So it seems like EHOME's plan is just to fall back, kind of secure some of their lanes a bit here. You've got an Omni Knight on your team. This is not a hero that's really known for being able to rotate around or really force those laning stage fights too much.
Old 11 just chipping on AUI, Lucent Beam in return. MP really want to fight. They're still within the last 30 seconds of this nighttime phase. So at least force the Night Stalker to burn his Nightmare.
Yeah, he's going to have Darkness.
He's holding a point for a moment for Darkness.
Yeah, one of those things where if you don't need it, you can go for the Hunter, but realistically it's going to be daytime, and you're going to at least have an opportunity. If there's an opportunity that presents itself to use it, you skill it up and then you go for it. But as it stands, already level 7, so really nice experience on this offlane Night Stalker. And the lane stage has been somewhat salvaged as Old Chicken is farming just fine. We talked about how he was struggling initially against the Beastmaster Sand King lane. Old Chicken with treads, raindrops himself, level 7, about to be level 8, has kind of found himself back where he wants to be on the Slark.
With all the space for Garda, like, I just love the timing as well. Like, Silo was able to find himself a regeneration rune, so he just went into the jungle, stacked up a small amount, and then just flash farmed straight back to full life and mana. Garda took the experience from the mid lane. Now they give it over to Lanham. EHOME, throughout this series, really prioritizing that, not just the levels on their cores, but also this safe lane area where they can just farm.
No, Lesh is a pretty decent jungling hero. Edict is actually surprisingly good at killing a lot of those bigger neutral creeps, so Sile is just going to set up camp there and free up the other lane. So yeah, Lanham can get some XP, Garda can get some XP. Much even distribution coming out, and that gets Sile up to his point. He's kind of at that point where he's just so squishy without one of those HP items. Didn't have a point booster, didn't have an Ogre Club or Vit booster, so now he's got the point booster. He can be a lot more aggressive with that extra couple hundred health.
Nice get out by Rose. He saw the Invis rune was triggered because it was right on top of their own Radiant Observer Ward inside EHOME's jungle. So they know Silo is here, so they smoke up themselves. They're bringing in MSS as well as himself, Rose. And they've got to use SVG as bait. So SVG, now he walks out just far enough that Silo will think about going for it, but they sentry ward. They find him there, commit the epicenter, raw to hold the Leshrac in position. And a good bait set up by good vision for MP.
Yeah, you said it, having the vision there being the key factor as NP would like to transition out of this one, but without a rock, without too much to keep them going, they're not going to be able to push and convert that one into a tower, but that is a big kill onto the Leshrac, who's now 0-2. Has managed to farm okay both in lane as well as the jungle, but typically here you want to see getting involved in some of the action early on to find some kills for your team. Hasn't been able to do so, but Slack already halfway to his Shadow Blade is going to be a problem for NP if they can't stop him from farming up here.
Because if he starts having successful ganks, this will create space for Siler, and with 4 points up in Edict, we've been talking about how great Pulse Nova and Edict is for farming. Pushing is unbelievably good as well.
Here come EHOME, they're actually smoking towards this top lane now.
Well, it's very rare a team would like to defend their safe lane tower around the 11-minute mark, but in this case they want to.
There's only an Eclipse. They're missing the other two big ultimates.
The Hawk is up. They see Old Chicken moving around the side. Now Siler and Lanham also be revealed. AUY, the Moonlight Shadow, they need to get Invis. He lets the Eclipse go. Won't be able to TP out. So the top tower will stay alive for EHOME. AUY is the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, I imagine NP were expecting them to kind of... Typically it's one of those things where if you're a carry like a Luna, you TP to the offlane to push with your team. The opposing carry, the Slark, TP's bottom. He's like, okay, I can't defend this by myself. I'm going to TP bottom and just farm down there, farm your side of the map. But instead, EHOME make an aggressive smoke maneuver, come up and contest it, knowing that Warlock has... If Warlock has 6 there, they probably can't make that move. But because Warlock's not 6, it's
caught
possible.
out near the top rune. It's going to be him leashed up, then silenced. He can't leap away. And one shot just won't keep him up long enough either. EHOME. An easy pick-off like that on Eternal Envy means that tier 1 tower is toast.
Well, they saw Rose as well. Whether or not they want to go for him is another matter. It does hit daytime. If it stayed night, may have been a dive they wanted to look for, but both Night Stalker and Slack losing a lot of their vision with the daytime coming back. It will only be daytime for another 15 seconds, and then NP have to be very careful about how they play around the map. They need to maintain some good vision. They need to kind of stick together a bit because the aggressive potential from a Night Stalker with phase, point booster, and a Slack who's about to have a Shadow Blade at nighttime really skyrockets.
And that's why they're trying to make the most out of this time by they push SVG to the bot lane, give him as much of his Blink Dagger farm as possible. Now it's Envy who will soak up the farm. But once they have that, combining up with Rose's ultimate, that is a level 6, so the rock is up. EHOME have to give respect as well to MP. You get Fatally Bonds rocked and then into the Starfall of the Mirana.
That's going to hurt. And then MP going to go for a smoke play. You know you're kind of at a disadvantage when it's nighttime, so what do? You stick together, you use smoke to kind of tip the advantage back to your way. So make sure that you're going to get the better initiation, that you get the jump.
The issue is they don't see anybody until now. Ogre has walked underneath the Hawk, so they know where Lanham is. He's just happy just to waddle himself down, throws down the Sentry Warp with the Burrow Strike into the epicenter over on Slark with the Roar there. There's no Shadow Blade, there's no Dark Patch to protect him. And now it's MP's turn to turn from kill into push. They'll get a tier 1 tower at least.
That's such a good kill to get. Right as he buys the Shadow Blade, you stop that first gank coming out. Slark probably realized he'd been spotted with the Shadow Dance being removed, but he probably just assumed it's a ward up there and he's not going to get jumped. But MP were there ready to jump him. And
keep your eyes on mid. MP's going to TP in, and so a swing and a miss for the arrow. And old 11 and Rose
doing a little dance.
I see nothing. I see nothing up a hill.
Rose may not know it, but he should be pretty damn scared right now.
Let's be very happy Old 11 hasn't finished up his Aghanim Scepter. Only 2,000-ish away from having it. And then Rose's position hiding in the trees. You know why he's there. He's waiting. Do they see him? Yeah, they saw him. They're going to split Earth. They get the stun. He's deep inside the tree line, however. And EHOME don't want to dive in that deep.
They're trying to take advantage of the Raw being down. They know they can't get too aggressive because of the Rock, but ideally finding a pick before the Raw comes back up was going to be the play there, but it's now back online. 5 seconds away is that Raw. Moonlight Shadow looking to initiate for NP.
With no fortification, and the Luna was too far out. AUI spent a lot of time farming on the top lane, so it's taken him too long to get back to the mid with no TP scroll available for him.
They're pinging Roche.
There was no way to get in. Well, EHOME could potentially... Oh, EHOME can't really do that.
They can, but...
they don't have
they're pinging the ward. That's more likely. That's probably the slack. Like, there is still a ward here, guys. Let's take it out. Yeah, the courier goes up, scouts it, and should be dewarded.
More money for Sylar, right? Bring on the Bloodstone.
Sure. Yeah, that's what he's going to be looking for.
Old 11, the Roar is out. There is a quick purification as well as Repel. So Old 11 getting a lot of that life back already. And now the Necro units move forward and back. We play this dance.
Surprised he didn't just nuke down that red Necro book with the Repel. Could have been some nice cash for him, but probably wanted to save the nuke and be ready for a fight that is about to break out.
Should flag the fact that Sylar doesn't have mana to TP back to mid at the moment. He's a little bit short, so this is EHOME accepting the loss, not looking to fight. So a straight tier 1 tower. Expect some kind of fishing arrow from MV pretty shortly. Got to look for EHOME. And we hit the standard position for a Dire side team. They can just flank around the back. Old Chicken with the invis maneuver. Can jump in close too. SVG not taking the bait for a Burrow Strike.
Yeah, he's trying to buy time to get Sylar back in fighting shape and also to scare MP off. MP don't realize exactly where Sylar is. They don't know that he's back healing and wasn't ready to fight. Otherwise, they may have pressed their advantage a bit more, but they reposition and will look to jump from the high ground.
Oh, that Observer Ward. It's going to see the Slark running down because Slark loses his ultimate, so now
he realizes something's up.
Yeah, they know NP can see him.
He's probably saying there's a ward. He doesn't know exactly where it's the main thing, which side of the river it's on.
MP aren't even going to fight. They just bail out. So if EHOME want to bring 5 players to the mid after that farming on the Lashrak, they'll just move to the top lane, fight to the tier 1 tower. And they still want to have that fight. EHOME doesn't want to give it to them, but they have GA. Is that the mech? Okay, now actually EHOME will want to give it to them. The mech's flying out in the courier.
Yeah,
they may feel confident enough to fight into Warlock's ulti now.
They just dewarded too. It's daytime, but they can pop the darkness, so they'll have a long enough 50-second darkness duration for this fight. And if they can burst down something like a Warlock.
Sentry Ward. They saw Old Chicken. Old Chicken comes in close. Of course, when he loses that ultimate, he knows they can see him walking in close. There goes your Raw with the elusive beam. Rock will drop. A little bit too far away to link them all together with a Fatal Bond. It's only Lam as well at 11 who are locked together as the old men. And without that first initial kill, this is Naz powerful Garda protected by that Repel. It's going to last a little bit longer, getting back in range of the creep wave for the stun, keeping out the Golem. Old Chicken with another leap up, but SVG is there for the Burrow Strike. Arrow flies up, and it'll be Lanham stunned and held. They go for a second Fatal Bonds, and now it's MP rolling through them. They'll beat Lanham down, and it's a double kill for MSS. Garda and Old 11 licking their wounds. Not only will they lose 3 heroes, this is 2 towers as well that MP will claim.
Just a Warlock doing the most damage in a team fight of his whole team. That Fatal Bonds at the end, catching 4 heroes, making all the difference there for NP. Fantastic patience coming out from Rose to make sure he found it. And it's too difficult for Slark to fight into them. Even when he scouts out the sentry, baits out the rock early on, he still can't fight because of all the AoE. There's a Burrow Strike, there's a Starstorm, there's arrows flying around, there's Wild Axes. There's too much AoE for him to deal with in a fight like this. And I think EHOME are just better off not trying to fight into NP, but playing the split push game until they get another item or 2. Slark needs to tank up a bit more, get his Echo Saber, maybe even an item on top of the Echo Saber before he's truly ready to try and engage into NP in that kind of situation.
And well, the Echo Saber will be nice, the Agony needs to be completed, the Bloodstone, all these things you start listing. EHOME needs space on the map to farm, and maybe that is just it. Like, it's a game of trades now for them. Find the farm every way you can possibly get it, but you also need to see what's happening from NP.
And they had a lot of
NP
info
are watching
there.
EHOME very closely.
They knew NP were 5-man pushing top. They had mid lane to farm. They had bottom lane to farm. They had the Radiant jungle. They had a lot of open areas on the map to play around, and they took the more aggressive, risky approach, which was fighting. It was high risk, high reward. If they win that fight, it slows down NP's 5-man. It gives them a big advantage, but it was one of those scenarios where Slark just isn't quite ready to fight, even with some nicely skilled play from Old Chicken, scouting out the Sentry Ward. He managed to Dark Pact off the Roar. Even with plays like that, they're still not winning the fight.
And because of this fight now, NP is starting to pick up some big items. The Blink Dagger wasn't there previously for SVG. He'll have that. Combining it with the Aghanim Scepter. This is that combo we were talking. Like the Fatal Bonds plus that double Starfall damage and EHOME. They will just have to bail out as quick as they can. And this gives more space for AUI to be effective in the fights. He's not the one that EHOME can just initiate, pop down, and then just say, hey, we will now win the physical DPS.
Yeah, this is multi-hero threat. Even the Beastmaster, once he has a Necro 3, can dish out some great single-target damage. He can kill almost anyone he wants if they don't get protected by an Omni-Knight. If he gets a Roar up on a Lesh or a Slark with the Necro 3, those heroes will melt very, very quickly. EHOME ideally need to find a good next fight. They've just picked up the Bloodstone. They want to start racking up some charges and seeing things swing their way. Using smokes is fine, but I think smoking into the 5-man of NP where you're going into the rock plus Fatal Bonds can just be devastating. It's a level 4 Fatal Bonds. Rose knows how powerful this spell can be, opting to max it out by level 7, and that's something EHOME just have to respect.
They just have to win on positioning then. You're going to have the Night Stalker Ags up right now. In fact, it's coming on the Courier, so Alt 11's going to have that huge vision advantage against NP. Take the fights you know you can win. At all other times, fall back, defend from inside your base, and then come back out again. Yep. It's not as though NP have a lineup which will keep you pressured inside your base. There's no Naga Siren pushing in every single lane against you. There's none of this like Slark threat, which EHOME has.
Ideally, they want to be going on the Warlock before he can use his spells, but it's very difficult to do because they don't have any great gap closes. There's no Blink Daggers. I mean, Slark can try and Shadowblade through, but Warlock's always going to be seen behind Sentry Ward. So to get to the Warlock, you're going to get spotted before you can get there. Night Stalker, same thing. You may be able to see the Warlock where he's positioned behind people, but you can't actually physically get to him because heroes like Sand Beastmaster, Mirana are going to be between you and that Warlock. So trying to stop the Rock and the Fatal Bonds from coming out is much easier said than done.
Well, if there is a team that could potentially do it, we'll see how EHOME approach it. For now, they're still farming up underneath that MP ward that's been there for a very long time inside the Dire jungle. They've seen all the movements of EHOME. That's why MP know where they can go out. They know they can farm up their other critical items. AUI approaching the Manta style. In fact, not just approaching, completed.
He's got a lot of farm on himself with a couple ancient stacks recently. They've kind of slowed things down, gone into this farming phase, which once you win that first big fight and you get the edge because
Envy.
you take 2 towers.
Sylar gonna slow him down a little bit of lightning. Garda's behind it, and Envy, he knows he's in no peril. Sylar doesn't have a Yule Scepter, so there's no easy setup for the Split Earth. But anything he could do to stop feeding charges to Sylar. With that Bloodstone being up, you know that Lesh wants to be involved in a really good fight. And NP may oblige them. Smoking underneath their own Tier 2 tower away from all vision of EHOME. NP will now come on the hunt.
Yeah, NP are ready to go with the Manta pick up, with another Rock up. They've got their ultis, they're ready to fight. Level 3 Necrobook, Mirana with the Ags. There's not really any key items that they're missing. Everyone's probably saying, yeah, are you ready to fight? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready too. Let's go.
The only thing they're lacking is the Moonlight Shadow from Mirana. So closing the distance is... Oh, they've still got SVG, and Leshrac is a very, very juicy morsel. But you see Garda's positioning. Always perfectly behind Sylar. Anyone that uses bait, there's just instant backup.
Yeah, the way the Warlock's the problem hero to deal with on the EHOME side, it's the Omni Knight for NP that they have to find an answer for. They don't have Diffusal Bias.
Oh, they smoked on the Hawk. The Hawk was watching him farm, and now like NP, if they want to, they can just barricade themselves into the Dire jungle, cross the line and die.
And Moonlight Shadow and everything.
Sentry wards are down. They don't see the Hawk.
It seems EHOME may have... The Hawk did die that was on top of them, so they may have spotted it as it disappeared. And they also have a dire sentry ward in mid lane, which should have spotted a fresh Radiant Observer.
Does the creep wave actually turn? Yeah, the one range creep will turn up and get rid of that Observer ward.
That was a fresh plant too, so they know that ward was planted just now, and that'll reveal exactly where MP are. But
MP just going in.
Yeah.
They're going in for the tier 3 tower. EHOME may not have been really expecting this because they're out of position. Have to burn their fortification early. The Observer ward, they're still there. Old Chicken's pinging. He's just like, he knows he's visible. More than likely, he'll think it's up on the hill and it's maybe just a Hawk.
Yeah, it's the tough thing. Like, you never know whether it's Ops wards, Hawks. Ideally buying they've got the money for the gem on Old 11 if he wants to buy it, but he also needs to have buyback. If they're going to threaten to go for a high ground push, you want to make sure you have that. He's probably asking one of his supports to buy it for him. Ideally, someone like the Ogre can buy the gem for him.
The Ogre is like, well, he's poor, to say the least.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he's a Bloodlust machine. That's his role. Throw some Bloodlusts.
Well, at least they get the sentry.
Hawks. There we go.
Yeah. Take out the other sentry before you lose your own.
Yeah, the key here is to kind of have alive in fights are the Night Stalker and the Omni. The Night Stalker for the vision, the Omni for sustaining your carries, and if either of those two gets burst, that's where MP will be able to break your base. So both those two heroes ideally wanted to hold for buyback, but they decide it's just not possible. They're going to buy a gem on Night Stalker and put themselves in a bit of a risky position here.
Well, they've really got to protect that then. Other item up is going to be Sylar, walking around with that Veil of Discord. This will at least be a little bit more insurance now for EHOME. Like, they see the Beastmaster Hawk just sitting there. Like, 11, okay. Yeah, he does definitely see that Hawk.
Yeah, they're starting to lose the farm game now, which is the result of losing that top fight, because they lost both Tier 1 and Tier 2 up top. The map vision game, I mean, they were ones with the Night Stalker. They're meant to be able to kind of maintain some map control, but MP pushed lane so well with the Luna, with the Mirana.
On top lane, there's your initiation on Envy. Starts his TP out. Old Chicken cannot do anywhere near enough damage for this.
Right.
And with that initiation now, NP, like the Slar can still TP back to the mid lane if he wishes to defend this.
Yeah, they're going to have to give this one up, it looks like. Just get some farm elsewhere. Old Chicken trying to get towards that BKB just so he can deal with the AoE damage of Sand King Mirana. Even the Luna Eclipse has most of the components, so we'll be able to have it probably before a high ground defense, but not for this Roshan, which NP may be able to get uncontested. EHOME will have to be fast if they want to stop this one.
Well, they only just TP'd Sylar back to the mid lane so he can... Well, the mid lane's already pushed out far enough. If EHOME even knows this is happening, all their vision's a long way away. Old Chicken's now going to show himself up on the top lane. He has a TP scroll to go to the tier 2 tower, but it's already too late. Roshan's down at 2k. And about to be a lot less.
They seem to know. The fact that Sylar pushed mid as aggressively as he did, somewhat by himself, signals that he's aware that there's something like a Roche going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to push out the lanes as much as he did. So they get some farm on the mid lane, the top lane, while Roche is going down. Old Chicken just about completing his BKB. So we'll have that for the high ground defense. It's not like they got nothing in exchange to the Roshan, but it's still going to be a very tough hold once NP come towards their base. They're close to hitting the level 2 Warlock ultimate. They're close to hitting a level 2 Sand King ultimate. Mirana's got another 1800 gold. Luna's got the BKB. There's the big team fight item she needs.
It's the BKB plus the Aegis inside of the Luna. This will allow NP to be very aggressive and just push the Luna up onto the high ground. Take out the tier 3 tower, and we've seen it time and time again throughout the Boston Major. Luna's Glaze bounce around, destroy almost all the supports, and that's too much healing for an Omni Knight to handle.
I wonder if we'll see any kind of diffusal from NP anytime soon. Perhaps Luna's next item, or even something like Mirana could buy it, because bursting down some of these repelled targets could be one of the bigger problems. Sylar on the high ground with a repel can hold very well as the Lesh, or even repel on the Slack. Well, he's got the BKB now, which perhaps suggests the repel's mostly going to be going onto the Lesh rack.
Yeah, they kind of have to babysit him more. Sylar's still got a decent amount of money holding onto the 2600.
Yep.
Hasn't decided exactly which path he wants to go, if he needs to turn this into split push with BTs, but right now it's defense time. Hold on to the buyback money, because NP, they're coming in through the bot lane. Rose is watching the back end. Old 11 trying to get a little bit of extra vision. Also behind NP. Thanks to that Observer Ward and the Hawk. They do have a little bit, but We are still under the cover of darkness, so EHOME will be winning the Fish advantage, and oh my, that's a lot of stuns.
That's a free Aegis. That's really nice for them.
And they're looking for it again. With the Edict turned on, Old Chicken wants to hold AUI here. Now he triggers the BKB with the rock to fall down. Veterbonds needs to connect. A lot of damage. Garda's going to fall before he gets the ulti off with no buyback available. Both supports down for EHOME. Old Chicken with his fresh BKB did manage to find the opening, so killed off the Warlock. The Lightning chipping down AUI, but he had one charge available. The Burrow Strike is there, and Old Chicken with a level 3 Necro Books. There was nowhere to hide, and there's 3 heroes without buyback for EHOME. NP, they will take at least 1 lane of Rax, and if they get this done, Sylar will drop as well. An ultra kill for AUI, and EHOME are well on the ropes.
They may just have ended the game with that fight. Slack without a buyback because he commits for the BKB, and the big thing there is the Omni Knight got taken out of the fight. Didn't get a mech, a Guardian Angel, no heals, repels. He did not get anything off. And
oh, Burrow Strike, they caught Old 11 outside the base. EHOME, 1 by 1, they keep getting picked out. There's no buyback for the Night Stalker, so they have to continue to fight with 1 man down. And MP, all these abilities, they're so cheap. They're not big ultimates. It's Blink, Burrow Strike. They jump in again. The Guardian Angel this time is up, protecting Sylar with the Lightning Slow. MSS dropping down low. They need another stun, but Envy too quick on the Panther. Able to get away.
Oh, they don't get the second melee Rax. EHOME hold that one, but MP winning that fight around their ultimates. Get the first lane of Rax. They don't have an Aegis anymore, but they're going to have a couple new nice fresh items. The Diffusal Blades picked up. AUI approaching the level 16 as well. We'll take one more look at just what happened here. The Omni Knight, the key hero, who just got completely taken out. MSS found him on the back there with the blink in, and that completely took away EHOME's team fight.
Yeah, and EHOME were very focused. They wanted the Luna dead. Of course, you burn through the Aegis. You're like, hey, this is a great time. She's sitting on our stairwell. This should be the opening we want. Comes back alive again. Has time to trigger the BKB. There was no straight stun from the Leshrac. Didn't even attempt the split earth. And then the rest of it was the MSS show. Envy agrees. Good fight.
Thanks, MSS. Well done. But they may just look to go again. Next Warlock Ultimate's coming up in 25 seconds. They can look to do a similar thing down the mid lane. Yes, they had the Aegis, but they didn't really get much value out of that Aegis. It did kind of force EHOME in a little bit, but they can realistically do that around AUI even without the Aegis, and this mid lane could be getting pushed here.
Sylar being initiated on. Lanham's right behind him at AUI with a Lucent Beam. Envy triggers BKB. Hits the arrow. Sylar's going to fall. He still has buyback, but this is Sylar has been walking around with close to 4,000 gold, not spending a bit of it. Now he does. He buys an Ogre Club. I think he's had enough of the magical damage. He must be going for a BKB.
Yeah, I think it will be the BKB, but he's going to have to perhaps buy back if they want to defend these racks. There's no glyph available.
Watch Old Chicken's maneuver. Coming in from behind. He wants the opening. Remember, MSS has that gem available, so Old Chicken starts the fight, gets his BKB off, dodges the stun from SVG.
He's been kited. That's BKB and Shadow Dance down.
And buyback.
And the Lesh buyback. That's about as bad as it gets for EHOME. And there we go. Here's the re-goose from NP. Shadow. They want to go back in.
It's the pull out. And then to go straight back in again. Can they find the opening? Luna's doing most of the work. The Necrotes only have 14 seconds left, and no creep wave here for NP, but it doesn't stop them from just walking in and hunting heroes. That's fine. Backdoor regeneration, they don't really care that much about. They take the creep wave, let AUI do the work. An Old Chicken. Now he has to play the bait game on the front lines.
AUI is just being a bit cautious about this one. After what happened to him in that last push, and nice Manta dodge.
BKB is up as well right now for Envy. They jump in, the rock will hit. The Fatal Bonds is perfect. This could be it right now. EHOME, they are being moonshined out right now by NP, and there it is. GG! Our first game of the playoff to reach a third game in the series.
Very well executed by NP. They found their timings. They grouped up when they needed to around the Luna, the Beastmaster. They just had such a strong 5-man pushing force with all the attack speed auras coming out from the Beastmaster, the physical damage from the Luna. And then they had the teamfight edge, the Warlock, the big hero that won them that first deciding fight at that top tier 1 tower. That was kind of the difference maker there. Rose has proven time and time again what he can offer in a teamfight. He's always in such a good position to make sure he gets off the ideal rock and hit multiple heroes with that Fatal Bonds.
Man, it was absolutely perfect. The space, just the work from both supports, they took nothing, literally nothing. Both of them had no kills, but together combined they had 23 assists in that game. It was really the sacrificial supports from SVG as well as Rose. Did a fantastic job, made the space. MSS, great target selection. We didn't really see that as an option in game 1, but this time around it seemed that NP knew exactly who they wanted to kill off, and NP, game 3 machine, we're having a game 3 thanks to him.
Finally, it's happened. Yeah, it did take a while, but I mean, you kind of anticipated that here at the desk after seeing their draft. Could you guys work a way out that EHOME could have defined success there?
It was always going to be tough. I think the nature of their draft, they just had no good way to get on the backlines. They had no blink initiators. They were entirely reliant on the Slark, so they were kind of pigeonholed there.
And really, NP didn't give them any openings. Like, you're running around with a Warlock, you could just 5-man. Luna wants to be in that situation. Everything was so tight, you couldn't even win the Vision game with the Beastmaster doing his thing. Then they lost the gem, and then they completely lost the Vision game.
Which is what we expected to be the one thing going well for EHOME. I say I'll introduce the desk. Thanks very much, Gods and Toby. You get a 3rd cast. Congratulations. All right. Hello, gentlemen. We have to talk about this one a little further. We have to expand upon it because, I mean, I do feel like I may be a bit of a broken record, but we did frame coming into the 2nd series. Like, even you're a firm believer in the EHOME project, Ted.
Project EHOME.
Project EHOME. You felt like this wasn't looking particularly tickety-boo.
Every project has setbacks. All right, I'm sure when they were building the Eiffel Tower, there were some days where they turned up and they were like, guys, it's meant to go straight up, and someone had built a platform out to the left. It happens. You come back and you regroup. They buggered up the draft, honestly. It was a mess. Yeah. They can come back and fix it.
And those flaws in the draft can be probably best outlined by the two to your side. Malini, starting with you. I know that you were locked to this game. Your eyes just could not leave the screen, thoroughly enthralled by it. What was it that particularly caught your eye?
Well, when we saw the draft at the Slark, we were just like, what are they really going to do? And they got a couple of picks here and there. They got a good kill on the Mirana. They got a good kill on the Luna. But after that, you could just see like none of the team fights were ever really going to go EHOME's way.
I mean, vision was the kind of key word, right, folks? You were like trying to understand. You were like, okay, well, they have Night Stalker, they have Slark. It's going to be a battle of vision, and they didn't even end up winning that one.
Battle of vision, but I think the main things that they needed to try to do, at least with their draft, is the Night Stalker needed to make so much happen in like the first 2 nights in order for them to really like propel to even try to take any fights. But I mean, even then, fighting into NP's lineup is impossible for what they drafted themselves. So think of a bit of just a hard draft for them to play. This is another reason why we don't really see too much like Core Last Strike too. He needs a lot of items in order to be that commanding force. They just pretty heavy outdraft, unable to fight.
I think just watching, that last fight, the one before this one, you could see the power of having the Sand King as well, because it gives you that ability, especially Slark is in the middle of things. He tries to leap out. Sand King's right there, picking him up. That second line's done. So he's sort of going around the back. He's like the safety. He picks him off around the back, and then the fight can catch up to him. It can just roll and roll and roll. And they did it really well.
I imagine it was quite fun for you to watch as well, specifically, folk, just because of the support and how not selfless but successful they were. The singing the praises of it was Gods. He was saying, Warlock and Sand King, SVG and Rose, respectively, did a spectacular job of setting things up for their team. Was there evidence of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they barely even died. They didn't take any kills from their carries. What, if you were playing a carry in that situation, you're like, wow, thanks, guys. Like, this is perfect for me. I'm getting every single kill. You guys are just enabling us to be able to do it. Yeah, great play from all over from NP, though. You could see much more teamwork and everything, and like this draft compared to the last one, you could see they definitely have the fight in them, but it depends on if they draft properly.
You could see MSS laughing in the booth there, like he was having a great time. Yeah. I mean, that must be great for your confidence going into a 3rd game. You lost the first one pretty badly. You cruised the second one. I think the key is, did they win purely because of the draft, Ben, or do you think they got outplayed as well?
I think SVG put a lot of pressure on the left track and helped Envy win his lane. All they had to do was not lose the lanes terribly. So it was a much easier to execute draft. I thought the draft was much better than it was for game number 1. But the Omni Knight first pick and then the Ogre. Ogre actually, I think, shot themselves in the foot. And then after we saw less and less team fight, we're like, oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, they really can't fight. And it's actually talking to NP's like manager downstairs, he said something funny to me. He said that they ran into EHOME's manager in the elevator with Envy and stuff, and they were like, so, as a joke, like, what are you guys going to draft tomorrow? And all he said was, okay. Which OK stands for Omni Knight.
Hey.
And they first picked Omni Knight 2 games. So
Wow.
there's a little bit of cutesy play by
that's
maybe
fun.
by EHOME's manager a bit, or coach.
Or he was just genuinely giving him an answer.
Or he just was saying,
I'm
okay.
so glad you asked. Omni Knight. That would be funny. We can actually bring up Omni Knight and alongside the other 9 as we can bring up the scoreboard to show you guys how things did go down. It wasn't necessarily a walk in the park for Garda, who was wielding that Omni. In fact, a very lackluster score for everyone really on EHOME. Struggling to get going, just 5 points to their name, to the 16 kills of NP.
I think the draft kind of...
It is literally... it's funny
Made that
when you
happen.
try and do a post-match for something which you guys feel was almost lost in the draft. Like, before the first creep was killed, you guys felt like we were almost on our way to a third map.
It was just, I mean, they're... Like Ben said, like Merlin said, it's a very hard to execute draft. They have to dodge fights for very, very long unless they dominate the lane stages. And dominating the lane stage versus those heroes is near impossible.
And there's another thing about that matchup too. So Envy was up in the mid lane versus Sylar, actually, not Old Chicken. And I believe they had another lane swap earlier in the tournament where Sylar went mid as OD. And there's not that many teams that switch off their mid and carry, and most of the ones that do aren't that successful. So I didn't really think it was a good sign for. It's like, wow. I asked you earlier, is like, can Old Chicken play Leshrac? Can he not play Leshrac, or can Sylar not play Slark? And we weren't sure because both of those heroes we don't really see coming out from EHOME.
We were like, maybe both. Maybe neither can play either.
This is fun. I'd like to explore that further, of that perhaps swapping roles is a sign of weakness or is attributed to weaker teams. We'll talk about that after we do jump on board with Purge, because word on the street is he's ready to go ahead and explain exactly what went right for NP or perhaps what went wrong for EHOME. Let's have a look.
Thanks, Machine. I wanted to look at that bot fight, especially the one where AUI lost his Aegis. It's pretty interesting just because he was so far forward. He did get caught. Great chain disable there by EHOME, but the really big things came up after this. The first thing I want to point out that was pretty huge actually was a lot of mana was actually missing here from EHOME's side, and that mostly came down to Omni here, only sitting on 279 mana as the fight started. Not exactly where you want to be when you want to cast Guardian Angel, multiple Purifies, and a mech. So as the fight starts, this is basically now the issue with EHOME's lineup. Sylar here on the Leshrac. He's got Repel on him, he's got Bloodstone, he's got a Veil of Discord. It kind of gives him the damage output and some of the physical survivability he wants, but it doesn't actually give him the ability to dive to the backline and actually kill the enemy team. Because Repel only lasts so long, whereas on the other side, AUI can pretty much just spawn, pop Eclipse, pop BKB, and now the damage that Lesh wants to do just isn't there at all. Something small that I just skipped past a little bit. It was a huge Roar initiation from MSS right here. He casted Roar to the left to stun the Ogre, but it also pushed the Omni Knight north, getting him away from his allies and further draining his mana because immediately afterwards, Necro 3 on top of that burned whatever mana he had left over. So some huge abilities didn't even get used there by EHOME in that last fight, and yeah, it's a really well-played team fight by NP.
Thank you very much, Purge. It is kind of crazy to me. I always find myself a little baffled when I sit there and I see, well, it's a 3-second fight explained for over the course of 3 minutes. That is the power of Purge. And, of course, that's why we love him with that magical screen. Now, it is going to a third, gentlemen. And we have got a lot to talk about. We'll be focusing on the draft. We'll be talking about our expectations for that third game. But I think before we do any of that, we have another special treat for our audience. We are actually going to take a closer look at the secret shop and what's going on for the people here, available to them in the Wang Theatre. If you are not here, you're going to be missing out because this will show you exactly what the secret shop has to offer this time around.
Is that the front of the Wang Theater? I believe it is. And here we are across the street at, of course, the wonderful secret shop. We do have another one this year for you, and it's got so many good items inside. But why tell you about them when we could show you them in a real fashion show? So let's start the Boston Major Secret Shop Fashion Show. Here we go. Odie Pixel rocking that new and old merchandise together. Look at that shirt. Look at that street look. Oh yeah, that's what I'm drinking up. It's fashion. Oh boy. Not only do we have your favorites from the old TIs, but we have new and interesting designs. Here's Purge Gamers. Zips up for the party of the Boston exclusive shirt, and zips from the down for even more exclusivity. When we also have your favorite coasters. Oh! Along with those old items, we also have very effeminate products such as the delicious and lovely leggings. And not only that, but the calm and collected Wind Ranger outfits. Simply gorgeous. Oh my. Not only do we have clothing, but we also have accessories. Here comes Charles Yang. Oh, it's the Gib! Oh, the Gib! Yes! Yes! And also returning is the mystery box. Each mystery box has a variety of different things for you to find, including a unique Boston pin. That's not all, though. 1 out of 5 boxes gets you a rare reward that you can trade in for 3 in real life rare items. 2 boxes, unlimited possibilities, only at the Boston Secret Shop. From lonely nerd sitting in his basement to lonely nerd sitting at work, we have all styles, all fashion, and all Shiver. Secret Shop. Styles for men, for women, and for Charlie Yang. Join us across the street from the Wing. Also including Trainers of Plush.
That was amazing. That is something. I literally, all I had in my ear was secret shop video, and I was like, oh, okay, that sounds okay. And it's just a turbulent wave of emotions flowing over me right now.
Oh, that was the best.
Yeah. How do we get
from nerd in his basement to
lonely nerd at work?
That was a Dota tie, by the way, and I did see one. I feel like we could. I think does Slacks have it?
Well, he had it, and then he left it on the coffee table downstairs in the green room, and it's just sort of sat there. And I was like, oh, there's your tie. And he went, eh.
I have one. I'll sport it.
You have one. Can you wear it tomorrow?
Yeah.
I like that. I want to steal one. Maybe I can make it happen. Either way, we should probably get
You have to walk down the thing.
I would rock that. I mean, I don't know if I'd rock the leggings as well as Charlie, but I think I could rock everything else.
He looked pretty good.
Yeah, almost. And that unzipping from the bottom. Why would you unzip a hoodie from the bottom? What do you do?
That was a thing of nightmares.
Yes. Anyway, sorry, we should get back on track because it is EHOME NP, and this is serious business. The fun is over. EHOME, the Chinese powerhouse, going up against NP, and they have got one game of Dota to determine their fate. They will either continue to the quarterfinals, where they will both double their prize pool and have a chance to play again on this very beautiful stage, or their journey ends here and it's back to the drawing board. It does seem like our desk is rather conflicted. It's been a kind of a story of very two strong contrasting halves. NP looking so good in the second, EHOME dominating the first. And
I like the way you said the fun is now over, as we're about to watch a video game.
The fun is over.
This is fun, dude. This is fun. Remember that. This is great.
It is fun, but it's also, sweaty palms and a whole lot of hard work.
Oh, for them, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
For us, it's always fun, as is that headset.
Wow, that guy's come from the future. He should be able to tell us what happens.
What happens?
Who wins?
Who wins?
Who wins, Future Man?
Tell us who wins, Future Man.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. I think he's a bit busy.
Oh my God, he's not wearing any trousers.
Grief.
All right.
What's happening?
It's a dark future, folks. There's no trousers in the future.
The Boston Major
oh my God.
has been influenced by a presence from the future.
I was speechless from the segment already before. Now
we need eye bleach.
We
really need eye bleach.
Just to clarify, that's kittens and not putting bleach in your eyes, kids. Don't do that. Yes. Kittens. Or what's your favorite go-to eye bleach?
Puppies.
Puppies. I'm more of a kitten guy myself.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Fogged. What do you dabble in?
Puppies as well.
You're a puppies guy. Yeah, you do.
Puppy bleaches people's eyes? Is that what he does?
Oh, God.
Unbelievable.
It's a figure of speech. Ted.
Oh, I see. I get you.
Right. Back
Rinse
into
away the
fun and games.
Okay, so one thing that I saw interesting about these two drafts is that both of them kind of want to go for late game. That's what MP likes to do, as well as Siler, but they both won with more early game drafts. So, like, the results say that you should go for early game, but their tendency is to go for late game. So which one are they going to go for?
That's interesting.
The teams that won have had early game, so why not go early game?
But this is because they punished the other team for their weakness because they wanted to go for
I
late game.
like
I see what you're saying.
Did they oh, we know that they're going to go late game, so we're going to go early game. They're like, oh, but if they don't commit to it all the way, then the team with more late game wins if you don't full commit.
You know what I think we're going to see?
Half commit.
I think we're going to see super cautious drafts, like the way DC draft, where you can't really tell where they're going to go, and it can flip a bunch of different ways. If you show your hand too early, what we've seen is you get punished. You get bleach in your eyes.
It's the first game 3. Like,
Yeah.
This is it, man. It took us a long time to clarify. For everyone at home who's unfamiliar, the entirety of our first day was 2-0s, and DC Faceless also was 2-0. So coming into our 6th game of the playoffs, we do find that 3rd game.
So SD,
SD's left.
Luna, and Warlock are still in.
EHOME banning out the Omni. I guess they just really feel that NP mastered the Omni Knight, and that's why like they even took it from them the last 2 series since they had first pick. Guess they just, the way that they saw NP use in the group stage, guess they really liked it.
Okay.
I think NP's debate now is, do we take Shadow Demon? Oh, no, they've gone for Warlock. So now it could be SD Luna.
yeah.
Boom, win game.
More than likely. EHOME drafted it before in the group stages too.
I think Warlock's okay versus that. The Fatal Bonds versus the Illusions on the Luna is sometimes, but you have to be able to get to them is a big problem.
Yeah.
Yep.
Naga Siren.
Oh,
Nice.
wait
Could
a
be,
second.
yeah.
Is this
Really
like the
could
first
be.
time it's been available to them? I feel like that's
For
been
MP, it's usually banned
I
second
believe he's
phase.
banned first
Second.
phase a lot of the time,
Yeah,
actually.
okay.
Yeah,
in
it's been
this
quite
tournament,
a
I think
few
it's been
times.
second.
Yeah.
Oh,
But-
secret shop swag.
All the pins.
Represent.
Oh wow. He's rocking all of them.
They didn't. They did ban him in the last game.
How you doing?
More than likely the SD Luna. But what are the other possibilities? And Warlock, like you said, is pretty decent versus the illusion spam with the Fatal Bonds being attached to the main carry, but
SD and Luna. What a surprise! Kept us hanging there. Oh, boos from the crowd. Boo! How dare you try to win? Boo!
I like.
with the Mirana again.
I think the Sand King's actually pretty good versus the mass illusions. We've been talking about how you deal with the illusions. Before teams like tried Lion, we saw Disruptor pick once versus SD Luna, and they were just all just lost.
So has they yet to be found the perfect kind of counter pick to this duo?
Yeah, that's why it's still first pick.
Still
all the time.
still first
But
pick.
Timbersaw's a decent.
Timbersaw is one of the best.
Usually gets banned like 3rd, 4th if teams pick Shadow Demon Lunar first too, but
Well,
I mean,
Warlock
maybe-
Mirana's very, very nice and stable for
yes,
them.
absolutely.
SD Luna, of course, for anyone that has just joined us, has been the most successful combination of 2 heroes in both the group stage and here in the playoffs. In fact, SD on his own has had an incredible success rate, just conceding 1 of the games he's been played in.
And thank goodness we've been blessed with this thrilling and exciting player in hero in Shadow Demon. It's great to see.
NP actually bans out the Timbersaw themselves.
You're not a fan?
No, but if EHOME play with him and win, then I was right. So go SD.
Believing in the SD Luna.
Are they not going to ban out Naga though?
This would be the
They
first
could.
time.
Yeah, they might not ban it out though.
Bye Beast. EHOME take away the Beastmaster this time.
I think the Naga is definitely a band that should be on their minds.
It's like 100%.
It's super good with Warlock too, because if you're like in a crappy situation, you can just turn it around instantly. And SD Luna is like one of those like push lineups, so you'll be able to set up your fights if they are set up for that. You just obviously sleep and bring the rest of your team in. They actually have the arrow combo as well on top of it.
Why did MP ban Timbersaw?
Do they have the first pick coming out of the draft? Out of the thing? No, right?
Let me see.
Warlock
There's
was picked
one,
first.
Warlock first
two.
pick, so.
Warlock was picked first.
Yeah, ban, yeah. That's why.
EHOME's used a minute of their reserve time.
What are they
For this
possibly
ban.
thinking about?
Really, maybe they're wondering if they can work versus the Naga, or maybe they're just taking a
if they
look
can
at
push
recent
versus
heroes.
Naga?
Maybe push versus the Naga. That's a good point. Yeah, they ban out the Juggernaut. Okay.
It's available.
It is available. Let's see. I'd be curious to see if MP can do it. I know it's like, Owie's favorite hero and everything.
I mean, it just fits so well with their draft, and it's. I mean, this is like we said. This is the last game of this.
Yeah.
Either one who loses this is out.
You
Why
got-
not bank on your last game as a Naga game?
Yeah,
I think
you'd think, let's pick our favorite hero.
They
like,
probably
for
have
sure.
a prepared strat for it, though.
Yeah.
I would assume if they take that long of a ban, it's like, okay, do we want to play versus Naga, or do we want to use our anti-Naga strat if they pick Naga?
Right, I mean, surely, in the third game of a series of on single elimination, you don't give someone their favorite hero without something in mind.
Yeah.
You'd think not.
That's been
So, yeah,
decided. That's clear.
They banned the Timber, obviously, because, EHOME does have the third pick out, so they don't want to be dealing versus another Timber game. They banned the Slardar, too. I think a great point that Gods made when he was casting and analyzing the game was like that EHOME didn't have access into the backlines. Both these heroes kind of enables you to be able to do that. EHOME goes for Darkseer, safe standard pick, gives you mass team fight. That's what they were lacking it so much before. Now they're emphasizing it very highly in their priority list.
Yeah, no Ogre, please.
No Ogre. Yeah. Well, I mean, they still could because Ogre Darkseer, but they could emphasize more on
You want some follow up with Darkseer, like Sand King again. I think would be pretty good.
Yeah.
Thinking Darkseer is always stable. Slardart, even as a support, is all right.
Was banned though.
Yeah.
I just think Sand King's awesome. Just get him.
He is.
He's awesome.
Do they play? They don't play Earth Spirit, do they? EHOME? Don't believe so.
I have not seen it in their last 10
games. Yeah. So they probably want to do a Darkseer like dual lane though. That's what more of the emphasis we've seen from majority of teams, just to pressure the safe lane.
So far, I don't think we've seen the same hero picked by EHOME.
Yeah, they really like to change it up a lot.
Yeah, the only same hero we've seen twice from them was the Omni Knight.
So lots of MSS's heroes, or lots of the offlaners are just out of the pool. As I said, the Sand King gets picked up. That still could be, they did run in support last time. This kind of leaves their draft a bit more open-ended still, but more than likely that one will be the offlane this time since, Timbersaw's banned out, Slardar's banned, Batrider's banned, Beastmaster's banned. Like, this is all of MS's heroes except for, the Clockwork. So, more than likely the Sand King offlane this game, especially because Darkseer's taken by their team. And this gives NP even more team fight potential too. They have heavy magic burst on all their heroes, and like you mentioned, the approach to dealing with the SD Luna, the illusion spam, Sand King, since you can get obviously the Sand King just his ultimate is very good, and then if you ever get to that Aghanim Scepter with the caustic, since you stun, you apply caustic on everything that you hit. It's very good versus that type of situation.
You think an early pipe on Darkseer here would be pretty bloomin' good, wouldn't it?
Versus what they have now, yeah. I definitely would like to see NP draft some more physical-oriented heroes.
It's always Sven, I think.
There's always
too.
Yeah, Sven is a great wombo combo.
DK.
This looks like a VP draft, right? We got some DK, Shadow Demon, Luna, Darkseer. That's pretty much like cookie cutter.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great tempo push lineup too, and it scales because everybody's been going the Armlet DK build, so you have late game potential with it.
They started with the Omni Knight, then they wanted to try and play in the Knight, and now they've gone for the Dragon Knight.
I wonder if they're still going to
go
Ogre on the end there just to buff up the DK and the Luna a bit.
I would like Coddle for NP.
Eddie.
Right?
Yeah, well, I was thinking for EHOME.
Wasn't Coddle the last ban of the last draft? Like you were expecting to see it pop up and then we lost it?
Does give them a lot more. It's a lot of magical damage, but it's great versus the illusion spam. It's obnoxious as hell for Darkseer in laning phase.
I'm down with that.
Yeah, blinding light is also something that people can kind of overlook versus illusions. You just blinding light the illusions.
So annoying.
It's extremely potent.
I like that.
And none of them are going to build MKB.
Exactly.
At least not until super, super late, perhaps. You never really want to build MKB just for blinding light.
Yeah.
It's such a waste of gold. But you have to. It's like 80% miss.
It's that influential?
80% miss, I believe.
Yeah. Feels like 100%, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they go for their Naga. Now that even the Coddle looks even better. I'm assuming EHOME's going to ban it out, but
yeah. So
there it is.
They must have been prepared. They were expecting to see this Siren pop up, right?
You'd think so.
They have a push.
Hope so.
They're like most well known for this Naga Marana.
It's been highly anticipated by EHOME.
The crowd cheered for it. That's rarity for Naga.
That's rare.
Yeah.
Usually you hear the boos, but
you know that it's like people like MP, right? Mm-hmm. And people like AUI, or AUI I should say. So it's like you get to see a guy you like on a hero he loves in a decided match of single elim, I'm kind of surprised EHOME let him have it, honestly.
They banned the Undying on EHOME too, so not expecting, not thinking it's a Coddle. I still really like the Coddle for NP's draft. I think it fits like everything that they kind of need to. They can even fight as 4 and bring the Naga in when it's necessary, and always accelerate his farm with Chakra.
I think ET's also pretty good.
ET's also
for similar purposes.
Very good, yeah, and that's an SVG hero for sure.
What do you think MP need to worry about here from EHOME's lineup? I mean, obviously they can absolutely still lose. This is a very strong lineup. We're not going to write off Luna SD at all.
It's just losing one team fight is the most that is the thing that you're worried about the most. Like if you waste sleep and you waste rock, you'll probably lose 2 towers, I would say. So it's like after this last pick is going to be a support from EHOME. I don't really see anything that's going to change like the base of the strat. SC plus Luna plus
high
DK.
Stakes, you mean?
I still think Ogre looks good for EHOME.
Yeah.
Right? Because they banned out the Undying too. That's kind of like an indicator. We've been seeing a lot of this, the Ogre versus Undying match. And okay, they go for the Disruptor instead. That's actually pretty interesting because they now have like massive wombo combo with their Naga Siren Sleep once he gets involved, and it gives them more, like even more team fight, and it's good versus like EHOME's lineup. If they do go for a push, like if they go for like pushing and there's people in position, they can always just glimpse people back, and you have to pretty much commit to taking a tower in that manner. Otherwise, you're going to lose a hero every single time.
And now you're forced to get BKBs. There's no way you can't get a BKB versus lineup. But by the time you get BKBs, Naga probably has all our items. So it's a very tiny window for EHOME to execute their lineup to perfection.
So NP are almost forcing EHOME into a certain kind of shopping list, forcing them into a certain time.
Oh.
So they go, oh, okay.
Ooh, I did not see that one.
I did not see that one coming.
Yeah. I think this is the most even of the 3 drafts that we've seen.
I completely agree. Yeah, it's like they can both scale very late into the game, but of course, it's a Naga Siren on NP, so we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how they want to deal with it.
Man, I think this is going to be a fantastic one. We had one-sided game for NP, one-sided game for EHOME, and now the desk is telling us we've got the most balanced draft we've seen, and it is elimination time. By the end of this game of Dota, one of NP and EHOME will be going home. The other will be doubling their money and continuing to the quarterfinals. One last time to cast this one, it will be Gods and Toby 1. It's going to be big, it's going to be loud, and I'm sure Boston's going to love it.
We balance the draft, we balance the series as far as score goes in Game 3 of NP up against the wonderful EHOME. Very solid draft for both sides. Doesn't really feel like there's any real big weaknesses in either side.
It feels fitting that we end Game 3 with the Naga Siren pick of all things when it's NP.
And of course, our completely non-biased crowd that boos the SD and Luna, but praises the Naga Siren.
How the times have changed.
Yes. Well, let's bring back the old glory days of TI3.
Well, we'll see the early rotations towards top, both offlaner and support looking to get down the wards, but not going to be allowed by Rose as he scouts that one out.
Always this kind of battle. This time around, though, Old 11 isn't as strong on the darks here, so we may have to yield to Rose.
Yeah, and he's saving up most of his money, so if he wants to, he can buy the Iron Talon to just go for that fast jungling if he feels he's not going to get any experience out of the lane. Rose, of course, playing the Warlock. We've seen that time and time again.
And I hope everyone's ready for the team fight that will be NP in this series. We look to see like how NP will function as a full crew. Sometimes the SKs in the Boston Major so far have been very underwhelming with the amount of damage they do. But when you have a Naga song set up, when you can just throw down the Disrupt the Storm and Wall, then you bring in your Epi, then you bring in your Rock and your Fatal Bonds, plus the double Starfall, all of this combined together, it's so difficult for EHOME to bail out of. I was actually liking your idea for the 5th pick, instead of having something like the Enchantress, something to counter that team fight like the Kunkka, but EHOME go for more of this early game rotation pressure.
Yeah, we're talking a bit about it. I think the Kunkka for the team fight, if they want to match NP, would be nice, but the really nice thing the Enchantress gives them is an ability to deal with the split push of the Naga. You can just steal those Naga illusions using the enchant, and typically they're split up, so it's just one illusion pushing a wave. I definitely expect Garda to max this skill since it gets down to just 12-second cooldown at level 4, so he's going to help deal with that Naga Siren problem later on in this game, and we'll see what he can do earlier on, because that's where the hero also first needs to come online, which is putting pressure on the lane, particularly the safe lane where SVG is once again going to be dual laning down bottom. They really love giving MSS these good early starts.
Well, SVG, if you can make the space for it, it'll be fantastic, but you do have to give a lot of respect to the combination which has been taking Boston by storm, which is the SD as well as Luna. So Lanham needs to keep his distance, and he's just going to start off with this just cheap and easy harassment onto MSS on the bottom lane.
Speaking of harassment, the double Thunderstrike coming out already. Sylar down to below half HP, but SVG, he's got clarity to try and get another couple Thunderstrikes off, and that's something LanM will not be able to cancel currently. He really wants to get in and stop this one, but doesn't seem to be possible.
Middle lane, for some reason, MB... Oh, he leaps! He goes with the courier, the damage is enough! The courier will drop. It was just bringing a salve to old Chicken. Envy made it look like he was just having a stroll down mid-lane, looking to farm up some creeps, and all of a sudden, he's killing couriers.
That's the
bottom lane, now they look for another opening. Garda, oh, too early! He let the Centaur Stomp go too early. I think he was hoping that MSS would just instantly Burrow Strike north, and then he'd catch him with the Centaur Stomp, but he next leveled the no level.
Yeah, that was not the outcome they were hoping for with the Enchantress's first rotation, and Every kind of move is time wasted. They have got an Alpha Wolf, so a lot of damage potential between this as well as the Swiftness Aura of the Hellbear Smasher. Not a lane NP can really stick around too much in, but
they can contest for the rune. I don't know, MSS is already bailing out.
And they've got boots on both these heroes in the off lane for NP, so it does make them that little bit harder to gank. But man, what a play from Envy. That's a big gold boost for his entire team, getting a Curry that early on, and stops the DK from getting his bottle. It's so hard to play the mid lane without a bottle.
Why ball?
Did he miss an arrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be an understatement.
You get the good with the great, with the not so great when it comes to Envy.
So for a moment, I actually thought he was trying to farm up one of the camps, but that was definitely not the case. Old 11's having a lot funner time up in this top lane. Well, there's a lot of pressure being applied from EHOME on the bottom. It's the fact that you're getting higher levels up in the Iron Shell. Rose having to spend his Shadow Word to always attack. Okay, bottom lane, SVG. He's the one that will put down the wall. The Burrow Strike just goes on the Hellbear, keeps him away, and now the TP begins. So they have enough damage to clap and the Elusive Beam. The TP was going to be cancelled anyway, and EHOME spill first blood on the bot lane.
And now the rotation pays off this time around. Couldn't get away from that one, and EHOME doing everything to secure this bottom lane. It really feels like they've changed things up and made the priority this game to have a strong laning stage. The Darkseer in a 1v2 matchup, that's an ideal setting for him. The 3v2 at bottom lane, they're applying pressure, using the Enchantress early. And the mid lane is a good matchup for DK. It's a favorable matchup. Losing the Courier, though, makes this a bit more even. And as a result, this lane hasn't gone as well as they would have hoped for. But all in all, laning stage has been very good for EHOME.
Yeah, now the bottle is coming out. Well, okay, no, it's going back. Yeah, there we go.
And Enchantress wanted her boots and smoke, perhaps looking for a rotation. Could go for the mid lane if she finds the right creeps.
MSS is coming over to try and contest this little bit of a pull that's happening from EHOME. Lanham, still wondering if he wants to initiate properly into this. Doesn't have enough support to help him out. Like everything else is looking towards runes. Envy, you know he wants to try the... Okay, he's going to leap in. He kept the distance like he looked for an arrow, but he leaps in to grab the illusion rune. And then straight back to the mid lane.
Envy's just feeling it right now. He's making all these swag plays, and we'll see if he can keep it up. I mean, he's not winning his lane straight up. It's even on CS here, so by no means has it given him the complete advantage over the DK, who hasn't died, of course.
A lot of control into the creeps of Garda. Having both the Mud Golems as well as the Dark Troll Summoner. There's a lot of stuns, a lot of quick damage that comes out from the Mud Golems. It's really... Like, you don't expect it anywhere near as hard as it comes.
Yeah, and that's where NP, I think, respecting the aggressive potential of this EHOME defensive laner, actually going to smoke up both Sanking and Disruptor and look to channel in on this mid lane, give Envy a bigger edge here if possible.
This is when the Rune Steal actually pays dividends, because Old Chicken sitting at half of his life would be full if he had it before. Going to rely maybe a little bit on raindrops to help him. And Naga Illusion makes Old Chicken a little bit timid. Moves back into now the tower. Gets the Breathe Fire off. The Burrow Strike is there. Support is in the neighborhood from Garda. Old Chicken needs to survive, but just cannot do it. Disruption, and Sylar rotates in. Looking to bring in the extra assistance. So MSS runs north. He's going to go down. They chase him down with Luna and SVG. Over into the Radiant jungle. The beam isn't enough. He can't get close enough. He needs a little bit more help. SVG starts to TP. There was nothing that would stop him. Sylar was too far away to lend the elusive beam, so it ends up being an off lane for a mid lane trade-off for the kills. But a heavy rotation from both sides.
Yeah, that's ultimately worth it for NP, since they're the ones who would just have the free farming Nagasar in the safe lane. AUI seeing up at 40 CS with the Arcane Boots. He's got the mana to sustain the constant mirror image Riptide spam to farm both the jungle and the lane.
Look to the SK. Disruption, catcher, Old Chicken. He's an instant Dragon Tail stun. He's going to get it as well with the Breathe Fire. SK copying so much damage. The amplification still only at level 1 for the catcher. And went for 2 in Disruption.
They had no detection there. They really only barely get that
kill.
The
stun! The arrow from Envy. He threw it from the mid lane. He actually connected. That's a long stun time. And Garda, he's not even here for a rewarding mission. He'll steal the Centaur. The wall will come up. And he needs to play the distance game. But again, Envy right in the money. Leaps in. And that enchant was caught out at the secret shop. Bottom lane's been pressured very heavily. This way, Garda probably thought he had more space to work with.
Yep. Just feels like EHOME aren't getting enough now, with the couple nice rotations coming out from the offlaners to go towards that middle lane. They really need to start pushing some towers and putting pressure onto NP, because Naga is not being beaten in lane. The Darkseer, yes, is getting farmed, but by no means is it coming at the cost of Naga not getting farmed. She is free farming like no other, and this is the biggest concern that EHOME have to deal with right now.
And you can see AUI, like, no reason to rush up the Relic. He's still playing in a rather difficult lane against 9-Shell Darkseer.
He's got the jungle items, the constant mana, the Iron Talon as well.
Now you know exactly what he's looking for next. Like, with 7 minutes in, he's already got all of the, like, arcanes with the Iron Talon and the PMS. It's a simple maneuver to now go directly for the Radiance.
Yep. He uses his Mango with the Arcane Boots to get even more mana out of it. So it's all the like little small efficiency plays coming out from him. But real action is brewing up bottom lane. MP looking to group up a little bit here. It's all about creating space for the Naga, but also shutting down Sylar as much as possible and stopping EHOME from being able to kind of group up, push, and take too many towers in the early game.
It's crazy to think that MP are the ones looking to be aggressive before they've got the rock up. Enchantress normally wins in these type of battles just because of the amount of support she can bring into the lane. And here she goes again. MSS will see her as SVG is a little bit further away. So the creeps start with a clap. The Centaur Stomp's there too. Lanham going to put the catcher on him. SVG's going to drop very, very quickly here. One charges will allow him to stay alive. They can't reach him just yet. Even the Glimpse try and drag Lanham back away. Well, that doesn't really work. And the Eclipse from Sylar. SVG starts his TP. MSS. Oh, the Lucid Beam. It reached him just enough. Lanham behind him, but Eternal Envy comes in with a surprise Starfall. At least we'll get some revenge for his fallen teammate, but then manages to slip the arrow between creeps. It's nothing with that. A 2-for-1 trade-off on the bottom.
Yeah, a nice move from Envy. He's actually being very impactful here in the early game. From the Courier Snipes to denying DK Runes, now coming towards his bottom lane to at least get a cleanup kill, and every little bit helps as far as making more and more space for AUI as time goes on. AUI was forced to kind of heal up back at base, but he doesn't mind too much. A small bit of downtime for the Naga to heal up can lead to a lot more farm if you go back out to the lanes with full HP, full mana to constantly use those illusions to farm both jungle as well as lane.
I was wondering how long it would take for MP to commit more heroes to this top. Darkseer having a very casual move to his mech, and now Lanham, in fact, and Sylar try and predict the rotations. They smoke at the tier 2 tower, so that fresh Observer Ward down from SVG doesn't see anything.
They're smoking up here, but like that's as Darkseer's going back to base to heal.
Envy. They're coming in close. Disruption. Lanham didn't want him. He saw the support, went for that instead. The arrow is a short range one. Sylar waiting for it. The Lucid Beam is out. SK is low. With the Burrow Strike, they find the kill. The SD Illusions are chasing after MSS.
Yeah,
but there won't be enough damage to find it.
They knew the Sand King was low, so they thought they could two-man smoke kill him. They thought that Sand King was being greedy, trying to farm for his Blink on low HP, but NP were up there with a couple different heroes there, because that was a two-man smoke from an SD Luna with no Eclipse. They did not have any way to fight into NP outside of a single hero pickoff, which would have been nice if they could get it, but it wasn't the case.
Interesting leap from Envy. He has that on cooldown for a while. I think he was hoping for the 10-minute rune, but Old Chicken was moving up for that. He's lucky it's just a bounty rune, no action rune to work with.
Yep. These Naga illusions being very pesky. Just chipping away at old Lanham and delaying any kind of a mid-play here.
It's still just going to feel very odd. Like, hey, Naga's getting really big, but then you've got SD, then you got Enchantress to actually work for EHOME. So it's like, well, now you've technically got... AUI becomes a trader unwillingly.
Yep. That's a good point. It's one of those things where EHOME won't be shy to go to the super late game as far as having the damage and the carry potential on their side. They will be a bit shy to go into big team fights, because that's where Sanky, I mean, you mentioned the setup from the song into Epicenter, Burrow Strikes, Warlock Ultimates, Static Storms is scary.
Trying to look for SVG. Gonna see him go invis at the last second on the Moonlight Shadow. The Iron Shell sticking him out, but now the Burrow Strike into the rock. The damage on Sylar is huge. But he's still got 12 one charges. Glimpse back, now turns on the Eclipse with the defensive disruption. Alarm to get the full Eclipse off, but now still on the run out. MSS can't get close enough. Lanham creates the distance and will sacrifice himself, combining up with the rock. Oh, there's your first TP out. And the Warlock does end up going down, so it's the Darkseer who actually ends up killing off the Warlock, and now 11 back into the front row, going after MSS on the top lane, trying to play around this Darkseer wall. Garda low on life, but it's going to be that top lane where it's a triple kill now for old 11. The pressure continually placed from EHOME in the mid. Warlock will end the spree of the Darkseer.
Poor Darkseer did such a good job in that team fight and then gets taken out by a Warlock Golem at the end, but old 11
disruption catcher, AUI. Says no fun to everybody. You all have to look tired.
This is looking much more like the old 11 from Game 1 on Batrider, making all the big plays for his team, getting a lot of farm. It was a 7-minute Blink Dagger there on Bat this game around, not playing the initiating type hero, but getting involved in the fights. Has a mech Arcane Boots just 12 minutes in. They missed the Tower Deny at bottom. Lanham kind of vacated that bottom lane as a creep wave swooped in to get the last hit, so MP get a bit more cash out of that one, but as it stands, I think EHOME still have to be concerned. The Naga is getting closer and closer to that relic, #1 on the net worth chart. And this split push threat is going to become very, very real as time goes on.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly a couple of minutes ago, though. Like EHOME as well as MP, they're both happy to take this into the late game. Both teams have so many perks going into the late game. EHOME obviously can turn stuff around. Oh, top lane. Old 11 thought he had an opening charged in. Now SVG puts him in a storm. Does he have enough life? The mech charge is still available for the Darkseer. No surge, just going to back him. Looking for some interruption to slow down the MP attack.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if either team feels like, oh, we got to end this fast, or if we're going to see that fallback and pick up some Midases. Like here's like Darkseer Enchantress who theoretically say, all right, let's just go super late game and try beat the Naga, get some Midases. Same thing for MP on heroes like Warlock, Disruptor. You can theoretically justify these Midas pickups. The alternative is you just try and end the game by 20-25 minutes, which is where you want to get all the early game item possible. And that to me is more the EHOME style. As much as they could go late game, use the fact they have the enchant, use the disruption, I feel like there's more EHOME strength where it's just let's play fast, let's beat them before they get the Naga Siren too scary. As it stands, we're going to have towers getting exchanged here. EHOME take the bottom lane where NP just trading that for farm. NP are more just inclined to avoid fights until they have that Radiance. Also importantly, the Song of the Siren still on cooldown from that bottom fight. So if they want to try set up some kind of big engagement around the Sand King, the Warlock ultimates, the Static Storm, they've got to wait for 50 seconds before AUI has that sleep again. But mid lane, it's EHOME. They've smoked up. They're sitting behind Old Chicken here, looking to fight around him. Whether or not NP will take the bait's another matter. It looks like EHOME just going to force things here by chipping away at the tier 2 tower.
Top lane, Old 11. That burrow strikes out. The arrow from Envy. Oh, Old 11's got friends that will stay with him. Puts on the wall, and MSS has to hide inside the sandstorm. Odd 11 knows he doesn't have a kill here until support arrives. It's AUI, MSS so low. Odd 11 trying to burn him down with the Iron Shell. Odd 11 finds the kill! Straight trade off at the end of the day. A lot of support rotations in, but it's EHOME who now create more space in the mid lane. Pushing in MP. They'll even leave an extra present of Luna behind.
Well, they're not going to be able to break through, but they will kind of scare NP a bit, bring them back and take a lot of map control. Both mid lane and bottom lane now missing their tier 2 towers makes it very easy for EHOME to secure Roshan if they want, and they are looking to threaten to at least chip away at this tier 3 tower. They want Naga to ideally TP back. They don't have to force the fight, but they just want to try and limit what Naga's doing on the map. Fortunately, they don't feel too safe in sticking around and will back off to farm the other lanes.
Oh, we've got a couple of teams watching from the audience. That's the boys. That's Adfinum sitting at the back there. So say hello, everybody. Say hello. Wonderful to have the team still sticking around watching a whole bunch of games, of course. Big matches still to come up later today, and I think those boys just got off a signing session too.
Yeah, they'll be taking on Newbie in a very exciting first round encounter. But they've got to wait for this one to finish. EHOME and NP going the distance, and we talked about how these are teams prone for the long games, and with the Naga Siren hitting that 16-minute Radiance timing, it's feeling like NP have the tools they need to take it into the late game and not collapse in the early game and see any kind of a successful high ground push just yet from EHOME.
Give it time, man. Give it time. Maybe 40 minutes. Then will be a time for that high ground push. Radiance is now done, so it took 16 minutes, but AUI has completed it.
It's scary. You try and group up as 5 to push high ground into the team fight. MP is not all about the split push. They're much more about the team fight at certain points of the game. The Blink Dagger on the Sand King, the Warlock, Fatal Bonds plus Rock combo.
Oh, Old Chicken's found his target. With that extra little bit of speed, they catch up to AUI. Song of the Siren. This is going to allow MP to set up. Rose has the ulti. He wants to throw it. Here comes the arrow. It hits the DK. Rock committed, plus the storm, plus the epicenter. Overkill is not in MP's vocabulary. They are just sending a message to EHOME for the next fights. Just remember what we can do. That is everything we can do.
I guess the scary thing is if EHOME now push forward while those spells are on cooldown, but take another look here. They just did not have the damage. Very overzealous attempt on a kill on a Naga Siren with just those two heroes. If they had like a third hero with some good damage output, like a Lunar Eclipse, yeah, it's a possible kill. But without that third hero, they weren't even close to killing AUI. And they get punished. But again, this is the cooldown period now where NP have to be very careful. 70 seconds without the Moonlight Shadow or Epicenter. 70 seconds without the Song. They are missing these ultimates, and if EHOME can get these lanes pushed out fast, they could theoretically threaten to go for an objective like Roshan. But Naga Illusion's just so effective at keeping everything pushed out that it doesn't even look like EHOME are going to get an opportunity to do that.
Nope, they have to wait. They have to wait for the right time. NP, again, they go on this hunt with the Aghanim Scepter on Envy. You do have that big burst, but okay, EHOME, they're still going to do it. They're underneath MP, no big ultimates. They are going in.
Get there just in time. I mean, the 80 seconds on the wall one is the big
one. Wait for it. Here it comes. Arrow flies, hit Sylar. Full 5 seconds. They waited out. The Naga Illusions hovering around. And now SD says, well, thank you very much. I'll take one of those to myself as a souvenir home. MSS considering the Burrow Strike fall, but they all get fatally bonded. They had to bail out. Envy! In for the jump! Triple kill! He's done the work! Even the arrow to Old Chicken. It was all set up by the fatal bonds. And EHOME, together they are tethered with a glimpse back into him! They go again! SK will find the kill! EHOME get team wiped! And that is the epitome of a disaster!
Whew. Okay. Holy shit, that was something.
Respect the combo! Respect the combo!
I wore my little Miranda pin today. I'm feeling like I've done my part, giving my energy to Envy. That was such a good time for him to come in.
See that again. Slow it up. Fatal bonds. One hit. And look at the damage. You spread it out. There's a reason why Warlock Fatal Bonds is so...
MSN's like, yeah, that's a fight. We'll take
that's another day at the office. Let me just find my Dota 2 tie.
Oh, God, he wasn't even impressed by that one.
Just Envy things. We expect that from him. Oh, NP now looking to punish even more. Garda going to get glimpsed back on the bottom. SVG with the help of Envy again, jumping for the double Starfall. Enchantress with the stick charges, trying to actually stay alive long enough with 3 points up and untouchable. Might be able to do it. The back is there. Now Envy in too deep. There's that hit coming from the impetus of Garda. 11 not sure if he really wants to stick around for anything more of this, and yeah, he doesn't.
Oh, they've got a Warlock
Song of the Siren up with that Warlock. The rock can drop. The arrow will connect again. They go for the combo, and the star falls through their work. NP racking up more kills on the board. They'll take the tier 2 tower. Remember the old enemy, all of EHOME wasn't there. Old Chicken pushing out the mid, Silas pushing out the top. They're going to try and force MP to come home.
I mean, NP may be the ones who want to keep on pushing. They don't hit buildings all too well, and they're also in no rush. They have won 2 big fights in a row. They have an incredible gold lead at this point. They do not have to end this game anytime soon. If anything, they're looking at Naga Siren as a hero that's not really breaking high ground until you get 3 or 4 big items, and yeah, they fall back. They're playing the long game. They get the Midas as I talked about. Disruptor now, SVG, picks up a Midas, and things are looking very good for the Canadian squad.
And there they are with all these Midases. If that Aghanim Scepter even remotely gets close for SVG, this game for EHOME may just be over. They went for the stable draft. They went for a really solid thing. Now they'll have to show a lot of patience. Play defensive. Don't lose out too much. Turn the Naga's power against herself. Don't get caught out by this combination that NP loves to throw.
It's really their only option. It's kind of funny how EHOME are going to be the ones playing more the avoid fights and split push, yet the Naga is on the other team. It's going to be Darkseer trying to push out lanes. Luna, same thing, avoiding those 5v5 fights. They just cannot go into that sleep. I mean, every single hero combos with the Naga setup. You've got arrows from Mirana as well as the AoE damage. You've got the Sand King Burrow Strike Epicenter, the Warlock ultimate with Fatal Bond, Disruptor Static Storm. 5 heroes that can create these beautiful team fights for NP. And all they need is like 2 or 3 ultimates to land. The 4th or the 5th is just like icing on the cake at this point.
And look at how now they try and approach the initiation. The Iron Shell Old Chicken looking for somebody in the neighborhood. But thanks to that Dire Observer, they knew it was there. The Radiant Sentry was down when the DK walked over the Dire Obs. He wasn't visible, but he was able to see the supports, and that's what makes it work. So Old Chicken, Shadowblade wants to do something. It's Rose.
Oh, this is dangerous. The smoke from NP, though, is going to run right into him.
Old Chicken, Invis, run.
There's no detection. It's just sentries on the Warlock, which isn't really the ideal hero to have in the front. So if your smoke pops, you're not going to have those sentries right away.
EHOME's leaving.
Yeah, MP can kind of force this bot lane if they want. They have so many options available to them. They can sit back, farm the map. They can try and force a high ground push because that's going to lead to a 5v5 team fight, which plays into the strength of their draft. So very difficult for EHOME right now, who just can't really move out on the map too effectively.
Old Chicken, as well as Guard, are the ones tasked with defending the bottom lane, even though they know they could be initiated on any time, just like this. The Fetterbond's going to give to the creep wave. Old Chicken goes inside Invis. They drop down the rock. Where's that vision? The arrow! Envy connects. He found Guard on the back lines. The double starfall will do the work. EHOME down 2. Buyback is available on the Enchantress, but not the big man, not the DK. Silas pressure on this top lane. MP are happy with this. They'll trade a tier 2 for a tier 3. And now they forced off, sliding the SD into the kill.
Style points from MSS. That is some sick play from him. And
do you sack the racks? Is that actually what you have to do now? Oh no, the Darkseid is too close! They jump in again! Time and time again, EHOME are getting caught with their pants down.
They still have all their ultimates outside of the Warlock, but that's fine. You can easily fight without the Warlock ulti if you've got your 4 others. And that is an easy Rax claim for NP, just finding all these pickups, chain feeds coming out from EHOME, and
Envy saw Sylar. He saw him up inside the jungle. Might be trying to find it if he can just get that nice little fishing arrow. The vision, there is no observer wards on the river, so yeah, Envy will bail out, and so will the bottom lane after MP took the entire Rax.
This really sets them up for success. I mean, EHOME they're so far behind on farm at this point. Only the Luna has farm and level. She's about to complete a BKB, but that's not an item that's going to win you the game. It may help you do well in one team fight.
Epicenter, they found the opening. DK, again, no buyback. Old Chicken walked out. They're going to glimpse it. Garda, his snare is there. The TP out. Zero. Yep, he's got the time, but he's fatally bonded up. The heal back at Fountain is enough, and the sprites have finally returned to Garda.
Yeah, it's brutal. The toughest thing right now is like some of the levels on EHOME. DK's level 11. Meanwhile, Warlock level 13. The supports on MP with these Midas pickups have more farm, more levels, and are having a bigger impact than core heroes on EHOME. Outside of the Luna, EHOME heroes are all behind where they're meant to be. They're missing their benchmarks.
I think Sylar's actually legitimately, totally dead.
Yep.
Stormed up. Quick rotation. MP knew exactly what they want. They smoked the second half of the fight.
Oh,
and again, EHOME are down a core with no buyback.
His BKB's on the courier. He didn't pick it up. He didn't have it there. And
at least MP don't know this, so they may not force the issue.
Yeah, again, they don't need to force the issue. This is one of those games where even if they, let's say, theoretically could have taken Raxid because there's no buyback for one, NP don't know that. They're afraid of a Luna buyback with a DK initiation, catching them by surprise and winning a team fight. For NP, it's like, we're so far ahead, let's take another Roche, let's take these last out of towers, let's get some more wards down, let's buy a gem. There's so many other lower risk plays that NP can make, which also ensure they win this game, that there's no need for them to rush into taking a second lane of Rax. One Rax advantage at 25 minutes is a huge, huge win when you have a Nagasari. You're not meant to be upper lane of Rax this early on.
Arrow flies, 5 seconds on Old Chicken. NP wants to capitalize. Defensive disruptions there, however, from Old Lanham. Making this initiation difficult. Luna's back up with her BKB. But NP have every ability that they want up. Every single ultimate in 9 seconds. That's the Disruptor Storm. That's the only thing they are waiting on.
And once they get the Ags on Disruptor, which is very close, that's where you have the sleep into Static Storm, preventing a Luna BKB. That BKB 4,000 gold investment will be rendered useless.
Top lane, Burrow strikes there, Sylar the arrow. As it's still a 10-second BKB that has to be committed for this.
Almost as good as a kill. Not quite, but very close to it.
It's the greatest thing for NP.
They're going in bot lane.
Want to fight. They want to slip in because without that BKB from the Luna, she can't withstand the NP engagement.
They see him with the sentry wards though. They know what's going on.
Oh, Observer Ward to be placed down. Quick D ward of a D ward of a D ward. And MP, with no vision inside the base, they're being a little bit more cautious about this. And you got to remember, every time they send in one of these Naga illusions, it gets sent back at double the strength. So maybe they just go for what just came up. Roshan has just respawned.
Wow, that was the fastest possible Roche respawn. I was looking at the timer like, okay, let's see how long till Roche. And it just instantly respawned. And we'll see how fast they actually scout this one out. They're also going to wait. I mean, for MP, again, there's some really game-changing item pickups coming their way. The Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor being the biggest one. Guardian Greaves already complete on Warlock, so he's got that big item. I mean, Naga is not even that farmed yet. I mean, she's well on top of the net worth, but this is 27 minutes in. You're looking at Naga 6-slotted by 35 to 40 minutes if you just give AUI a bit more time. So they're going to just wait things out. Rose will scout the Roche pit, which will give them the intel they need that Roche has in fact respawned. And their lineup isn't the best physical damage for killing Roche, but when you've got the lanes pushed out as they have, they can sure as hell take Roche, even if it is a little slow.
Yeah, they got all the time in the world. Easy regeneration when you've got a Warlock standing behind you. The question is, can EHOME do anything about it? The lanes are pushed out just far enough they can go, but when Sada cops a 5-second arrow from Envy, and Envy continues to starfall down the top lane, maybe not the easiest way to get in.
Yeah, Envy just shows on the map that he's not afraid of anyone. The catch on EHOME is limited to the Dragon Knight Shadowblade initiation, which could catch Envy, to be realistic, but he knows that his role right now is to keep these lanes pushed out and make sure that Roche goes down without a hitch.
It's about a minute and a half they're going to take to kill Roshan. It's very long time.
I mean, Naga is not a hero that kills Roche fast.
No.
Neither is the Ags Mirana, but hey, you get it.
All right, and they're actually making sure SVG gets the last hit, so he gets just enough money when he uses his Midas to actually have the Aghanim Scepter.
So he's like, I guess I'll take it.
Oh, he'll pick it up, but SVG's got his Ags.
Yeah.
Like, this is the critical item right now on the Disruptor.
They're going to walk up, Song, Static Storm, Dead Luna.
Yep.
Luna will have buyback at least, so it means she can buy back and still have the BKB. But that's where NP can then reset. They can then wait for the cooldown of Song. It's a level 2 Song, so it's still 90-second cooldown.
They're going to amplify it with the Veil of Discord from Envy.
That sounds like overkill, but sure, why the hell not?
Overkill is NP's middle name. You got to kill it with a very flashy sequence of sword slashes.
I mean, there's no other items that's the thing. Like I say, overkill. Like, what items do you really need? Why not just get more damage? You don't need survivability. You've got a BKB already. You've got 1800 HP. NP's doing everything right, and
even AUI is rapidly approaching a butterfly.
That's where
this is the dream Naga. You were saying like you didn't say the words ticking time bomb, but it felt like that with AUI's farm he was getting on the top lane. And there was nothing which EHOME was really doing about it. Like, the man who was getting farm in return was Old 11 on the Darkseer, who's stuck shy of level 12 with only Greaves really to his name. There's no Blink Dagger. If Old 11 had that, then maybe you would look for some kind of initiation, but there's no AoE stun either to follow up and synergize with the Darkseer. There was no Sven pickup. It's Luna instead. And she's out of position. She's there holding the bottom lane out while the rest of MP prepare to attack the top.
Have to find some way to initiate, but it's so hard. It's like a losing battle when you think of the team fight that NP have, and EHOME are so limited in their options. They don't have a BKB on the Dragon Knight, which makes him incredibly squishy to the magic damage AoE combos coming out from NP. It's only Luna on the front lines, who also doesn't have level 16
Where
yet.
are you going, DK? He knows he's got vision. Thanks to the Observer Ward. Okay, he's just coming out just to kill the Dire Observer Ward.
Sure.
That was sitting on the hillside, but NP, at least Shadow Blaze down. That item's been effective for a DK. As they'll leap away, just a little bit of chip only.
They have scouted out the Ags on Disruptor as well, importantly. But whether or not... the knowing is not everything here. That's one of those things where you may know what your opponent's about to do, but can you stop it from happening? Because you've got to find some way to defend these buildings. It's going to be that slow, painful Naga Siren death. Even, Mirana just poking away at this building, one right click at a time, chipping away.
And what do you want to do? Initiate on Envy, use Half-Life? Like, he wants that to happen. And he has the Aegis.
He's got all kinds of backup too with the Warlock Rock as well as the Song.
And this is when SD actually has to start copying Sylar time and time again just to send him down a bottom lane to keep that push going out. Or doing what he's doing now, which is taking the Naga Illusions, Moonlight Shadow. Okay, here they come. They're still having a little bit of trouble. The Naga Illusions are there. Envy is going to have his Aghanims go, and AUI preps up the fight with a Song of the Siren. You've got the Luna as well as the DK sending runs off each other. The Storm, no, the positioning, the timing was wrong. Epicenter will come down. Now Luna has to fight and fight hard. Eternal Envy losing life too quickly with the Impetus work. Disruptor is down, and EHOME are able to mount a defense. The coordination just a little bit off there from Disruptor.
Yeah, they didn't hit the arrow. He was expecting the arrow to land on the Luna, I guess, but they slightly mistimed it with the sleep and the arrow. The arrow went through Luna's body, and then the sleep got turned off as the Luna did not get stunned up by the arrow. The Static Storm also was not with a kinetic field, so Luna wasn't trapped at all. And did manage to get out of it and then pop the BKB. Not the end of the world for MP. It's one of those things where, yeah, they kind of botched that team fight a little bit, but their losses was very minimal. They traded 1 for 1 in terms of supports there. They lost nothing whatsoever.
For EHOME, though, they're very happy because the game could have been over if that worked. Like, if you lose both your Luna as well as your DK, even if you do buy back and you're able to defend the top lane, it's these heroes being crippled, can't transition to an item. Because Old Chicken went for the Shadow Blade, he's never reached his BKB. He's never reached another big item that allows him to stand during the fights. And Luna's also now got a little bit more space, so she can go up and get that Mana Star. So we'll have a quick look at it again. You can see the positioning of Luna and DK, but SVG, it's a little bit too late to the party. The wall doesn't have its effect in time. And then Sala can stand his ground.
It was this kind of awkward position between the Dragon Knight and the Luna where they were far enough apart you couldn't get both in the Static Storm, yet they still kind of tried to catch both in the Static Storm Connect field. They needed to just commit on one of the two, not both.
We need subtitles for this. There was also something that happened while we're actually in our replay. The courier from EHOME brought up the Mana Style, and it got picked off. So SVG was able to catch up the EHOME courier as it was going back to the EHOME base that has the Manta on it for 2.5 minutes. Sylar does not have this option.
Yeah, it's going to get even tougher. Now the next push is coming. All the ultimates just about back up. Only the Warlock one 30 seconds away, but they're also waiting for the Butterfly. So with the Butterfly, all that Agi coming in for the Naga illusions. Yeah, it helps EHOME a little bit, but more than anything, it helps NP because those illusions will sometimes be hitting the buildings, and that's more than enough for NP.
Finally, the town gets tonight. EHOME were waiting for maybe an opportunity to have a crack. Old Chicken sitting inside of that Shadow Blade. He's right in range of the Dire Sentry Ward. And they should be very aware of this, considering they were the ones who attacked it to try and de-ward it. MSS trying to play fancy, blinks and four-staffing Old Chicken in close. No one's really close enough to go straight in for initiation. They do see Old 11 sitting. Actually, do they get a glimpse of him? Song of the Siren comes again. Oh, there's three together. Enchantress, Luna, and SD. This time they're the combo. The rock will drop. The epicenter is there. And EHOME are wiped from the face of the earth. But don't worry, they will come back again. Maybe stronger than ever. There's your buybacks, and now actually even glimpsing the DK all the way back to Fountain. They jump in once again. Sylar and Garda down low. Old Chicken to the front lines. He'll stun up. The Eclipse goes to work, but Luna's already down. That's a die back for her. They'll get another one. This is the game. They've lost the DK. NP will do it. They bring down EHOME 2-1 and advance themselves forward in the Boston Major.
It was a tough round one opponent for them, but they bounced back so well from that game one defeat. That was some very pristine team fights outside of that one slightly botched one. NP had the drafts, they had the plays. Everything came together really nicely in this Game 3 decider.
It really, really did. NP, they went for it. They went for the team fight. They went for the combo. When it all comes together, it's wonderful. There's only one little bit of a hiccup, but
I mean, look at NP,
put that
13, 0, and 10. He stood out so much that game. He made so many big plays, finding solo kills, sniping the courier mid. So much respect for his plays coming out on the Mirana.
Especially also the Warlock pick, the support that was behind him. That big fight, you're not going to forget it, outside the front of Rochelle when the Fatal Bonds connected and the Starfall fell. That was when EHOME started just losing control of everything. It all went downhill from there for EHOME.
It'd be pretty hard to put together a better 5-man team fight lineup than this. I'm thinking, like, which hero do you even take out and bring in someone who team fights better? This is like the dream team fight lineup.
It really is. The dream team, the dream panel. What did you think, boys? 2-1.
He's too kind, isn't he? Yes, indeed. And what a climax. We framed it like everyone got their first game, and then we were going to have a big crescendo, and we got it. You must be celebrating there, Toby.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah.
It wasn't as close as we maybe thought, but it definitely was as explosive. Some of those fights and plays from Team NP was absolutely fantastic.
Hey, I mean, the plays are good when the entire green room stands up for a play. When people are just shouting, fatal bombs, and you have to watch the replay. So, it was big. And I'm sure you guys enjoyed that as much as we did watching it. Thank you very much. That is Gods and Toby. And now to talk through it a little more, it's, of course, the panel. I've got myself, Fogged, Merlini, and Pyrian Flax to understand, first of all, what went right for NP, but also what went wrong for EHOME, because we did frame it. In that pre-match, to remind everyone, we did say this is the closest draft we've seen. It did feel like the prior game we saw EHOME kind of lose in the draft. And now we had what felt like a close game, Fogged. What went awfully wrong for EHOME here?
Well, they had pretty good laning phase, good laning start. I mean, that sniping, the courier snipe definitely hurts the DK in that phase, so Envy had a great start for that. They did pretty much all they needed to in the lane phase, but then just some pretty crucial mistakes, actually, like trying to go for that pickoff, I think, in the jungle was the big one that stood out for me when the Naga got the Radiance. But also, the Enchantress just emphasizing so hard on shutting down the Sanking. I thought maybe like making moves to just like go to the Naga could help. I know I could understand the idea of like making sure the Sanking doesn't get much, but the core essence of the draft for NP was the Naga Siren.
Yeah, I was talking to Ben, actually, in the green room. We were saying, why aren't they going after Aria? Like, I kind of envisaged the Enchantress pick was about that, going into the enemy jungle, disrupting the Naga Siren. You know she's going to be there. But yeah, they've really focused on MSS, shut down the MSS, I guess they thought, and will win. But Aoi had so much farm early on. He was leading the way and just became a massive problem. But who do you think turned the game around for these lads? It was Envy. Yes. It was Envy, boys. This guy had a fantastic game. That's the thing. Sometimes Envy's going to do it. He's just going to turn up and deliver.
This is when you could see NP's. They were going to win right after this. They lost 2 big cores at this fight. And this was shortly after the Naga Radiance. So normally you have
this
maybe
was the ridiculousness.
Yeah, here you go.
This
boom,
was
zap.
This was all kind of happened because of the last fight. They were like, okay, we can probably take Roche because there's no song up, and then they get Fatal Bonds and just massacred by the Starstorm. But they were just way too farmed, and their window to push was just almost non-existent in this game, I want to say. Normally you have a pretty good window to seed before Naga gets too big. But as you mentioned, the Enchantress pick, we didn't really feel like it brought EHOME's draft together that well. Like there's some minor benefits to her abilities versus like the Naga perhaps, but overall, yeah, the game plan was centered around the Naga. A lot of teams first ban Naga versus the NP because they do run it as a support, and EHOME, that was a folly in their draft.
I mean, when we are sitting there reflecting upon the scores and the doors, and you see that both Mirana and Naga Siren did not concede a single death in that series, you can't help but feel that EHOME were not applying the pressure where they needed to.
And just so many sleep combos. Like, how many times did heroes die? And then now that they finally have they have BKBs, they can actually maybe do something in the fight. But it's just super easy. Look at this 3-man static storm kinetic field on heroes. Drop the rock, there's the epicenter, and everyone just dies.
It's just great combos. Really, really good plays. Yeah. MP's draft really made a lot of sense. Compare that to the game that they lost, where it kind of didn't. I feel like if they can get that working. I mean, I don't understand. Still don't understand why did EHOME let them take Naga Siren? It felt like such a good pick for them.
Right.
I just don't fully understand it.
I'm really loving like the Mirana pick into Luna. Not even just talking about the Warlock, but Mirana into Luna, because we've been seeing these Lunas they go for this BKB so late, which of course you want to, because if you get it too early, it can be massively detrimental to you. So picking this Mirana, it just gives you so much burst potential, and it's just like, okay, this Luna's at half HP. If he pops BKB, he's at half HP already. I just love that type of approach toward it.
Yeah, even in that big Roshan fight, he was the one. Envy's the one that arrowed the Luna to get her to half so that she died. Like, he just made so many things happen for him.
Yeah, he had a great game.
Yeah, Aoi was a very influential part as well. We saw so much stuff with him on that Naga Siren. We're actually going to see him with Slacks right now on stage. Get to hear from the man himself. We've got to play his favorite hero to win the Battle of Survival here in Boston.
Ladies and gentlemen, the crowd is going crazy for the man, Aoi 2000, the first person to have 3 games in a series. How did you do it, man? How did you guys survive?
I don't think we've ever won 2-0 before because we always throw a game. So it was just like, if we're going to win, it's going to be 2-1.
Absolutely. So this is not your first time going up against EHOME. You guys beat them at the Canada LAN, you beat them at the Summit, and you beat them here. I mean, what do you think about the team? And were you surprised they took a game off you? I guess not, huh?
I'm not really surprised they took a game off us. Like, they're a pretty good team. They always win versus a lot of other teams, but I think we have their number because I don't know, something we do is good against them, I guess, or they get like, after you lose 2 lands to someone in a row, sometimes like you have a mental disadvantage, like when we lose to Wing 06. So, like, you just like, you go into this next series, you're like, oh man, these guys have already beat us, and your strats sort of go away, and you don't play to your full potential.
All right, I want to talk about the amazing combos that you guys had, right? The Warlock, Fatal Bonds, and a Mirana. You weren't even part of that. So what does that feel like to be the farming carry, see everybody die, and just be like,
There's nothing greater as a carry player to see your team be like, it's okay, man, just go farm. We got this game. I'm just like chilling, you know? Some good shit.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Woo! All right. Now, I've asked you this before, but I want people to know the true darkness of Owie 2000. Most people, they assume that Naga Sirens players, they hate it, they are bored. Tell me what it's like for you to play Naga.
It's like, what do you call it, like a scale. Like, as the enemy's misery goes up, so does my happiness. So when I play Naga Siren, it's like, it's up there. My happiness is going up, man.
And that's at the cost of your teammates too, as well?
I don't know, because like sometimes they can feed off their misery too, right? Because like my teammates aren't as miserable as them. Like there's still like 9 unhappy players and 1 happy Naga, but it's like 5 super unhappy, 4 a little unhappy, and 1 super happy. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Well, he certainly does seem happy here at the Major, and we'll check in with him and NP again. Congratulations one more time, and we'll be seeing more from Team NP.
Lovely stuff. That was Owie there, comparing his Naga Siren pick quite appropriately as a scale. And it is indeed a comparison that we have seen time and time again on the panel, suggesting that it is not necessarily the most popular of choices for the draft.
I completely sympathize with what he said. I was like, I love playing Naga. It's just such a good feeling making everyone else miserable in the game. Because you're in full control as a carry. Normally you're not in that full control, but as Naga Siren you just feel like omnipotent in the
I wish we could show
great.
Ted's face.
It's great. I like it, Ted.
Disgusting.
I like it, Ted.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
It's a
I would
team
say the same
game.
thing.
It's a team game, and here you are playing as, I'm playing Anderson, I win the game, you guys can just run around. I mean, I'm glad.
You're just sour that EHOME lost.
I'm glad. No, I'm not. MP played well. I don't want to take anything away from them. I'm glad that the rest of the team got to do some awesome stuff, so at least they had fun. I've had it before plenty of times, but the rest of the team, you can't do anything. You just wait for Naga Siren to win the game for you. So at least they got to go and do some awesome
But they used a
Mirana,
slip
Fatal
setup.
Bonds.
Yeah, that was
backflips
sick.
The game was over by that point. Come on.
There was a lot. It was just a big kind of clusterfuck, right? When you had like the disruptor coming in, you had the rock dropping. It was just a kind of a feast for the eyes, absolutely. And you know what? The scoreboard actually is a feast for the eyes as well. You'll see the big numbers. This is a treat for you. 13 for Mirana and not a single death next to Eternal Envy's name. That's a big one. And 20 assists alongside the... oh, I've lost myself in my ears. Can you hear me?
I can't hear Alex.
You can't
But
hear
yeah,
me. Did I knock
fantastic.
something?
There you go. Try plugging him in.
Hello?
Speak.
Did we lose you? And we've lost Alex.
We've lost Alex. Well, anyway.
Who cares? We don't need him.
Fantastic. That's the kind of performance you need if Envy's going to turn up. You need him to keep doing that, I think. You need to keep having a big Envy performance. He's a confidence kind of player. And,
He owned.
He did. He absolutely
really
destroyed.
hard.
And you could look, Old Chicken, 1 kill. Sylar, 2 kills. There's Envy with 13.
I just think overall, like NP had an incredible result in this game. Like they played super well. Like their reactions to the movement from their team just was perfect from EHOME. Like they would just instantly react. Like as soon as they saw somebody making the move, you saw like 3 or 4 TPs coming, and they helped their buddy out. So I just love to see that. Like in comparison to the first game, the development of how they became more of a unit in the next two games coming up. So I'm just really excited to see how that develops into the next days once they play other teams.
Do you think that's a change in their attitude and their approach, or do you think it's the draft that enabled that? Like, do you think the change in the draft giving players almost their comfort heroes, giving Envy a hero and just saying, do you know what, we'll let Owie go and farm, we'll let Owie go and just Naga Siren it up, but we're going to put you on Mirana, we're going to have heroes around you who can help you out, you just focus on doing you. Do you think that helped?
It's probably both. Like everybody's just like, wow, we're winning fights without our Naga. Like we're playing heroes that we like to play, and we have a Naga on our team. Like you said, they might be a little bit miserable, but they have a little bit that's they're like, we have the Naga. We're gonna win this game. We're owning without really needing him too much to be involved.
Ben, what do you think about the Enchantress pick? Do you think this Enchantress pick was like, we kind of thought the idea was to go and mess with the Naga Siren, and it didn't happen. Was that something about the way MP played against it, or do you think that was just they just that was not what they were going to use it for? What was the deal with Enchantress?
I talked to Vogt about it. We just thought it was a little weak because Mirana can, if you try and pressure mid, she'll just air the creep and it's free XP and gold for her.
Yep.
And also she just doesn't seem that strong. She does not have that much HP. Like you can steal a Naga illusion later. We kind of discussed that too, but it's still weak. Like you can't actually kill the Naga.
Yeah,
unless you pressure her early.
And
which you mentioned.
They could have pressured her early, but they were still like on a kind of a timing window. We said like by like 40 minutes, that's when they can hit like critical. They can hit like critical mass. Of course, the DK can get like a Mjolnir and be able to scare a bit harder first that, but inevitably versus a Naga Siren, you get kind of put in a position where you're like, we don't want to take it to that stage.
Okay, well, we're going to go and have a little chat with Purge, and Kev, tell us what you thought. I'm sure he's highlighted a primo moment, so let's go Purge's primo moment. Purge.
Thank you, Ted. I really appreciated that throw. Well done. That was great. I want to talk about the draft a little bit. Obviously, the big moment was, or the big thing to look at was Naga Siren. Can EHOME actually stop them from getting out of control? I mean, I think they had the right tools for it. I mean, they had so many push heroes, really. I mean, Luna's decent at pushing. You got Shadow Demon, Dragon Knight, Enchantress. Maybe Dart, we'll say Darks or 2, whatever. They got 5 push heroes, right? Group up as a team, try to take towers, try to take Arax before the Radiance gets online, or do so much damage that it doesn't really matter. I mean, they did get their first tier 1 at 6 minutes. There was a couple ganks and things that happened before here, but I think the important thing was that what NP did was they constantly put pressure on the off lane. I mean, we're 8 minutes into this. Disruptor came bottom, they had Warlock bottom, and they had Sand King bottom. They weren't necessarily hoping to get a kill. They had the right tools and the right damage to do it. But even though the fact that they lost 2 heroes in this engagement and Envy cleaned up 1, they kept it semi-comparable, which is important because the important hero that's not in this fight is Naga Siren. And that's kind of what kept happening. I mean, after that lane pushed out, after the last engagement, AUI TP'd to the bot lane to actually take easy farm there. He gave the top lane to Sand King. Very selfless play there that accelerated his supports. And then it eventually just got into some of the fights like these ones where AUI gets caught in the jungle by the other 2 heroes ganking him, and he's able to react to that nicely just by popping the sleep and landing the Static Storm and Arrow combo afterwards. It's like their heroes just comboed so well together. And ultimately, they had the right heroes once they had Radiance. Once they had Radiance, the game was just over because they could force people to fight repeatedly using Glimpse. And even when things go bad, pop Song, set up another combo with another set of heroes. This was really like the 5 heroes that I feel like NP pick all the time, and they played it perfectly this game.
Hey guys, I'm here with Ad Finum, one of the greatest teams here in the major. I love you guys, you're amazing. Now, before we begin, I did this with your other teammates as well. I would like you to talk to the camera. You're new, and people need a first impression of you. So I want you to say your name, look into the camera, and sell that first impression. It's what they're gonna remember you forever with. So here we go.
I'm Madara Omar Dabasas. Hello.
It's good. Remember that. Don't forget that, guys. Do not forget that. That was good. All right. All yours. Hit the camera. Give it your love, dude.
Hello, I'm Yorgos, SSA Spartan, and we are the underdogs, and the dogs going high.
No, we're
gonna beat you up.
What are you doing? Dog! Get your ass back here! The dogs go high, Thug! The dogs go high! Okay. Thug, give it to him.
I'm Dimitrios Thag Plivouris. I'm playing mid for at Finum.
That was good! That was good. It wasn't dogs go high, but it was good. All right. You guys know each other very well. We, as the Dota community, we got to get to know you more, and I want to see just how well you know each other. So we're going to play a game.
Okay.
Here's how you play the game. Okay. I'm going to say one of you, I'm going to point to one of you, and I'm going to ask a question. And then you guys all have to write what you think the answer to that question is. When I point to you, write down what the real answer is, okay?
Okay.
Very easy. Here we go. Are you ready? Question number 1. What was the worst moment they ever had in game? And we're going to do you first. Write down the worst moment you've ever had on Team Adfinum in a game.
No play.
The most, okay, how about the most embarrassing moment he's ever had in a game?
Oh boy.
Are you ready? Write it down. I'll hold this for you. Don't worry about it.
Most embarrassing.
Take your time. If he doesn't have any, you could write that down. Say he's perfect. That's fine.
Okay.
But you should write down your answer, though. What to you was the most embarrassing moment? Don't say it out loud. No. You're good. Okay. All right, are we all ready?
Yes. Okay, I got
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Flip them around. Show the cameras. I don't know, and then you wrote LOL 3 times. Okay. And what does yours say?
Smaller letters, please.
What? You show the camera, not us. Just say what it means in the microphone, sir. What did you write?
Okay, he bought back at major qualifiers against Liquid.
All right.
He almost threw the game.
And your answer was?
Correct.
Correct. All right. That's good. Good job. Well done. All right.
That's the left color.
All right. This one's for you, Spartan.
Okay.
All right. Everybody, please write down Spartan. What is his favorite dish? What is his favorite meal?
Meal?
Favorite meal for Spartan. It's taking so long. It's just the food. All right. On 3, boys. 1. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're still doing this. Okay. Take your time.
Okay. No.
Good.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Flip them around.
Oh, it's like it's a Greek food.
Yeah, he's lying.
No,
What?
It is line.
it's a.
You're lying.
That's the correct one.
It's spaghetti, but it's in Greek.
No, that's the correct one.
No, it's not. That's a Greek. No,
What?
no, that's my favorite food.
With
Okay.
hearts.
Yeah,
With
it's
hearts.
pistachio, yeah.
That is hot. All right. What pasta with meat? Is that correct?
Pasta with meat. Yeah, it's
Oh, okay. So okay. So well done. All right. We still good. All right.
I got it.
yeah.
All right. Thug. This one's good one. All right.
Two.
What is Thug's favorite hero? What is Thug's favorite hero?
Alright.
All right.
All right. Okay. Easy peasy. This should even I know this one. Dude. This is like I don't know anything, and even I know this one. Okay. What are you? Don't show your spoilers, dude. What are you doing?
Yeah, sorry.
All right. Okay. Are we ready?
Right now, I'm gonna write down.
You okay?
Go.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Flip it. Ah, okay.
Yeah,
All right. Okay, it's time to.
Alright.
All right, very good. Everyone got that one. All right, it's time to spice this one up. It's been really easy so far. So here's a hard question for you. All right.
Yes.
Which one of you 3 do you think would survive the longest on a desert island with your entire team? All right. Out of you 3, which one would live the longest on a desert island with your team? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Flip them. Me, of course. Spartan and Spartan. All right. Okay, another easy one. Damn, I don't know how to stump you guys. You guys are too good. I just want one question where you don't get them right. Okay, all right. Which one of you, out of everyone on your team this time, who is going to be the MVP at the Boston Major? Which one of you is going to be the best? Which one is going to win the games for you?
That's a hard question.
That is a hard question.
I can't blame.
Hey guys, I'm here with Adfinum. Are we good?
Everyone will save me, but I want to say something else.
Okay.
I'm gonna raise their moral.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say.
No.
Okay. I'm going to play Irish word.
Are you done, dude? Are you done? Why are you erasing yours? We were still playing. God damn it.
Okay, I'm ready.
Alright, wait.
Okay.
He's our secret player.
Okay, are we ready? Oh, no.
I'm gonna give it to you.
All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hit it. Me, Scott, and then we have to bleep that now. And then
Who is this? Kanto-kun?
Our coach.
our coach.
He's our secret player.
Wow. All right. Well, and finally, we
he's
finally
the MVP.
stumped him. Thank
Okay, I
you,
said Skylar.
guys. You are just an amazing team. Thank you so much for this hard work. It's been a blast, and I hope you guys do great at the major. Thank you so much. Hello, guys. I'm here with Ad Finham. How's it going, boys? Now, you guys are new to the scene a little bit, right? This is your first big major, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's the first one.
Okay, so I want you to give your best introduction to people that are seeing you for the first time. Say your name, how you want them to remember. This is your first impression. Give it like how you want them to remember you from now on.
I'm Skylark. I play for Team Finham, and I'm the best Beastmaster in the world.
That's it. I mean, all right. Hit it up.
Okay. I'm maybe next time, Apostolos Veros, and I am the support of Team Finham and the Hidden Ace.
The Hidden Ace. I like best Beastmaster in the world. That's hard. What
That's
is
a tattoo. You should show the camera the tattoo, man.
Alright.
the what?
He has a tattoo of Beastmaster.
Holy shit! Is that real?
Yes, he has a continuous in the back.
That's freaking awesome. Okay, you actually are the Beast. I hope that he never gets nerfed. What if he gets like Techie's nerfed? What are you gonna do?
He got nerfed like 4 times in a row, right? How much more is gonna get?
What more can happen? All right. So you guys are an amazing team. There's nothing you can't do. You guys are good friends, and I want to test that friendship here today. Are you ready to test it? I'm gonna play a little thing called the dating game. I'm not gonna make you date. We're just gonna ask questions. I want you to grab these guys right here in front of you, and what you're gonna do is you're gonna draw a picture. Yeah, you can put your microphone down, so I'll hold it if you want. All right. So I'm gonna ask you a question, and I want you guys to draw the answer of your partner, right? What he would think. For example, if I say, "What's your favorite food?" You're gonna draw his favorite food, and then or just write it. Just write it, so you don't have to.
I'm not good at that.
Okay, no drawing. That's fine. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a question. You write down what it is, then you guys flip it and see if it's correct. All right? Here we go. Question number 1. What is his least favorite hero? His least favorite hero. Write it big. Gotta have the camera see it. What? Yeah, E-R-K. Oh, O-R-K.
O-R-K.
Oh, that was a close one. Jeez. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. What do we got? Well, you both hate Clockwork? Is that?
You should the other guys.
The other guys. You're supposed to write his least favorite hero.
My least favorite hero is Clockwork.
Yes.
He's so fucking.
He's your worst hero as well.
You know, that's 2 different things. That's 2 different things. Least. Okay.
Every time he uses Clockwork, he's mad at yes, picking it.
What is your least favorite hero if it's not Clockwork?
First of all, I want to say that my teammate is mentally challenged. I want to say this from the beginning. And Clockwork is not my least favorite hero. My least favorite hero is like Ogre Magi.
Ogre Magi?
Yeah.
That's a lie.
Why
That's
Ogre
a
Magi?
lie.
It's a useless hero that you just have to sit behind course and use Bloodlust. That's your whole job. And everyone who plays Ogre should like max Bloodlust and then use stats, guys, and you win game.
That's great.
All he does every game with Ogre is just smoke and kill the Koi Bloodlust. He thinks he's bounty hunter.
Well, okay, all right, sorry about that. All right, well, let's try another one. What is your partner's least favorite thing to be called? It's their least favorite thing to be called. What's something that annoys them? Or how about, I'll just make it easy for you. Seems like you're having difficulty with that. What annoys your partner most?
What
annoys your partner most? What tilts them the most?
It has to be one word.
Sure, or no, you can write it out, sure. What annoys your partner the most?
I got a word.
Okay. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Tickling in Weeboo. Okay, I need some. Is that correct? Is the thing that annoys you the most is Weeboo? Is that like?
That's the anime thing, right?
The anime thing.
Yeah.
You don't like the weebs?
It's close,
I I don't like the cringy stuff.
Oh, so we're in trouble then. This is not good. Okay,
Madara, he's a weirdo, he's a weebo, you know?
Oh, he's a weeb, so you're not into that?
Okay. No, I'm joking. He's half weebo, half weebo.
Half only half? Okay, cool. Tickling, is that accurate? Is the thing that...
Yeah, and that thing triggered me.
He gets triggered.
Okay.
That's why I do it.
He knows like as I do it all the time.
Okay, so he's right though. I mean, that was good. Okay. One more, and then I'll let you be free. Last one. This one's important. What is your partner's favorite thing in life? Favorite thing in their entire lives. The thing that they love the most. Not like your family. That's lame as shit. Give me like their favorite thing.
Favorite thing.
To do, to eat, anything. Their most prized thing. What is it? He wrote it down instantly. This is concerning for you.
He's laughing.
He knows. He knows.
I cannot know the answer.
Okay. I'm ready.
All right.
I need some seconds here.
Take your time. This is important. All right, you're taking too much time. You're taking too much time. All right.
I got something in mind.
Okay.
Take your time, sir.
Take your time.
Maybe next major.
I'm gonna type the usual here.
Okay, go for it.
Maybe next major, sir. You'll be ready. Hello.
Okay, well, that's something. All right, 1, 2, 3, flip them over. Okay, we have food and then girls or boys? Girls or boys? All right, so please describe. What is that accurate? Is your favorite thing girls or boys?
Maybe you should ask him.
Yeah, what the hell does that mean, dude? What are you doing?
I mean, the girls, yes. The boys is to trigger him for something he did earlier.
Okay.
By boys, I believe he means my team. Maybe.
Oh, your boys?
Yes.
Like your homies?
He means he means Alpinum, I think.
Okay.
Like I said in the beginning, he has some.
Mother.
Yeah.
All right. So, is that accurate? Is your favorite thing in the world girls or your team?
Above everything else, it's girls, and like Alpinum.
Oh, that's very good. That's very good.
If the women are here, Alpinum are like bottom, so.
All right. Well, that's good. Then he's right. He's right. Okay. So yours was food for him. Food. That's your favorite thing in the world.
That's a lie. I gotta say girls too.
Girls as well. Okay.
Yeah.
No. He eats like you have never seen a person eat before.
If you could never eat again, or you could never see a girl again, what would it be, dude? You would live. You wouldn't die if you couldn't eat food. Never. No more girls or no more food. We're about to get to the bottom of if he's right or not.
Depends if the food is good.
It's your favorite, just food. You'll never be able to taste again or never see a girl again. What are you gonna do?
All right, I think definitely food.
Okay, so he was right. Yeah, that was correct. You just had to reveal that to yourself. Well, and look at that. You guys learned something new about each other here for the first time. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations, guys. You did great. Probably better than any team I've ever seen before. Well done, boys. Thank you very much.
Next matchup, Newbie versus Oddfinim.
Welcome back to the Boston Major. EHOME sent home in a full 3 games. In fact, the first time we actually got to see a full 3, and that was thanks to NP. I'm not trying to rhyme, I promise. I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson. We've got another series to look forward to now. It's time to see the very exciting Greeks on the main broadcast, surprising us in the group stage with some very close 3-game series, and they're going up against Newbie, a team who are, despite losing 3 TI winning players, still looking fantastic. Let's have a look at the 2 teams, and then we're going to get into the nitty-gritty with my panel.
An organization synonymous with success put its faith in a band of talented youngsters and has reaped the rewards. Led by Kaka, the fearsome genius of mid-SCCC and Carry UUU9 have already terrorized the Chinese scene this autumn. This direct invite team is undoubtedly a major threat. Welcome on stage, Newbie. This band of Greek gladiators stuck together through thick and thin. And now, their major breakthrough has finally arrived. Benefiting from the vast improvements of mid-laner Thug, they dominated the European regional qualifiers in style. This is the biggest tournament of their careers so far, and after the trials and tribulations to get this point, they will relish every second of it. Welcome on stage, Adfinim.
Newbie versus Adfinim. This is actually a matchup that a lot of our panel are excited to introduce. So much storylines crammed into one spot. I know, in particular, I think, Fog, you are particularly looking forward to seeing what the Greeks can do on the main stage. It's a little something to do with Greek origins, perhaps?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. We gave Winter the same thing with the Warriors. Don't frown at me. Winter's joining us again in his baby pink. How are you doing today, dude? Good to have you back on the desk.
Thanks.
Yeah, I missed you, but then again, I also loved your cast.
Wow, thanks.
Was that your first cast in the main event?
Yeah, I've never done that.
How did it feel?
Great.
Yeah, get hyped. Do you have the crowd just cheering you on behind you?
Yeah, I like casting with Gorman.
Yeah, he makes lots of loud noises with his mouth. He's good at that. He is, and Shiva's joining us as well on the panel.
Yes.
Whew, this is good. Newbie are going to be our first discussion topic, though. We'll be getting to the Greeks later. Fog, bite your tongue.
I said nothing.
I appreciate that. But the storyline coming into this one, Shiva, it seems to be that this rebuild project, getting Newbie back into this kind of, defending their dynasty almost with some young blood. Does that sound right to you?
Yes. We described it as the Chinese version of OG earlier on this tournament, where you have SCCC being the miracle, high MMR, star player, and everybody else has to kind of fall in around him to make sure that he has a great game and just basically pushed themselves a victory with SCCC at the head in terms of performance. So a lot of pressure on that guy, but he is a guy that actually can handle it, and he is definitely a rightfully so star player on the team.
SCC caught our eye in the group stages as well, Winter. There was more than one occasion you were telling me that you think he's a top contender alongside the likes of maybe for, the real hard hitters of China in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think one of his best heroes, obviously everyone knows the Invoker, but the hero has, been somewhat not favored by the teams as much because you have to play the hero very well, and he's very weak in the early stages, where we saw a lot of teams, especially like VP, they put so much pressure in the early game. Like when you have a weak laning phase, you get punished very, very heavily.
Yeah, and of course, all kind of under the shroud of Kaka, a name I'm sure you're no stranger to, Fogged.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like overall, they're a very good unit. They have two players who have been, or at least like two players that have been around for a long time, and then they have very aggressive players as well. Not only just consistent, but they're very good at what they want to do, what their game plan wants to be.
Right.
They always they emphasize a lot on giving SCC a very good lane. Same thing with UU9. KP makes so much space for this team. He's always just making the plays across the map. So he's usually like the kind of sacrificial lamb for this team, just tanking a few deaths, but making the plays happen.
His transition really well. Like back before, when he was playing with Hao and Mu, he was probably doing a lot more farming. He played some Naga Siren games for the team. But right now he's more like you said, the space maker. He's different now on the off lane.
Yeah, I'm seeing relentless nods as well. You're a big fan of KP, Sheev?
I am. I really love watching that guy on the offlane. I don't know how he does as much as he does with the... Like, he doesn't take that much farm, Everything goes to UU9 and SCCC, and then you got KP just being able to make all these plays with a very small amount of farm that he gets.
He likes his Midas, though.
He does like his Midas. That does help.
Yeah. Well, and all of this is happening with the voice of Kaka in their ears. He is, of course, their captain. Captain Kaka, it sounds good to say. And now we're going to have his voice in our ears as we check out an interview with Slacks.
Hey guys, I am here with Kaka from New B. Here you are, sir. Boston Major, New B at another big event. Who would have thought?
在我的意料之中吧，因为我觉得我们可以来到这里。
Yeah, I thought so as well. So I want to talk to you about just the team chemistry in general. You lost 3 very strong players, all TI winners, and you've got a new squad, and you're one of the most senior members. How are you guys feeling?
就磨合起来，现在还是非常棒吧，就是每个人的默契都非常好。
Good, good. You guys play a lot of games. I think you play the most games out of anybody else in Dota. Is there a reason why?
就是因为我们就是基本上每个比赛嘛，我们都打进了最后面，基本上，所以我们打的比赛就非常多。
So you're so good. You play so many matches because you guys are good. Well, I can understand that. Okay.
运气比较好吧，都打得比较后面，就是打到赛程都打到最后的赛程吧，决赛日什么的。
Sure, sure. So you're one of the more senior members of the squad now. I wanted to ask you about your teammates. What can you tell me about SCCC? He's a serious guy from what I've talked to him.
他之前是当兵的嘛，就是他在游戏里面的话，就是非常认真嘛，就是打法会非常凶，会干一些非常有侵略性的举动。然后生活上的话，就有一个是比较贴心的一个人，就是比如说不知道怎么形容，就是一个非常贴心的人嘛，然后也就人狠话不多的那种。
Cool. So who's one of your favorite guys that's on your team? Who do you mesh well with outside of the game? Who's like your good friend on the squad?
我跟 KB 关系应该是最好吧，因为我跟他待了上一个时期的牛逼，我跟他也是队友嘛。然后我们这个时代的牛逼的话，其他3个人都是新人嘛，但是之前都有接触，就这样子。
You're a serious guy, I gotta admit. What do you do outside of Dota for fun? Tell me a little bit about Kaka.
就是我在游戏外的话，一般就看一下电影，然后看一下动漫，然后平常的话就是单排，基本上就没有别的了。
I think that's the same for all Dota players, right? I mean, that's pretty much the MO these days. Anime, solo queue, maybe some movies. So I understand. Very good. Okay, I want to know about how you think you're going to do in Boston. Newbie seems to do extremely well. They get to the end, and then it's almost... They sometimes just don't get it. Do you think that you have the ability to win this one?
我觉得单败的话，可能就是能打赢这个，然后才会往后看，就是只看好眼前的，就是慢慢打嘛。
Very excited to see where you guys end up at the major. It's been always a pleasure to watch your games. Any words out there for people watching at home?
希望我们能打进前4吧。我们来之前的目标是前4，希望看运气怎么样吧。
All right. Well, let's hope that fortune smiles down on Newbie as they fight their way through that single elimination bracket here at the Boston Major. Best of luck to you guys, and I'm sure we'll be seeing some more from them very soon.
Getting to hear from Kakar as the new look Newbie has already been finding success. Of course, not forgetting they came in as 2nd seed of their group, just falling short of taking the 1st seed and meeting the 4th respectively. But now, Newbie from China. Winter, you were suggesting that they they're not opposed to changing their game plan coming into different opponents.
Yeah, they're really flexible. They play a lot of different strats. They adjust their playstyle depending on opponent. And some teams, like OG, they don't really, care much about what the opponents do. They're really focused on what they're doing. But a team like Newbie, they are always changing. They have I think Shiva mentioned that Jack told her, Newbie are not a team that does very well against an uncharted opponent. If they don't know much about the opponent, they don't do well.
Yeah, they actually said that they are not good against teams that they're unfamiliar with. Now, the lucky thing for them is that Adfinum actually played 9 games in the group stages. All their series went to 3 games. So they have a lot of stuff to work with, but if that's enough, I don't know.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's where we're going next. Adfinum and just their general prowess has been quite well praised. They're the only team to actually make every single series a full 3-game stomp. And it's not a stomp, excuse me, I couldn't find the word. But Madara, Thug, Skylark, maybe next time, and Spartan. Not only do they have these achievements in the group stage, but they got 1st in their EU regionals, and a team that I think is definitely worth singing about, Fog.
Yeah, they are a team that I would say they suffer a bit in the laning phase, but then they have this explosive mid-game. Their team fight prowess is probably one of the best ones that we've seen in quite a long time. I guess maybe just you can assume that it's just because of their synergy. You can look at that interview with Slacks and you see, wow, these guys they're buddies. They know each other so well. They kind of know their play styles, know exactly what they hate, what they like. That really helps you when you get into those type of skirmishes, like who's going to communicate, where are they going to communicate as well.
Or you don't have to communicate to do certain things. That actually helps a lot. Like sometimes you don't have time to say a certain move, but your teammate, because he's so well familiar with your playstyle, then he knows you're going to do that.
And that's just something that you cannot get when you have this fresh roster. It comes with time and with playing the game together.
Yeah, they've been together for a very long time. Before this, they were
1.5 years.
1.5 years or so. Yeah. Before this, they were London Conspiracy, and then I think they swapped out one player. I think Skylark came in.
So is this one of the longest standing rosters? At
this event, Wings probably a little bit longer.
WG also more than 1 year together.
Okay.
They made 1 or 2 swap outs, but they are pretty much majority the same.
Just a handful. Just a handful then.
Yeah.
Adfinum are up there as sticking together and trying to show that it does indeed work. We're going to be looking at maybe next time as he sat down with Slacks, and then we'll be talking further about what the Greeks have to offer here in the Boston Major.
Hello, I am here with MNT, as he calls himself. Maybe next time. Which one do you prefer, actually?
MNT is better for you, I think.
Oh, frightening. Okay, great. Well, let's begin. So, Adfinum, I want to talk to you about your team. You guys are actually all insane from everything that I've seen so far. You yell, you party, every match is insanity. Tell me about your team. Describe for people who've never seen Adfinum in real life, and trust me, it is worth it. What do you guys like?
Spartan is the most hyped and the most straightforward guy. He's laughing 24/7, and he's gonna hug you even though if he doesn't know you. So sometimes that's an issue. Then we have Skylark, who's the calm guy, who's calm and collected, and he's like a monster. That's his attributes. Being good at Dota is not one of them. Then we have Madara, our tremendous carry. He's also a pretty cool guy, doesn't talk too much. Then we have Thug, who's the coolest of all of us, always with the great jokes and stuff. He always talks about how he's from a tough neighborhood, so we cannot mess with him. because he's from Tavros. But as a team, we all really love the game, and we're all hyped when we get to play the game. So every game for us is pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big deal for you. I believe that this is your biggest event, right?
Yeah, by far.
You guys have some unique conditions that you play under. I was talking to some of the guys that worked with you guys. One of them said that you shut off all the lights when you play. Is that accurate? Is that a thing?
Yeah, but I thought it was ordinary for all the teams. I don't know. Seems pretty normal to me. Everything is no lights, and we just play.
That's very focused, though. I mean, you guys don't see anything but your monitors, and then the screams in the darkness. I mean,
pretty sure if anyone is playing professional Dota and is looking at something else but the monitor is doing a bad job, so yeah.
You see?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, you guys are innovating all over the place. Now, you talked all over about your teammates. You didn't say anything about yourself. I've done a little research on you. So, you used to sell fireplaces.
Yeah, I was working it was a family business, and we used to build fireplaces with stone and stuff.
Yeah.
And then at some point we got to bring new fireplaces and sell them, because it was a different kind of fireplaces. I can sell you some if you want.
Hey, that'd be great.
We can talk later.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna do a special offer for you.
Oh, wow, that's great. Now, so that was a family business, right? And then how did they feel about you kind of doing all this Dota stuff? Because you had to leave that then, eh? Or was that a long time ago?
No, it was we were forced to close the business due to economical crisis and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't while I was doing that business, I was still playing Dota, and not with Adfinem obviously, but I was still trying to play and go competitive. And then we shut the business down, and then I was went for 1 year to study psychology.
Yeah.
And during that, I joined Adfinem, and I was trying to balance the two, but I was burnt out by the end of the year, and I had to quit the psychology thing, to focus just on Dota, and here I am now.
Your teammates, tell me what's some kind of psychological disorder that one of them has, because I know that they do.
It's a good one. I believe Spartan has schizophrenia.
That's a serious one. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Okay. Any reason why?
Because he's just mental, sometimes. You have to be around us when we play, It's just we were playing the official the other day, and he was just saying some random stuff about some funny stuff during the game. I was like, guys, can we please focus on the game? Hello, guys, please.
During an official? What?
Yeah, during the official, he was saying a joke we used to say, but you don't say that stuff during the game.
Right, no.
But it was cool. We were winning. It was the third game versus EHOME where we were stomping them, so it was
Okay, so let's talk more about the major. Who are you guys going up against coming up here?
We're going against Newbie. They're a really good team, so we have to study them and play our top game against them. Chinese teams are a lot different than what you used to play. When you're from Europe and play in events, you don't get to play versus that kind of teams.
And in game, I want to know how you guys' communication works.
You mean who's leading and stuff, or?
Yeah, just how you guys talk in a game, because you're very vocal. You guys are constantly yelling 3, 2, 1, go, kill them all.
Well, yeah, Spartan is mostly leading the game and stuff, but Spartan yells a lot, He doesn't have a medium voice, he just yells a lot, and in order to get above him, for others to hear you above Spartan, you have to yell as well, so it goes like this.
Yeah.
And we all yell except Skylark. Skylark is the low guy. I'm please dude, yell some more, we can't hear you. Yeah.
Just talk to me about what that's like being a smaller team, now making it here.
It feels satisfying, above all, I believe, because it's really hard to get here, and you have to sacrifice a lot of things in your real life, in your personal life. Be it a job, be it college, be it time with your girlfriend, and you just have to sacrifice a lot of stuff to do something that a lot of people don't understand. Especially in Greece, you can't really explain to your parents or your friends I have to sit on my computer and play practice or scrim or play a tournament. It's really difficult. So people don't understand you, and when you actually make it and you're okay, I'm going to the major or I'm going to a tournament, and you others see that this is actually a thing, what you do, it's actually a profession, and you don't just waste your time playing video games. It feels satisfying because it improves overall your relationships, because then they get to understand what it is.
Do you feel like you've made it already, or do you have to place pretty well this event to say that you've made it?
No, this is just the beginning,
All
for
right.
sure.
Fantastic. Well, we will see just the beginning and how far Ad Finem will go in the Boston Major, but all eyes are on them, and ears as well. All right. Thank you, guys, and we'll see you in a little bit.
These interviews are both humbling but also a fantastic way to get to know the players better. That was MNT, or maybe next time. A fantastic moustache and also a fantastic insight into what the Greeks have been up to. It does seem like there's a solid leadership structure. Spartan at the helm of that one. He does seem to be the loud voice in the team, perhaps something to do with his military service. In fact, spending over 9 months in the Special Forces. I did some digging. He's been doing that, comes back, and that's going to maybe help with his leadership.
I would never really expect that, though. Like, looking at the guy and talking to the guy, he is an absolute clown.
So
There's
you're
really
saying
no
he
other
can
way
be
to put it.
sneaky?
Well, he can be sneaky, he can be quiet, but he also he has the voice, he has the discipline necessary, perhaps, for leadership.
Well, that's actually true. Yeah. I'd have to really look that up, and someone would have to tell me that to believe that.
There could be a parallel. SCC is the same. He's done some compulsory military service as well, and so both of them, perhaps that translates into being a successful and well-disciplined gamer.
I think learning discipline, like you have to have discipline if you want to compete at the highest level. So in that regard, yeah, sure.
There are a lot of parallels between that, military service, professional sports as well. In fact, I did some more. I'm getting my fun fact in there. Thug is an ex-professional Tier 2 Greek football player.
Yeah.
Football player,
How cool is that?
That is really cool.
He's
really,
very
really
good.
Cool.
He's very, very good.
And that, of course, translates you have that competitive drive to be the best you possibly can be. Definitely, there's like a trend between the two.
He's very humble too. He even I would try to bring him up talking about it, and he would just be dead silent about it. So you can Thug's just a very humble guy about even into Dota.
There might also be some you weren't the best. Maybe maybe he had a handicap, or maybe he had an injury that forced him to stop. Maybe that's a painful part of his past, and you just brought it back.
Jesus, Shiver. Maybe not though.
But it is
maybe he was just that good.
It is a recurring trend that you have human beings who are really competitive in a sport. Injury, forced to sit inside and play games, get damn good at video games. It is definitely that. And two people that are damn good at video games is our featured matchup. We head over to support this time. You can have a quick look at the two names on your screen. It is none other than Spartan, the aforementioned Magic Man, and of course Kakar as well, who we had an interview with earlier on today for Newbie.
Look at the average deaths. Oh my god.
The difference is...
It's appropriate, though. Spartan's a very selfless player. He dies for his team a lot. I mean, he doesn't really play with farm. It's usually MNT who takes all the farm. Spartan's just kind of like playing the Wisp or something like along these lines, making the moves happen, and dying for the cause.
But definitely playmakers. Both are playmakers for the
both
team.
are captains of the team too.
Also that. And that Spartan is loud. That even, you hear him in the halls, that's fair enough, but it's even more important when they're in the booths. They're shouting just as loud, and he's a very emotional leader in that regard as well. And I don't think he ever loses that positive mindset when they're in a game. They always feel like they can win. They always fight.
I mean, that's like one of a really good trait of a captain. You want to be the last one to give up. Like when everyone has already given up, you still want to be pushing your team. No, we can still do it.
I just wonder how they show this guy if they show this guy a lot of respect in the game. Because like we said, he's kind of clowny, he's kind of trolly, he's loud, but I mean it has to work for them, right? They've made it here after such a long struggle, going through the Boston qualifiers. I know you had a point you wanted to make, Shiver, about
in the Boston
run.
qualifiers, they had a fantastic run. Okay, they did amazingly well. Unlike other qualifiers they played in TI qualifiers, they played in the Manila qualifiers, and they were boot camping for those qualifiers. As a serious team, they wanted to boot camp for that. This qualifiers, unfortunately, they weren't able to do that, which happens. So everybody plays in their own circumstances, and in that point, Madara was sick, like incredibly ill.
And not the good kind.
Not the good kind of ill. And he refused to so we heard this afterwards. He refused to tell his team. His team didn't know he was super ill until after they already won. It's like, okay, guys, now I really need to pass out.
It's like, by the way,
I'm
on my deathbed.
Ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? We keep
crazy.
talking about drive and competitive drive and everything alongside that. Not telling your team you're ill so as not to put them on edge, that's something special from Madara. But let's get predictions going. Shiva, we're going to work our way back from you. I don't think this is an easy one for you to call. Sometimes you've got a team at the tip of your tongue, not this time.
Not this time for sure. Newbie had a really difficult group. We already talked about that a bit. I want Adfinum to win. I'm biased for this one. I'm going with Adfinum. My heart is louder than my head right now.
Like a lion's heart.
Yeah.
What about you, Winter?
I think Newbie has more experience, and I think this matchup is very important for both teams. So there'll be a lot of pressure, and having more experience will be the edge for Newbie.
Giving Newbie the edge, this one from our esteemed colleague Winter. How about you, Fogged?
Oh God, I have to go against my heart.
No.
I love Adfinum. I love the guys. Honestly, I'm biased toward them a bit. But I still have to go Newbie. I think, just like Winter said, they have more experience. This team is going to just bring it. And the way they looked in group stages, they were pretty damn commanding. While Adfinum, I felt like I've seen better days for them. So I'm going to have to go Newbie 2-1.
Okay.
Come on, Alex.
Going with your head. I mean, I actually have to give you some respect because it's not often you see analysts not fall for the heart prediction.
I really want to. I really do. But
I mean, I think I'm just impressed by the fact that Adfinum took EHOME to 3 games, OG to 3 games, and the last one I'm forgetting. They replayed at EHOME, right?
Yeah, they did.
So like, that's already testament to how strong they can be. Go on then. I'll join Shiva. We can hang out. Let's do it. Let's split it. 50-50 on our desk. I'll be going for the Greeks Adfinum, which we just Googled. What does it mean?
To the end.
To the end. Okay. So they'll maybe hang on. That kind of lives up, doesn't it? You go 3 games every series.
Time.
They go to the end.
Wait, did you look it up?
Oh, look at that.
I'm assuming. I'm pretty sure that's what it means.
Alex.
I did just Google it.
My PC was in Russian, by the way.
Oh, lucky you. Get your Cyrillic learning.
Twitch. Well, Twitch loves Adfinum. I think that's after watching that interview. Who couldn't, right?
I like
the interview and the word segments.
Yeah, that was good.
They're the very lovable team for sure.
Yeah, they lost in the Summit 5 in July or whatever. They lost and it was a 3-game series. Why not? And then they came outside. Bluff Fogged, I believe you were at that event. Spartan just happy as a bird as ever.
They lost, and they literally come out of their room laughing their asses off, just like pointing at Skylark and just saying stuff in Greek at him. I'm assuming they're flaming him in some manner, but they just had such high spirits. Even though they just lost, they go outside and they were like, hey, do you guys need content? You want us to cast? Like, seeing that that kind of composure from a team, even though they lost, is great.
Well, I mean, going up against them, it's not like there's no absence of composure. I think I know I don't want to feel like a broken record, but the SCC kind of presence in Newbie cannot be understated, right?
True.
Absolutely.
I mean, how much was there known of him before he was? I mean, I've heard him described to me by multiple people. They come to me and say, yeah, so SEC, they just grabbed him from 9K MMR, shoved him in this roster, and he's just doing damage. Is that really the TLDR, Winter? I mean, is that there's much more to
He was
SEC.
playing like for the second team of Newbie for some time, so I don't think they actually just grabbed him from the pub scene.
I mean, what I heard is that he was in that team for a while, and lots of teams approached them like, we want to snipe SEC, we want him in our roster, and they just kept him, brewed him up, got him all trained up, and then put him into the main roster.
I mean, that's the good thing about having an academy team and a first team. You get to learn from them, and at the same time, the players working around him, you get to know him much better. Sometimes when you look at a pub player, you don't really know his attitude towards the game, and then you get to know when you're at the team house. Because in my opinion, attitude is something that is very important to succeeding.
I think attitude is going to be our biggest kind of discussion, isn't it? I mean, we talk about Adfinum, we talk about Newbie. Both of them seem to be in the good column of attitude.
Yes, for sure.
And I mean, I think the big one that stood out for me, at least for SCC, was that tournament, and it was MDL, I believe, when he played versus Sumail. That was, at least I watched this guy, and I was just like, he just outlaned Sumail.
Dude, Sumail does not lose his lane.
Sumail does not lose his lane. When I saw that, I was like, okay, this guy is on the radar instantly for me. So
he lost his lane. Oh, Sumail lost his lane to SCC, and that's when everyone suddenly will continue to remember the SCC.
Yeah, Sumail is like probably one of the best mates in terms of just winning the lane matchup. Man, if he loses the lane, it says a lot about the opponent.
Yeah. Big dog SCC. We'll get to see him play in just a moment. Looks like players are getting ready for their draft. But first, we'll get a couple of questions from you guys at home. I'll zip my lips, and we'll see what you guys had to say in the question field. It looks like it's going to be Emperor Flagon. He says, potent hero combos you think should be picked but aren't. Now, this is fun, considering how much SD Luna we've been seeing. Combos outside of the most common ones. Anything you like? Anything you're a fan of? Hey, you're a Tide Hunter fangirl. Anything you can throw on with him?
No.
No, you tried.
I really like seeing SSIs play it, but it's maybe right now people want to have combinations that are shorter cooldown, like the disruption from the Shadow Demon Luna combination is great. But if you're talking about combinations that are not picked up fairly often, and I would like to see Faceless Void and Skywrath Mage back.
I got so sick of that
Oh,
from
you're,
TI4.
you're so old school.
But no, but I like
But I
Skywrath Mage,
like
and I just had to think of a hero that would pair well with Skywrath Mage.
That's
Any hero
fine.
that pairs well with Skywrath Mage, I want to see Skywrath.
Clockwork.
I'm a big Skywrath fan too, so I feel
Clockwork.
you.
Low cooldown, hook shot, and then you get to nuke people every time.
Okay, I'll go with it. I like it. Clockwork Skywrath
I
Mage.
convince her.
Yes.
Look at that. Like, I like that we get a whole like kind of just forum of discussion.
I thought we'd see
What about
some
you, Phil?
more the Veno Warlock combo. I think we saw it I think we saw it twice now, maybe only once, but
the
that's
group
one that's
stages,
super lethal.
We haven't really seen that much Warlock apart from NP, actually.
Mhm.
So I thought we were going to see more Warlock altogether.
And Veno. I thought
And
EG was
yeah.
going to grab it when
Oh,
it was every single game in the group stages. Veno's banned first too, and then when it's unbanned, they were like, nah, we're going for different strategies.
And we should clarify what on earth are we looking at? Pasticcio. I feel like I'm missing a meme here. Apparently, someone told me that is a poor man's Pyrian Flax.
Apparently.
That's what he's going for.
He is cosplaying Pyrian Flax, and he is thinking that Pyrian, when he sits here, actually is not wearing pants.
I'm with you now. So Ted is just dressed from
Yeah, because you
rear
don't
up.
need to be dressed.
You don't.
Because nobody sees it.
No, I have done broadcasting like boxer shorts before. I'm not the only one, I'm sure.
Well,
No, just
I've
me, just
never
me?
done that.
All right, never mind.
You are right now.
Yes, exactly. Right now, I have whipped out a cheeky knee on more than one occasion.
All right.
You guys are awful, honestly.
So one thing that I
I
think
know
is
you love us,
really
Winter.
interesting for this matchup, and Fogg, you were touching on it earlier.
Ooh.
Oh, kiss cam.
Oh, it's getting
hot.
Yeah, I
Hot
was
and
going to say,
sweaty.
Boston's quite cold.
I mean,
but
they're
it's
getting
heating
ready.
up.
They're getting ready for Ad Finum Newbie, right?
Yeah.
How better than to heat up the whole entire area?
It is very exciting to see these two clash. I think I feel like the whole vibe on this desk is anticipating a full 3. No matter, I know we predicted 50-50, but you guys are making it clear to me you're expecting this to go all the way.
And you know what? Even if it doesn't, even for example, if Newbie is like next leveling, Ad Finum will make sure that even if they lose, the games are going to be exciting and hype. There's not going to be a dull moment, I think, in this series. So I'm still thinking it will be a 2-1. But we'll see.
Yeah, me too. I think this series will be very hotly contested. Both teams have been really, really good in the group stages. I think I casted some of the Ad Finum games. I think they were really impressive. They freaking first placed a sniper.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Oh, you told me about this.
They won that game. I was like, oh my god.
And then they did it again, right? They did it like the third game after that.
They lost that game.
Okay, but they still did it.
Yeah.
First phase
it was still a close game. We were like, oh my god, our team's actually going to first phase sniper now?
Out of the 4 games that they won, 2 of them were with Sniper on top.
Okay, so we'll keep our eyes on the draft when it does come up.
Yeah.
We've got one social question before we do get that draft
Okay.
underway. Players are obviously just brainstorming, getting through their notebooks of how that draft's going to go down. We have Harry, he comes in with honest opinion. Most handsome player at the major.
So I
Full
thought
Kappa Pride.
SCCC.
He's
Like
cute.
from this matchup
Yeah.
comes to mind first because obviously they're on stage right now, so we just saw them.
This is where my biased heart will come out. MNT.
MNT? But you like the facial hair? Facial hair works for you, does it?
I don't know, he's just like, I like talking to him too. He's just a really, really cheery guy. Maybe that's not really most
Fault and
handsome.
MNT are going to skip into the sunset together.
What about
Winter,
you, Winter?
Do you count as a player? Because
I would actually consider Mr. Richardson here.
I'm not a
Oh.
player. Not a player.
Don't suck up to the host. It doesn't work
He's
out.
such a charmer. Yeah, he's got that charmer, the C charm.
Well, he's another
So
kind
look,
of player,
there
you
you
know.
go.
He is a very handsome guy.
And if you were
God, what
ever
have we descended
comment
into?
on a man's eyebrows, those eyebrows are on fleek. Sorry.
Oh, don't say that word.
I got
I
told
just
we're
said
not
it.
allowed to say fleek anymore.
I didn't get the memo.
Okay.
So
Now you
hereby.
got the memo.
I got the memo.
You get one.
Oh.
Only one.
You get
okay,
one fleek.
Serious answer. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't
Oh,
specify.
they
That's
didn't
true. They didn't say
specify,
which
it's true.
at the tournament or did they say at the tournament?
So that the major.
At the major.
Oh, okay.
You tried.
They didn't say which major.
Yeah, oh, yeah. At the major. Yeah, to be fair, any major.
Any major.
Which we've well, I've been having this debate. I've been saying, just want to clarify, the 4th major.
I would consider TI not a major because if you're going to call TI a major, then you would have to call all TIs a
them.
major.
Then we've had 10.
Yes.
Right. So the reason I'm calling it the 4th is since the major project started,
Yes.
this is the 4th one. In the intro video, we showed you the 3 prior to this, your Frankfurt, your Shanghai, your Manila.
We didn't show TI. There you
Didn't
go.
show TI. And so in my mind,
Hello.
oh, can we
We've
wake
got
him
another
up?
one. Can we wake him up?
Hey, wake. Should
Good
we all?
morning.
Okay, guys, everyone in the crowd, on 3, let's make some noise. Let's see if we wake him up. 1, 2, 3. Good morning!
It actually
Good
worked.
morning.
He's having none of it.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello.
he's like, oh,
Hi.
that's me. There you go.
This is so horrible. We should never have done that. That was actually, I feel like I've actually just, this is cyberbullying on a new level.
That was great.
The whole theatre just woke him up, and he's having none of it.
He was stone faced. He's like, this is
He's
how I
just
wake
like,
up every day.
Oh, you guys again.
Just want to watch Dota, you know.
He's waiting for the draft.
He's waiting for the draft.
And so are we. We
Aren't
are
we
still
all?
waiting to get that one underway. I'll get word on how that's going, but there is much more to be discussed.
Yes, guesswork. Who's going to be Dire? Both teams love Dire.
Ooh, good question.
And that is unusual because a lot of teams have preferred Radiant over the.
I think
last
mostly
few
the
years.
Chinese teams prefer Dire. I think newbie prefers Dire.
But I think Adfinin prefers Dire as well.
Adfinem had 6 out of 9 of their games on Dire. So maybe they just lost lots of coin tosses.
They couldn't be unlucky. This is true.
They could just be extremely unlucky.
Why would a team choose Radiant over Dire? What's the main difference?
I think the main difference is the mid lane, where it's easier for you to stack the Ancients or farm the side camps is nearer. Like, for example, if you have a hero like Shadowfiend or Naga Siren, you push your lane, you go jungle. It's better to be on Radiant.
But what about the Roshan advantage from Dire?
It really depends on what hero you want. Like, obviously, if you want to build a draft around like a Ursa draft, you want to be on Dire.
Yeah.
So it depends on what you want to play. But I think that certain teams don't really care. They just prefer to be on that side of the map.
Newbie played a lot of Drow Ranger in the group stages too, so that's like leaning more toward the Dire side in a way.
Explain your answer.
Why is that leaning towards the Dire side?
Well,
Roche,
it just
yeah.
Roche.
You want to
Drow Ranger, you group up,
That's the Roche.
you get like 1 or 2 towers, you obviously want to pressure the enemy safe lane. If you get that safe lane tower, you have really easy access toward it without heavy congestion.
I've learned
It's
KP
draft time.
prefers the Dire side because Bounty Hunter. We didn't even talk about this, so maybe next time. At some point there was
One
like
of the best.
this phase where everybody picked Bounty Hunter, and that was because of this guy. Because of maybe next time, he is, at least in Europe, the best bounty hunter in the early stages of the game, and I know I put a lot of pressure on him right now, but
It's not just a phase, Mom.
it's not just a phase. And then at some point, everybody started banning bounty hunter, and then they actually started picking up Riki instead, and everybody copied that as well because it had such a big effect.
This hero is
But-
very tricky though.
Yes.
If you pick him in a situation where he can't get kills or he can't get stuff done in the early game, he doesn't offer a lot to your team. You know, he is that hero that when you pick him, you need to keep fighting. You need to have like a specific play style around the bounty hunter.
They love the Darkseid with it. Okay, as I'm saying it, they pick it. I was going to say they really heavily like to emphasize pressuring the short lane. Skylark, when they tend to leave him on his own, he does struggle. I was going to even mention that beforehand, that's kind of the difference between KP and Skylark is KP kind of tends to, when he's alone, he sometimes doesn't struggle as much as Skylark. So I like to see this approach already, though, by Adfinem, just sticking to their guns, not really worrying about what Newbie will do.
So the downside of Adfinem also being slightly predictable on that is that you see newbies bans, they ban out the Slark and they ban out the Sniper, and those are the heroes that Madara and Thug love to play, so it feels like at least this first game both teams are just going to play what they're most comfortable with and then see if that works.
I think Adfinem, especially like knowing them, I think a really big pickup for me just standing out, even though we haven't seen it much, is the Ursa. Because it's very good versus the Juggernaut, and it's just, they really like it with Darkseer and with Bounty Hunter, since you get the mobility from track, you get the Iron Shell, it's the kind of things that just enable him to have a better game.
Yeah, those two are really good partners for the Ursa. And it just allows you to play that kind of bounty hunter game. You don't want to stop. You want to keep fighting, get kills, get trade kills even. Really good against the Juggernaut, like you say, even in the laning phase.
That's something that at least they very highly like to do and emphasize on in their draft.
So Rubik Juggernaut start for newbie, what does that mean?
It's just a very all-rounded draft. There's a lot of stuff you can do with that opening. You have very good lanes. You have pretty good team fight with Omni Slash. Just in general, you want to be flexible. Like I say this time and time again, you open your draft, you want to make sure that you are very open-ended to different kinds of strats. You adjust. And we talked about newbie. They are a team that likes to change depending on what the opponent is doing.
I think this time they didn't really change too much, though. I think this is a super stable newbie. Like Rubik Sanking was super contested in China. They actually tend to pick it in the first 2, but the Juggernaut as well. This is like their first 3 opener that I think I see most commonly from newbie. But it's also very good versus Adfinim's heroes that they do have already, because they do have some push coming out of the Juggernaut, natural push, and then they have heavy team fight already coming out with the Sanking Rubik.
Yep. The thing about the bounty hunter pick is like you want to roam. You don't want to stay in a lane, and if that happens, it means that your safe lane, there's only going to be 2 heroes, and Sanking is the kind of hero that if you put him in the right situation to pressure the enemy safe lane, he can cause all sorts of problems. So he might actually force the bounty to stay bot, which is not something you want. When you pick bounty, you want to roam.
But
Or start bottom, and then he makes the moves, because that's some people just like to, they guarantee their safe lane. Then
that really depends on who's the partner with the Sand King. If the Sand King has a really good partner like an Undying, then things could get rough. Your bounty is not going to be able to do much against that.
But Adfinum has all the time in the world to prepare for that, as they see the Sand King and they know exactly what's going to happen with that.
Yep, that's why they're taking some time here. It's very crucial for them to decide, oh, this might be a pressure lane, so we need to have a good lane to deal with it.
So yeah, I was going to say they're probably deciding on if they do want to show Madara's hero just yet or just prep with Spartans. They do go for Spartans with the Bane. Just a very strong frontline, or strong laning hero.
Yeah, and it's good against the Juggernaut. You have the Fiend Script to stop the spin TP. So that's all in all a really, really good hero to deal with what a newbie has right now.
While on the other side, looking at the opposite factor, newbies heroes actually do quite well versus Bane as well. Sand King easily able to stop the Fiend's Grip, and Rubik has the easiest steal in the world to grab the Fiend's Grip. So Rubik right now has some cool steals, you know, with the Bane spells, and if he's able to get track.
But he does struggle against Bounty in the early stages.
Yes.
That's the only downside about the Rubik this game.
Absolutely.
So that's all going to rely on, you know, how the laning phase plays out, what's going to happen, how is FNN going to do the lanes, are they going to just leave the Bounty at top with the Darks here?
I love having you two on the draft panel, just because it does feel like you've got, like, you know, in A Beautiful Mind, when all the numbers are just swooping around his face and it's just like trying to piece it together the puzzle.
Thanks.
That's what I feel like.
Did you call us smart? I think you just called us smart.
He called you guys smart.
That's what it feels like to
me. You see, it paid off. I called him good looking before, and now it pays off.
That's right.
I didn't say anything though, so I'll just make fun of you some more.
Sure. How about me and you play chess, and the winner plays Winter? How's that?
I'm awful at chess, so I will pass.
Oh damn. Oh, welcome back, OD. It's been a while.
This hero like fell out of existence.
Where did you go?
So they reveal SCCC's hero first, meaning that Adfinum has some time to think about what to face up against that.
Basically, OD does pretty good against most of the heroes. If you want to really win the lane against OD, you need like a Razor. You need something very, very particular to win the lane. You pick the hero to win the lane.
This is a bit different from what at least I would expect from Adfinum. I guess there's just Ursa's kind of like a hero that's fallen off completely, but it's one that I know that they love. But they also want to be able to, you know, they want to be able to have that strength in their lane, since they want the bounty hunter not to be down there. So picking the Luna kind of indicates that to me, and also having that later scaling potential, and also an objective taker and a building hitter, which is the Luna, which helps your draft. And with the Darkseer mech, it's like more team fight.
Hey guys, where's Batrider?
The other thing about the Luna pick is like it gives you like your support much better time because of the aura. So you know, teams have been really focusing about just getting that hero for a better laning phase.
It's interesting to me that you mentioned Batrider.
Oh, by the way, the Razor is gone, so no Razor against OD.
And Sniper's banned out earlier as well.
And Earth Spirit. Awesome. Sorry.
It's okay. They were cool.
They were cool. So we're missing for newbie KP's hero, right?
Yep.
He's played a lot of Batrider.
It might be the
Sand King.
Sand King is still open.
Yes.
They could technically still do the support Sand King and, you know, another offlane. But right now for Adfinum, they choose that's one of Kaka's favorite hero, and they have OD. So Kunkka has a lot of synergy with a newbies lineup. One good ban there for Adfinum.
I want Adfinum to have more scaling potential with another mid laner.
Scaling, like you want more like another core, like
another stronger core.
But then if you do that, you might have to sacrifice your lane. Like, what kind of hero are you looking for? You need to do well against OD at the same time. You can't just have a bad matchup against OD. Like, not many heroes can fulfill that criteria.
There's not many left. I mean, the ones that Adfinum really like are like the Puck. It doesn't do that great. It's a hero that's fallen completely out of favor. It's not the best for OD.
The hero just because it's good for your lineup and just sacrifice the laning phase here? Now that's the important question. What do you choose for? Do you value the laning phase more, or do you value what works for your team more?
It's like Invoker and Puck are the two that stand out for me for Adfinum right now. But actually, okay, that's a pretty good matchup versus the OD as well, and it's actually one of Thug's hero.
It's okay, but I think OD still does really well in that matchup, but it's very good with the bounty. Like, the way they want to approach the game is...
KP Omni Knight it is, so it is a support Sand King.
That lane is still... Like, Omni Knight Sand King, that lane is super scary if they do that lane. But Adfinum's dual lane is not very well equipped to deal with that.
I think there's a lot of pressure on maybe next time with his bounty hunter.
I think so too. I think he needs to get a lot done, and then they need to take very scrappy mid-game fights away from the Omni Knight.
Okay, so all eyes on MNT.
MNT.
Yep. One team wants to 5-man, the other team wants to, you know, pick a kill here and there.
I mean, it was first draft, right? Literally Bounty Hunter throwing down the gauntlet. Adfinum are going to go ahead and try and start with a bang. They have made their selections, and the drafters have our desk a little apprehensive. Perhaps our casters are going to be more enjoying or more welcoming of the Greeks' choices. We're going to go ahead and head over to them. It's Capitalist and Malini to cast through this series. It is going to be a big one.
Well, I don't know about their drafts, but I know the audience sitting behind me is more than welcoming of both of these teams. A lot of fans behind us, as you can see. Adfinum, group stage was a rough one, wasn't it, Merlini?
They had a rough group.
Yeah, they were one game away from first, one game away from second, end up third, and then we go into the main stage and they're matched up against one of those top 5 teams that we talked about before the tournament started in Newbie. This is going to be a very real test for both of these teams, right? Because Newbie, they definitely have had a little bit lesser of a showing than probably they wanted. They wanted to be able to come out with a bang and be able to show Virtus Pro what's up, but unfortunately they ended up in second and now have to face up against probably one of the tougher of the European teams.
At least they gave us a very memorable game versus Virtus Pro. That was quite the showing. And in this game, we think they're slightly underhanded because of the last pick, Omni Knight. How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling like even before the Omni Knight, I wasn't too sure. I'm not a big fan of early Bounty Hunter picks. And yes, maybe next time's Bounty Hunter may be legendary, but I'm still not sure if they're going to be able to make it work because it looks like Newbie, they just naturally have some lanes that are going to be tough to be able to gank, and they also have very strong team fight. I don't feel like we're really going to see that Bounty Hunter momentum this game.
Well, maybe next time. Already gathering a lot of intel behind the T1 tower in the mid, getting some insight into the lane setup. Doesn't look like any... there does actually look to be a lane swap. Madara will be heading top with the rest of the Adfinum supports.
Yeah, trying to get away from this aggressive situation that is coming out from Newbie. So they're running the Rubik, Sand King, and a Juggernaut. That is a fearsome kill lane. Leading with the telekinesis, follow-up stun coming out from that Burrow Strike, and then all that spin damage. Hard to see how Luna would be able to effectively farm against that. So they're going to switch things up, but Newbie, I'm sure, aren't going to be too scared of leaving a Juggernaut at bottom lane. These two supports of Newbies, both Faith and Kaka, I think can pair up.
He's running into a Sentry Ward right now. He is spotted, but Juggernaut is nowhere close. They might get some good damage on him in the meantime.
Oh, no way. He's hiding right in the trees. He's going to have to pop out with the Tango, but it looks like he's going to be run down. Burrow Strike is there. It doesn't even look like they're going to have to blow the spin. That'll be the first blood. U9 will get himself not only a free lane, but he'll also get the coveted first blood.
So it looks like Adfinum have already sent the Darkseer off to the jungle. He was prepared to Iron Talon from the start. He's actually cut a pathway in the trees to make his time a little bit easier. And the question is, what is a Bounty Hunter going to do? Is he going to try and play as an offlaner and soak up the free experience on the bottom lane so they don't push a tower, or try and harass the other lanes?
Well, I'm not sure if he's really going to be able to have too much of an effect at mid. Templar Assassin, I feel like it's just not going to be a hero that will take advantage of that. Maybe later on, though, he can couple with the Darkseer jungling, and they can do some potential Ion Shell harassment. Feels like right now it's perhaps better for him to try his luck as a pseudo offlaner here against the Newbie aggressive tri-lane.
Especially with the Bane on top. Bane was harassing out Omni very effectively.
Doesn't seem to keep KP completely out of experience right now. You can see the duo pairing up to push KP back as much as possible, but he's already level 2.5. Our Bounty Hunter, after being caught like that, still not level 2 himself.
They do have another dust on the Sand King. No scan available for them yet to get a clear sign of where maybe next time is. He's just hiding in the trees. That's a very difficult place to gank, especially if you drop the Sentry Ward like closer behind towers. There's almost no way that they can find him. Maybe they can tell by pulling down the scoreboard and seeing that he's level 2 right now, because there's not really any other place that he'd get level 2. Maybe,
yeah,
I guess like if he leeches off Skylark, but that's very unlikely.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be taking too much time away from that Darkseer. I love Newbies, just like they are wasting very little time here. Maybe next time thought about it. It almost seemed like Newbie were kind of baiting him out a little bit too. Maybe next time will not fall for that though.
Oh, they dropped the Sentry.
They dropped the counter ward though, and they are going to be able to find maybe next time. Burrow Strike is coming up. He's barely out of range. They're going to be able to get the dust, and there's the Burrow Strike finally. Follow-up telekinesis and a spin, a second death for maybe next time. Newbie are wasting no time whatsoever. They set up clear dominance in the lanes here. They use their aggressive Chai lane to bully down the tower as efficiently as possible, even spinning down waves to make it happen quickly. And they've already picked up the first 2 kills of the game.
Bottom lane is all theirs as Sand King proceeds to pull. So this is even more problematic as more and more farm goes Newbie's way.
And this has got to go back to the bit of the problems, right, with that first pick Bounty Hunter. Newbie being able to just set up very strong lanes for themselves leaves the Bounty Hunter very little avenues to have an impact.
He's still level 3, so it's not the worst thing in the world. KP, by comparison, is level 3.5. But, of course, the 2 deaths and the tower and the first blood all go to Newbie.
Yeah, Juggernaut's going to have quite the fun time with that bit of extra gold. Thug's going to be able to play off of some jungle efficiency as well, thanks to being on Radiant side, one of the advantages of being the Templar Assassin here. We've seen the same thing out of Lycan. Skylark in some trouble, though. Is going to be telekinesis right as he surges up, trying to outrun that spin and now outrun Faith. It looks like he is one step ahead for now. Faith has 335 movement speed, will be able to catch him in the end. A third kill in 4 minutes for Newbie as Ad Finum struggle to get themselves on the board.
And they're blind on that part of the map. Just a minute ago, TA, or presumably someone that was close around the mid lane, had scanned directly to the right side of the T1 tower. They just have no idea where these 2 supports are, and any hero that's down there could...
This is rough. Kaka's got an Invis rune, and they have a hasted SC coming in from behind. They have no idea what's about to hit them. KP is playing the bait, and all of a sudden the pop out. Sand King comes in, manages to get a lot of damage onto Monera. SC is going to be able to finish him off, and the rest of Newbie try and track down Spartan, who's going to be leading a creep of trees. All right, going to be able to drop it off with the neutrals. Nice play with Spartan. And he'll try and hide himself away somewhere here, but he does not have the mana for a TP. Meanwhile, bottom lane, U9 was being gone on by the combo of Darkseer, Bounty Hunter. Back over to Spartan. He'll finally be spotted out by SC on his way back to the mid lane. Spartan, my friend, no mana whatsoever. A Burrow Strike awaiting him. A death is seemingly inevitable. What the hell? Spartan, he's making his way out of this one. He still needs 25 mana for a TP, but he's saying this is all worth it. He's going to be able to buy another pair of wards, juking around, trying to buy as much time as possible before his inevitable death. But it will come at the 5-minute mark. So SC will be the one to pick it up.
Still some fancy moves from him. Bought himself a good 20, 30 seconds for his team. They need some more stacks on the Radiant side. I think waiting for 10 minutes and getting that Tome of Experience is just going to be way too late. I think they need to get some more farm in the meantime. So he uses a single tree to juke Kaka.
Juke Kaka out. Completely whiffs the Burrow Strike. And that's good. Oh, you got to love Ad Finum for things like that. Even on the losing side of a laning phase, they still find a way to have fun.
They're so jolly. It's great. I love seeing that reaction from him.
And they're going to need those high spirits, that's for sure. It's not looking great on the net worth chart. 2,500 gold lead right now for Newbie.
This is where you tell your team, we have track. We have track.
We have the comeback. We have the comeback mechanism ready to go. We just need the levels for now.
Yeah, I'm more worried about them being able to deal with the Omni Knight later, but they can worry about that as the time comes. First things first, they need to get some levels, they need to get a little bit more farm, they need to get track, and they need to get kills. But I would really like to see them stack Ancients, take it out very easily with a TA, they can get some level 6 without the use of the Tome.
Oh, are they going to be able to get here in time? They lead off with the Imprisonment, but Thug, the 2 supports of Kaka and Faith just weren't quite in position to be able to set up. Spartan was sitting behind Thug, ready to pop out at a moment's notice as well. So the duo is going to start heading their way up to top lane, see if they can catch out Skylark, who's already had a bit of damage taken. Oh, never mind. They're actually going to turn things right back around. Instead of going top, they smoke up, start making their way bottom, where Madara is attempting to solo up against the Juggernaut and claim his level 6.
He doesn't have enough mana for Omni Slash, but he does have enough for spin, and with the double disable from the Dire side, should be easy kill. Madara just dodges the scan. He's right outside that radius.
And these 2 supports may feel like the better option is to run straight down, see if they can get the smoke pop. Maybe Kaka can get it. It's right at the end of his smoke, but it does pop on Madara, and not due to time, but he may not realize that. And it looks like Madara might just be able to get away here. Oh, man. Faith? He's not going for it either, is he? Yeah, he's going for a TP scroll. All right. Madara is not doing much in these trees, but at least he's not dying.
Yeah, that's one of those plays where you're looking at the map, not at your buff icon. So it expired, maybe 2 or 3 seconds before, so he wasn't completely sure that it popped from a hero rather than duration.
Skylark is level 7. He's actually pretty far up there in the net worth chart. Well, relatively speaking. He's keeping pace with KP at least. him in maybe next time, trying to make goes occasionally on KP, but it's just not really working. Our supports are going to combine up with Newbie's U9 as they make their way deeper into the jungle, cutting off some of Thug's farming areas. Not able to find him for a kill, it seems, but at least they can kind of close off Ad Venom. This whole entire jungle area just seems to be kind of owned by Newbie. And they might just be able to keep up that pressure and take the tier 1 tower as well.
And now they'll scout the Ancient stack. They'll see that it's a tri-stack, but they can't do anything about it. They don't have the heroes to clear it. Maybe once Juggernaut gets Battle Fury, or if all 5 heroes are there and some Ad Venom are dead, they can do it. But right now, no. Templar Assassin also doesn't really have any TA traps set up that could probably help if they were scared. But 2 Ad Venom heroes smoked up behind. Eclipse is ready with level 4 Lucent Beam.
There's a lot of creeps, though. They're trying to get that position to come in from behind so they won't have to worry as much about the creeps, but it seems like they're not going to try and force this fight before the tier 1 tower goes down. They're going to wait for one of the heroes to maybe move to the right-hand side, but Newbie have already moved up. I think they pinged out that tier 1 tower at top lane, systematically working their way through Ad Venom's outer towers.
Gold lead, 4,000 gold for Newbie. A little bit problematic, but all it takes is a little bit of carelessness and a couple of track kills, and they'll be right back in. They still need grips. Newbie also has really good ward setup, at least closer to the river.
Yeah, and they also still need that 10-minute mark to come in so they can give the tome to maybe next time, so they can actually get that track in the first place. Looks like they're going to be giving up this tower. Ad Venom are making no maneuvers to contest.
They want to slow
just
down
wants the extra time.
So I think maybe next time wants to slow down Kaka's blink. That's really important for them. They don't really have good initiation aside from that. Like OD Astral, I mean, he doesn't have a 4 staff. He went for Midas first.
Shuriken comes out, trying to get that sleep, not going to be able to come off, and they just don't have the levels to be able to nuke down the Sand King at this point. The rest of Newbie will take that tier 1.
So now 10 minutes hits. I see the tome immediately purchased by Bounty Hunter. It could be go time pretty soon. They're only lacking really the Bane Fiend's grip, but generally with Eclipse you should be able to get at least 1, if not 2 kills, but they have to be especially careful versus the Omni Knight.
Look at that. The way that they just quickly clear through waves. The spin and Fade Bolt being used by Faith. Newbie are pushing out all the lanes, getting a lot of information about Ad Venom's heroes, their positioning, and even their progression in items and levels. So it is a bit wanting right now. Ad Venom are good in experience, I should say. But quite the gold lead for Newbie so far, thanks to all these towers.
They're actually in the lead for experience by a good 2,500. This is because the 2 supports have been hooked up the entire time. Like Rubik and Sand King, for at least the first 6-7 minutes of the game, they were just being together.
Jump
the whole
onto
entire time.
Madara. He's going to need some help. Kaka is trying to get himself away. Doesn't have the Burrow Strike up in time. That's going to be the first track kill of the game. Maybe next time, posts up very nicely. We'll be able to get another track onto Faith, giving Madara the space to be able to stay ahead of at least one of these heroes. But SC, he's moving a whole lot quicker thanks to that Haste Rune. He'll be able to get the jump here onto Madara.
No chance with a Brain Zap. Brain Zap plus Fade Bolt's like almost 600 damage.
Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things about Rubik in this game, right? He's got free, easy steals against Spartan. All 3 of those abilities, Sleep, Brain Zap, as well as Fiend's Grip. Pretty value for that hero.
Yeah, sometimes it's worth picking up 1 level of Enfeeble just to mess with the Rubik a little bit, make you think twice about stealing a spell from the Bane. And Luna, generally very fast hero, but that's because SCCC had a Haste Rune, was able to chase him down.
They're going to be able to surge up. Spartan, he tries to catch 9, but he doesn't quite get him. Juggernaut runs into the neutrals just at the right time, and that may spoil something very big. Ad Venom, we're looking forward to be able to get a Fiend's Grip kill.
Smoke. They smoked just to the northwest of their T1 tower, and it was on the high ground, and they're looking out for the juicy Luna, but it is tough. She has night vision, so this is why they do need to smoke.
Madara does seem to, both him and U9 are staying 1 step ahead of these attempted smoke ganks from the opposing team. Uh-oh. Never mind. He's actually going to go to the neutral camp, and Newbie, their smoke is broken, but they are not going to be able to close that distance in time.
That's a very safe and smart play from Madara.
Yeah.
Even if you have Lance, like right-clicking it to aggro that is a little bit risky, but because he knows that so many heroes of Newbie are missing, he pulls a creep with a Lucent Beam. If they dive him at the T2, they don't know who's over there. They only have vision around that camp. But they see him go back down bottom.
They do have the mech now for Advenom, and that is another big boost in their team fighting capabilities. They're going to need it too. Madara puts himself deep in the trees here, but he TP's out, so they are just avoiding Newbie, it seems. Despite having these big, big cooldown ultimates like Eclipse, like Wall, and even the fresh mech pickup, they still don't feel comfortable contesting Newbie for any of these towers.
The Omni Knight is way too strong right now. They don't really have any AoE disabled. They don't have any blinkers to get to them to the back line. And if they're S5 right now, how do you stop like a counter initiation with heal and then repel and then GA? There's no counterplay to that. There's no diffusal blade. You need like a blink Deso TA to actually start putting pressure on heroes so that they might get one shot from Meld or two strikes, which just makes the positioning from the Omni Knight very, very difficult. So no TA trap inside the pit. They have to be a little bit worried about them taking down Roche right now. It won't be that fast because there is not really that much int yet on the OD, but with Intreds and with the sustain,
just
OD,
the full 5-man of Newbie, yeah.
They might concede a T2.
It does kind of seem like the way that Advenom have been playing, they've been dodging Newbie for this whole entire time. It would be pretty understandable if they actually knew Roshan was going on right now and they just hoped to be able to take this tier 2 as an exchange. In fact, I think I would be pretty happy if I was Advenom getting that boost of gold. All they have to do at that point in time is make sure that Newbie do not actually claim any high ground advantage with their Aegis. They're going to smoke up and mass TP here, some to the tier 3 tower. One of them is going to be leading off in tier 2. That's going to be SC. He managed to catch the Templar Assassin, and Advenom are going to be forced into a fight here. Thug needs some help. He turns around, gets a good amount of damage onto SC. They also throw the wall down, but he gets a heal and a repel. Kaka makes a nice initiation, but they manage to get the Fiend's Grip, but Faith immediately puts a stop to that one with telekinesis. SC, he drops the hammer, but can't finish anybody off. It looks like Thug may be caught here, but he adds the refraction, quickly burning through that one. He's going to be forced back. Maybe next time will help cover his tracks on the background. Faith barely stays alive. It's going to be Advenom's Bane who goes down instead, but they managed to get the Juggernaut, making it all worth it for Advenom.
Yeah, that was actually great for them. Taking down the Juggernaut, they dealt with the Outworld Devourer very, very well. They slept him at the start, and then they almost had a full duration Fiend's Grip onto him, combined with the Eclipse. So their positioning on the left side, inside the trees, like look at where Spartan is from the Bane. That's very hard to interrupt the Fiend's Grip, and Faith does his best. He steals the Fiend's Grip, but with the Eclipse coming out, the wall is also just placed in a position where it's very difficult for Newbie to fight.
And KP just came in a little bit too late with that Guardian Angel. The Juggernaut put himself forward against Thug like that, and that quick burst damage, that physical damage coming in from the Meld, clearly took him by surprise, as well as KP. And that is really what turns into a lost team fight there for Newbie, trading a core in exchange for support. They do barely keep that tier 2 tower alive. It is in deny range, but they're not going to take that time just yet. They also have a lingering advantage here for the next fight, potentially. Faith does have the Fiend's Grip ready to go.
Still, they need a Blink Dagger on Sand King. That's the one that's 500 gold away from them. Sand King's much more difficult to play when there's a bounty hunter in the game. You can't rely on just disjointing stuff with a Sandstorm very, very often, and he can also stop you from split pushing the side lanes very easily.
It seems like Advenom, despite not having a Diffusal Blade, like an early Diffusal Blade hero, they do seem to know how to play around this Omni Knight pretty well. That was an impressive display at that top lane of the way they kind of kited back and forth and covered each other's tracks to make sure they didn't all-in commit for a team fight that quickly gets turned around by a simple heal and Guardian Angel play from KP. So
yes, they want Newbie to go on the offensive. If you go on the offensive, oftentimes you have to pre-repel or you have to sacrifice your Omni Knight's positioning. It's generally one or the other. If you're playing defensively and you wait for the other team to come to you, Omni Knight just hides in the fog and then you just cast your spells, no problem, reactively. But yeah, when you have to run into them, it's harder.
But surely there's only so much team play that can be done by Advenom, right? Like, do you think they actually need a Diffusal Blade out of this team? And if so, who's actually going to be picking it up? All right.
I say probably the TA at some point. Sometimes you'll see TAs get it just in response to Ghost Scepters.
Barely making it out. Maybe next time. Clean escape.
Yeah, I like the way that he's playing, though. He leached a lot of XP. Yeah, he died twice and he lost his tower, but there's not really that much else he can do. It was just a little bit unfortunate that he did take a spill twice.
Faith just used his Fiend's Grip because he's about to run out of that spell steal on a big creep, but he may not be anticipating running into some members of Advenom here. Spartan and Madara have grouped up as a nice duo with the Eclipse. They could easily bring down any one or two heroes that they run into, but they don't find anybody here as we... Spartan, come on, give me something. Oh, yeah.
He always has something
He's
to
pumped.
say. And Adfin almost hit the timing right before the Sand King's Blink Dagger. That's what they were trying to aim for. They really slowed him down with that one track kill. The only track kill. The only kill that they've gotten.
Yeah.
Or only track kill, I think. But they just missed it. Sand King had just walked back home, so their smoke was to no avail.
Hello? Blink Dagger? All right, we've got it now.
Yep. He just got it.
Kaka will pick up his Blink from the ground. Him and KP both have some form of initiation. KP can, I think now that Newbie, when they're playing aggressive, they can rely on KP a little bit more now that he's got that mobility. They really want to be able to interrupt any ancient farming here, but just got cleaned up by Thug before they can really make their move.
And Radiant has used scans, so they definitely expect the smoke. They're just not sure from which angle. But now that OD shows in the mid lane, it's pretty much, they can guess with almost certainty where the rest of Newbie are. So just a minute left on the Aegis. Newbie set up 2 new Observer Wards, one right outside the T2 in the mid lane and one close to the Ancients, so they can hopefully catch an unsuspecting Templar Assassin. So Templar Assassin picked up a Blink Dagger. Next item looks like it will be an Ogre Club for the BKB. She needs it.
So they make that kind of push, and they set up nice aggressive wards, but what's Newbie's game plan for the next 1 or 2 minutes around those wards? Do you think they're going to go for another push, or are they waiting for another smoke opportunity?
They definitely still want team fights. Like any sort of team fight that they can get, I think they should be aiming for, as long as it's not under a tower from Adfinum. That just gives them way too much of a positional advantage to win the team fight. But they need the Sand King to just hit a big epicenter. There's no BKBs up there yet. Like Luna's still in that very early phase, although I say early and she has a ton of HP. She has a lot of strength. She has 1500 HP, but it's still, I'd say, relatively easy for them to burst him down, especially with the OD being fairly massive. He's kind of uncontested in his sort of farm. But I think at some point they have to deal with the TA. Like TA is getting kind of big, and I think Omni Knight is like pretty decent, but Purification Heal only does so much if your cores don't have that much armor. And Juggernaut is kind of already itemized against the TA. Manta, like, it makes it very difficult for TA to actually hit the real target, get rid of the minus armor, and you can also turn around and hit the TA for many instances to get rid of the refraction. And then the OD, he went for second item plate mail after Force Staff. So they're very aware that the Luna is going to be an issue. Or sorry, the TA is going to be an issue in terms of damage.
If you didn't see what just happened at bottom lane, this is why you pick up a Bounty Hunter right here. Bounty Hunter lays some nice aggressive vision that manages to spot out all of Newbie's rotations to defend that tier 1 tower, buying Adfinum essentially a push that forces Newbie to rotate around, and then they just move to the opposite side of the map with full confidence. Look at them, they're just pushing out. They're rather spread. They're just trying to efficiently farm the map while they know Newbie are all clumped up towards the south.
This is the big benefit of the Bounty Hunter. Some people might be like, oh man, Bounty Hunter first phase, are you crazy? But the way that he's playing it is like it's like a Riki.
Yeah.
So that's the way that they can just swap gears. Okay, if they have better team fight than us and they always 5-man, I'll just play the vision game and pretty much never use Strat. They've gotten 2 kills this game, and you might think that's a worthless pick, but I think the way he's playing it, they're not really counting on Track at all to win the game. They're just being super annoying with the Bounty Hunter and just wasting time, creating space, waiting for BKBs, waiting for more items, waiting for defusal.
Yeah, maybe next time was actually in a position, multiple times he's been in position to both get aggressive wards and also try and break smokes to cover his 2 rather farm-heavy cores, because these were 2 cores that were looking rather weak around 12 minutes, right? With Newbie grouping up and they're taking so many towers. You look at both the Templar Assassin and the Luna, you say, hey, they're mid-game team-fighting heroes, but they definitely need their core items before they're ready to go. TA needs at least that Deso, if not Blink, as well as BKB, and the same kind of applies to Luna with the Manta. You need to be able to have some serious stat gain in order to really contest with this hero. It looks like Madara is not actually going to be going for the Manta next. He's going for the earlier BKB, it looks like, with the Mithril.
They might want to fight right around the second Roshan respawn, because TA is almost done. She just has her BKB, so Blink, Deso, BKB, that's good enough for now. You can work on whatever item you want next, Chrysalis, Daedalus or Diffusal Blade, but it depends on how long the Roche spawn timer is. They did just place a Sentry Ward right outside the Roche pit, which did deward the trap, so neither team will be aware that Roshan is just about to respawn in about 5 seconds time.
Do you think Madaro's trying to match one of his peaks with essentially the Templar Assassin's very large peak that she comes in timing? Thug is going to be caught here in the top lane in some serious trouble. He does have the Refraction, Blink, and BKB all up, so he might be able to get out of this unless they combo stun him up. He's going to try and TP out. It looks like he should be okay. It's close, but the physical damage just isn't quite enough. Unfortunately, KP just a quarter of a second too late to hit that Burrow Strike as the BKB goes off first for Thug.
Whew, that was so close. But I think you are right with them trying to match. You want your two cores to be on the same page. You want to be able to fight at the same time. You want to be farming at the same time. If they just play as 4 in the team fight, they're going to get crushed because Newbie's almost always together as 5. And now looks like Newbie will start heading close to the Roshan pit. Juggernaut has a Diffusal of his own. And let's see, they scout out Roche, but not interested in taking it quite yet. I don't think they're strong enough to win a team fight, but only just barely, and I don't think it's worth it for them to pick up a gem just yet, just because a TA could like easily two-shot one of their supports, especially the Rubik.
I don't know. I think it might be time for a gem. I mean, look how many counter wards they've laid down as Newbie, because they know their movements are being read. The problem is, it's a bounty hunter. He's placing wards that you are not used to actually having to contest. A ward between tier 1, tier 2 bottom. A ward that's already inside your base, up at the top lane. It seems at Venom, that Newbie know this. They knew all their movements. Oh, it's gonna. Oh, what? Maybe next time. No. All right, Kuriger. It'll get a pass this time around, but will Newbie get a pass on this Roshan attempt? It seems like Ad Venom no, and they are quickly moving into the Roshan pit with this smoke.
And Darkseer has a Blink Dagger.
They're going to blink forward, Burrow Strike already onto Thug. That's going to stop that big entrance, and the wall vacuum just becomes an impossible situation. Newbie are just going to push forward without it as they miss the vacuum combo, and there it goes. SC moves forward big time, managed to take out the Luna, the second core of this fight, who's already down Thug in the backlines, does manage to kill at least the Rubik, but now he no longer has his BKB. The Diffusal Blade's going to be able to slow him down. Blinks over the side, but now KP will keep pace with him. Unfortunately, they are lacking any counter vision, so Thug can bide his time another 4 seconds. He will have a blink up as well as a refraction. Are they really going to try and chase him down? Sanking's on his way. There goes the blink, but they're going to be able to keep up with Thug. He's going to go for the TP out in prison. It's not going to be there in time. SC as well as Kaka were on their way. At Venom, though, that was just the fact that they got away with Thug was a bare minimum that had to happen. That was a disastrous fight.
And Skylark went for the super high-risk play. He went for the blind blink vacuum. He only got a wall on one person. He was hoping for at least a 3-person vacuum wall, but instead, SECC was already repelled, so he wouldn't have been hit. And then Madara, you can see, like, he doesn't have BKB. He just gets destroyed.
Yeah, they still have yet to be able to finish up that item. He just needed a little bit more gold. And they could have had that big team fight pickup, and maybe Skylark wouldn't have felt as compelled to make such a high-risk play if they had that reliable magic immunity for the Luna.
They still could have lost way more heroes. They didn't lose a TA, and Bane also had a nice sleep close to the secret shop that kept the OD from stopping his TP. So I think they're lucky to only lose Roche.
Yeah, absolutely.
What, 1 or 2 heroes?
Quick update on the net worth. Newbie are holding 2,500, and that experience lead that Ad Venom have had by efficiently farming out the map this whole entire time, that is finally in Newbie's favor instead.
And going back to the discussion of the gem, like the gem is, it's great in the fact that there are 5-manning and it would own all the TA traps, but at the same time it makes you more compelled to 5-man, and they're not like winning out hugely in terms of farm. So I think if they get a gem, they'd be like, okay, we can only 5-man from now on because our supports can still die, because their cores are very farmed. Bounty Hunter could be anywhere on the map, and TA could be right behind them. Like even if you had the gem, you might not be able to watch the Bounty Hunter watching you because of the gem radius is much smaller than his daytime vision.
Ad Venom trying to get a catch as they knew that some of the Newbie members were actually rotating up to the top lane. Kaka is kind of leading the charge there. See if he could pick off Thug, who's always keeping pressure on one of these side lanes to make sure that Newbie don't have a free pass to just march down the mid lane.
And Thug has gone for the Chrysalis build, and the Diffusal, as has been mentioned earlier, it might not be the best choice because if you look at Omni Knight's items, he has an Ultimate Orb. Ultimate Orb on Omni Knight usually means a Lincoln Sphere. So Lincoln's, especially with the new cooldown Diffusal, it's not reliable. So it's better for him, in his eyes, to just one-shot people so that Omni Knight can't get a chance to react. Who cares about Repel if you can just one-shot them with physical damage?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he can even one-shot KP if he really starts building up that damage. Won't have to worry about the Guardian Angel at all. More mobility coming out for Outworld Devourer.
And the gem is up on Sand King. So now Sand King has to be especially careful. Even TA, they would have gotten a lot more out of that Roshan fight had they had this gem a little bit earlier. And all these observer rewards gonna be toast.
He's only had it for a couple minutes now, but there is still plenty of vision up for Advenom just due to the rather unique areas that they are, especially that one inside base. But it doesn't do Advenom any good if Newbie are the ones marching into your base. They're already taking that tier 2 tower at top lane, and they may just keep going in order to force Advenom back. Advenom, of course, on the opposite side of the map, as they are constantly want to do. They're trying to make some trade-offs here, but...
So this is Skylark's time to shine. He is smoked up. He is ready. They were grouped up as 4, but now sensing that everyone was out, and we'll just back off.
Yeah, they... Newbie C, nobody's actually pushing down that tier 2 anymore, so...
It's so risky pushing into Darkseer. Like, he didn't have a good vacuum wall, that's because he had to jump into them, but when you're playing on the defense, when you have the high ground, when you have the invisibility from smoke, it can destroy a team that has no BKBs.
At the same time, there is only an Aegis for another minute and a half. Do you think Newbie are still going to try and force it with this Aegis?
No way. Their lanes are not pushed in. I think going down bottom is just too risky. They still don't have any BKBs, and if you pre-repel someone, it's still a little bit risky too, just because your Omni Knight can die. And now the TA is on top of the net worth chart, just a couple hundred above the OD, but that's pretty difficult considering that she has had like almost no track kills, and they've been having to play from the back foot from like minute 2.
It's looking like Advenom actually want to try and force things at the top lane. They're drawing a line, and they're setting up for a big-time push just about the time that the Aegis is going to be expiring from Newbie.
Yeah, there's still a minute left on Aegis, but you have to respect Luna and TA when it comes to pushing power, especially when you don't have the Dezo on your team.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the TA by herself is going to be able to chunk down this tier 3 tower, and nobody wants to fight around a Luna when she's already hitting on your Raxes, but Newbie are a bit slow to get here. They're going to come forward. SC, nice blink backwards there by Thug. Unfortunately, Lerna doesn't have the same kind of mobility. They're going to need to get off the BKB, but it doesn't go down. The first strike comes out first, and they've already blown up the big carry of Advenom and taken down the Bane as well. BKB TP out for 1, but the supports and the utility off lane won't be as lucky. That's 4 down from Advenom as SC picks up the triple kill. Newbie, they easily defend, and now they can be the ones clearly on the offensive.
They had an Observer Ward up the hill, but it wasn't enough to give Luna enough information to pop her BKB right as soon as possible, pretty much. And she just got destroyed by this OD who has a lot of intel, 155 intel. And they don't have the Aegis anymore, but with BKB still down for 30 seconds on the TA, and with 4 heroes dying, looks to be a clear sign for them to push up high ground. They really wanted a T3 down. I think Luna becomes like so much stronger once the T3's down, because the glaives just bounce back and forth between the racks.
Thug sets up quick meld strike on U9, but real sad thing is they do not have a wall of replica. That's one of the big high ground defending abilities. Oh, heavy nukes coming out. Nightmare will manage to help Thug dodge some of that, but the tier 3 tower is already down. Move forward, manage to get a 2-man vacuum, pull back onto the 2 carries. He actually has Bean's grip onto 9. Newbie are setting up with the epicenter, but Thug managed to jump forward. He interrupts that, but perhaps at the cost of his own life. No, he pops a BKB, moves forward, goes straight for the Juggernaut as quick as possible. KP, he'll get off the Guardian Angel, and immediately Advenom start retreating. They don't want to fight around that, but they may just be forced to. With another catch of the imprisonment, Skylark's going to be in serious trouble. He's the first to go down. Newbie now with a numbers advantage for 50 seconds as there's no buyback on the Darkseer.
And you can just see the strength of the Omni Knight here. GA, okay, everyone backs off from Advenom, man. Darkseer didn't blink out and retreat like the rest of the team, and he paid the heavy price.
And they don't have big ultimates at all. They don't even have BKBs. Nothing is going to be able to save Spartan there. SC, he realized what a dominant position Newbie are in for this next team fight. They easily clean up the full lane of racks, and they can choose to go for more here.
Ooh, Luna Diffusal. This is unexpected at this point, considering she just died in one of the recent fights. It doesn't look like she sold any of her items, so maybe they can take this fight. Darkseer does have his wall up again.
Another jump forward, and SC's going to force Madara back to base. Actually, Madara's going to come forward because they got a really good vacuum and a wall combination, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. They don't have any damage coming out. Thug trying to battle up against the Juggernaut, but he gets taken down by the Omni Slash nice and easy, and there's nothing the Luna could do at half HP. They just call it Advenom. will relent to an SC godlike in this game number 1. Newbie looking so dominant here on the main stage as they, at a score of 17-3, have a clear lead now in this series.
Risky plays from them. I think that Adfinum just knew the entire game that they couldn't win a team fight, and they tried to draw it out as long as they could, trying to split push as much as they could, gather as much information with the bounty hunter, but at the end of the day, their team fight was worse, and when push came to shove, which was when they pushed high ground or
and then that fatal mistake has to be that top lane push, right? Where they didn't manage to get back in time, and the Luna essentially just got picked off immediately.
They needed to like just BKB TP out on their cores. If they lose the support, it's not that big of a deal. But as soon as the cores TP back, then they can split push out the side lane. So another day at work for Newbie.
Yeah, it really does look like that. As Newbie showing why they were one of the 5 favorites going into this tournament. And even if they were in a group with Virtus Pro, I think everybody looked at VP to take this tournament as a whole. Newbie still showed that they are one hell of a team to contend with.
And you have to be ever so impressed with SCCC. He is just absolutely crushing on that Invoker. 9-0-5 at the end. He kept up pace. Despite 5-manning with his entire team, he was like almost on top of net worth the entire game.
SC was crushing, and I know at least one member of the panel who was crushing on SC. Alex, are you there with Shiver?
Oh, Cap, I'm so proud of you.
I know.
Oh,
I know you'd like that one.
That was beautiful. Yes, indeed.
Just for you, Alex.
That was wonderful. I love that. But yes, Shiva is joining me alongside Winter and Fog. Thank you very much, Cap and Merlini. Oh, I'm still reeling from that. That's put a big smile on my face. That was like a birthday card, you know?
Oh.
Good
I guess you don't get a lot of compliments then.
No, it wasn't a compliment. He was just making a dank meme, and I liked it. Yeah, I like a good pun.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually fuel me.
I like your rhymes.
My rhymes. They're 90% accidental, but occasionally I try to do them deliberately. Still, I mean, a lot of accidents did happen for Adfinum, right? I mean, look at this scoreline. We came in suggesting we've got a good 3-game series, and despite the draft perhaps raising a couple of questions about that bounty hunter, an 18-3 scoreline.
So the early game was absolutely horrible for Adfinum. I felt like we said we had a lot of pressure on MNT creating space and just doing his thing, and he couldn't really do that. The bottom lane crushed, like Newbie's tri lane was absolutely dominant. But it was still Adfinum coming back in the mid game saying, and we said how strong they were with fighting that, and they definitely proved that. But that start though.
Yes. Well, I mean, I just want to come back to the point you made before, Fogged. I think it was you or Winter just saying that bounty hunter has to do well early, has to get.
That was Giannis.
That was Giannis.
Yeah, they didn't give him the chance to. They put this aggro tri lane. I really like Newbie's way that they approach this game. They recognize there's no way that they can fight our tri lane, even if they bring the bounty hunter down there. It's too much pressure. Adfinum even saw the rotation. They tried to put the bounty hunter in the bottom lane and put the Darkseer jungling, try to get the most out of the lane. But Newbie's like, okay, we'll just take your tower. And I think that was
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes, earliest tower I think we've seen taken at this entire tournament.
That was just a very, very good play by Newbie, setting the tone and the pace of the game.
Yeah,
just punishing them for the weak lanes.
Yeah.
Adfinum tried to stop the bleeding a bit, and I think they succeeded in that for a while.
Yeah, they did a really good job for that.
There was definitely a chance for them to also come back. Like this fight right there.
The vacuum.
If the vacuum was like a split second before if the repel wasn't there, like it could have been amazing. It wasn't, unfortunately, for Adfinum.
It was just like, in the position that they got their Luna placed into, it's so hard to play Luna in this game. That's why I was kind of emphasizing, like, I personally, like, just looking at Adfinum, I wanted them to draft the Ursa. But, like, I know why they did the Luna, because they wanted to be able to scale harder. But you could see how hard he struggled. He's like, I need a BKB. Even when he gets his BKB, doesn't even get it off, gets instantly disabled, blown up. And even though Adfinum did a great job of like delaying the game, MNT, maybe next time's movements, placing the wards, like just watching the movement of Newbie, avoiding fights as much as possible, eventually you have to fight. And they just weren't able to. The Luna is just way too far behind. When you're playing Luna and you're so far behind, it's hard.
I mean, imagine if they had another kind of carry, a carry that comes online faster, a carry that is like Ursa, like Giannis mentioned. The game would have allowed them to be much more aggressive and maybe take some early fights and use the track on bounty hunter better. They were like, even though they were placing good wards with the bounty, but you do want to take fights, you do want to trade kills.
Yes.
You want to use your track.
So what would an Ursa have done much better than the Luna, apart from
you
coming
function
online
better with
faster?
less items.
Strong lane as well. It's like hard to really like kill. You match up well. It's a good in the carry matchup, you know, Jug versus Ursa.
Yeah.
Jug, of course, scales later on, but Ursa in the early stages is able to just, obviously, because you stack Furious type charges through the spin.
But I don't think he would be able to farm, like, it's the same with Luna, because they did an aggro charge. If Ursa is in that lane, I don't think he would have gotten a lot more than the Luna. But the main difference is he does a lot more than Luna with less items.
Less items.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we can actually take a look at the numbers and see what went wrong for Luna and Co. The scoreboard will help showing exactly that. And I mean, if you look at the spread, it was just so minimal for Ad Finum. You're right, though. Shiva, you were saying in the green room that the score, that it's weird. Not sometimes we say a series or a game doesn't represent the full, the power of a series, but this scoreboard almost doesn't.
It really doesn't. There were so many potential fights that, if you would imagine this game, and if Ad Finum would have had a better laning stage and those fights would have still happened, they would have won this game. I feel a stronger, more solid laning stage, be that because of different heroes. They would have outfought, I think, Newbie. Newbie won those fights purely based on the first 10 minutes and getting extra
but that's
out
the
of those
thing.
first 10
it's
minutes.
their weakness in the lanes, and their opponents would take advantage of that. You can't really get away. It's very difficult to get away with what they drafted for themselves. It's like a kind of weakness, and Newbie they took advantage of it. They took a tower and bottom lane, and that totally set the pace of the game.
Now, why is it that Kaka has been highlighted here on his Sand King as opposed to, say, Outworld Devourer we saw from SCC? What was it that sprung to mind when we were asking for MVP? You guys ended up saying Kaka on his Sand King.
His movements, I think.
Yeah, his movements.
Movements was really good, and he's the captain of the team, and the calls that he's been making. I mean, we don't know who made the specific call, but his movements on the Sand King set the pace of the game. He didn't focus on, I want to get my blink. I need a lane. He didn't do that. He was like always moving around. They smoked a lot in the early game just to get wards down, just to get kills for towers. So he was really selfless on the Sand King.
He did get it eventually.
Yeah.
He got his blink. And someone that doesn't blink ever is Purge. Let's head over to him.
I have been known to blink before. That was a damn lie. Stop telling lies about me. Oh my god. Okay, let's jump into the battle here. Great initiation. This is one of the deciding moments here due to the vacuum. Just jumping in on this. Oops, that's not what I want. I'll use a different tool. That initiation is really important because ideally they can grab the Fiend's Grip in addition with it, but the problem is that by the time it finally came out, he was already spinning, making him magic immune. And on the other side of the fight, that's why I'm getting the wrong tool. Sorry, guys. On the other side of the fight, the supports are super covered in a place where Ad Finum actually can't get to the back line. So a lot of their damage is magical, actually, especially with Luna Eclipse, things like that. But just because of the spin, it just makes it so much harder to get to the back line. And the next person that can hit the back line is actually Thug. But right here, he actually missed his Meld Strike, which would have started the fight off on a great spot. And kind of interesting play by Kaka here. Rather than finish his Epicenter channel, he actually instantly Burrow Striked him instead because he hadn't popped his BKB yet. So it's like the mix of things, the jug spin as well as the missed Meld Strike and a very crucial Guardian Angel there by Omni Knight just really made the fight a guaranteed success for Newbie. And because Newbie had such good map movement, Ad Finum never really got a good fight in the first place and no good track hold from that. So there you go.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Purge. And I mean, he's doing a good job when you have Winter sitting there going, like it helps highlight these. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like, ooh,
that was good. I mean, going back to the point that he made about the blink initiations on the Sand King. Like if you think about Ad Finum's lineup, who is the hero that's mainly starting the fights? It's the Darks here with the vacuum. Like other heroes don't really have the ability to start fights as easily as the Sand King or even the OD with the imprisonment. So it's easier to play a lineup when you have multiple ways of like starting the fight.
Now, another name I want to talk about is KP. We actually have another treat for you guys. I've been thoroughly enjoying these player profiles. Both of them have been great. We got to see Rose, we got to see Jerax, and here comes number 3. It's KP we take a closer look at now. Put him under the limelight and learn more about Omni Knight and his player.
I would describe Damien as a massive geek, but not in a bad way. He always wants to be better than you, and if you beat him at something, I guess he'll get angry and just learn from the mistake and really quickly adapt.
He has always been a very competitive person, playing online games. He would always have to have the best items, the best weapons, and he just has to be winning all the time. was my dad who introduced us to video games. So on the weekends, we would come here, and from morning till night, we would be playing games.
I played Counter-Strike about 20 years ago. And then every time when he came home, I play with them. And he got a quite good talent for that. All my children, just like my friends, like my brother and sister. I never feel I'm his father.
Well, my dad feels like a friend to me, like a really good friend. He's never really strict. He's a really funny character.
I always said, when you study, please focus your school. And secondly, your hobbies, wherever you like.
Since I was little, they always wanted me to be something more. They had really high expectations of me. And that's why I chose to finish my studies first in uni before moving on to Pro Dota.
Just came back from university, his last exam, and was like, oh, Mum, Dad, I'm going to Korea to play video games for a living.
I said, "Do you really want to go there? How long?" He said, maybe 1 year, 2 years. Huh? That long?
You know, everyone was shocked and amazed, but also just like, yeah, he needed to be there. He just needed to go somewhere else, and it was a matter of time, yeah.
My dad, like, pretty much watches all my games, even though he doesn't play the game at all.
I keep watching them. I go to buy an iPad, 24 hours next to me. I said, Damien, go, go, go. Newbie, go, go, go.
Right now, my whole focus is just Dota. I mean, it's not realistic to play Dota until like maybe like 40. I just really, really want to make the most out of what I have right now.
Having someone who I can look up to that's not afraid of what other people say is something that's very inspiring to me. I think he's been a very good example for us. If there's anything you want to do, you just have to put your heart out and go for it, and don't be afraid.
A wonderful spotlight on newbie player KP. So much so that the Boston crowd here in the Wang Theatre does put their hands together. And also it does always remind us that we are just people who are playing video games and they're doing it for money. It is, I always just, me and you folks were just sitting there going, why are we welling up?
Yeah. What's going on? What's happening with my eyes right now?
I was like, why am I shivering? What's happening here? Stop it, feelings.
I mean, seeing that kind of connection with like with your dad is something incredible. Honestly, like the fact that how much they support him is always just a great feeling. It just lets you be better in a kind of a way with that.
Well, if KP's dad is watching on his iPad now in that shop we did see. Hi, what's going on? I like the look of your shop. You look like a good dad. Cool. Let's go. They're up 1-0. Newbie are 1-0 up. Yep. And the story doesn't end here. We are going to be getting ourselves prepared for that second draft. Ad Finum are on the ropes. And, of course, they do fight to the end. That is what the name does dictate. Shiva, is it really going to be as simple as saying, please, maybe next time, don't get on that bounty hunter and back to the drawing board? Or is there more to it?
There's more to it, I think. I remember when I was able to ask Matt some questions, coach of OG, and then this was before the International 6, it was before the Middle Major, and they were playing in Dream League, and he said about Ad Finum that they're the team to watch. He had been following them for a bit, and he watched them, and he's like, this team, their plans, they're so great, they're so amazing, they're so spot on that if they can actually execute their plan the way they have their plan in their minds, then they're an unstoppable team. Then they're a team to watch out for. And I feel like they just need to get it a little bit more crisp, and then they got it. You know, they're this close, but they're not yet there. And I hope that in this next game they can shape up a bit from the previous game. We have only seen 3-game series from them, so it would be really a shame to not have that right here as well.
I think it was a big bold of them to grab the bounty first pick, though. I know they love the hero, and it's something they used to emphasize heavily into the way they play, but it's a hero that's not really that contested. Even in the group stages, teams weren't really banning it against them. It's not like it was like, oh, this guy's gonna get, he's gonna get bounty. We have to ban it. They really focus more on the Wisp, the Shadow Demon versus this team. So I think if they want to draft it later on, is probably just an easier segment for them. But I think just the main focus is picking stronger lanes, so they can even just match up versus newbie, play at such a detriment.
I mean, they just wanted, I think, to pick the hero. They already had a plan. They wanted to go for that kind of bounty lineup, and maybe the next game they have to sort of.
Hey, you got some suggestions.
Pick Techies, pick Death Prophet.
Why not? Yeah.
Because they lose. Because they'll lose.
Because they'll lose. I think in answer to your question. Hey, while we're taking questions from everyone in the crowd, let's take questions from social media as well. Sure. Let's bring one up. Let's see what you guys are saying in this. Nearly said it again.
Meepo.
Nearly said Stratosphere. What team has the most chances of picking Techies or Meepo? What a perfect. What a crazy world we live in. Someone sitting in a Boston theater just said, play Techies, and someone on the internet sitting at their computer has just asked the same question.
So which team? Well, I think the Techies is nobody.
Techies nobody.
No, the Techies team already lost.
Yeah, Wings.
What, Wings? Yeah, I guess they would. They might play it, but the Meepo is DC, OG.
And WG, the Gs.
And WG, yeah, all the Gs would be
Gs.
the ones to be picking and DC. That's not a G, but
yes.
It's a silent G.
It's a silent G. Yeah, somewhere in there.
Well, thanks, Alex.
It's a silent G.
More than likely those three to pick the Meepo for sure. But other than that, I don't think anybody else really plays. I know I've seen Arteezy play it once or twice here, but I don't think that he's tried. He has tried.
I'm sure everyone's given it a go, and they see what happens when it does work.
I mean, don't you think that people who can play Naga could play Meepo too? Similar heroes?
I just remember a specific clip Arteezy had where he poofed all his Meepos to the same exact spot, botched all the way exactly the same spot too, and he face palmed really hard. So I think it's a hero that definitely requires a lot more just practice. That hero is a very
hero spammer. You need to be a hero spammer.
Yeah.
To perfect Meepo.
So those three teams.
Now, while we are going through faces of the Greeks, I do want to highlight the discussion surrounding Thug, because this is quite interesting. That actually, in the intro, it's stated that Thug was a big reason, his improvement was a big reason why Ad Finum actually have improved themselves.
Yeah, I think he's a player that when he's pressured, he plays better.
Right.
Which is super important for them. And that's why I think some people are looking, they're like, these guys might get nervous, if the stage might affect them. He's one that it'll affect him probably in a positive way. He really likes to step it up a notch when he has that focus on him.
Professional football probably helped.
Yep.
Well, so far the openings are the same. Or apart from the Ogre pick, but at least the bans are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Coming out from the teams.
Keep calm and pick Ogre, yeah?
Wait, hang on. In the interview, who was it from Ad Finum that said, I hate Ogre Magi?
MNT.
MNT saying, if you pick Ogre Magi, you're boring. Well, there you go. They've thrown down the gauntlet.
I mean, it might be not too exciting. Winning is not boring, hero, but yeah, it does win you games, and it is a very strong support. And as we said previously, you don't really give anything away.
Mm-hmm.
At least it's a hero that is good in a lot of different situations.
It works, that's what matters about the hero, the pick. It allows your captain to have a lot of ease to draft. You have good lanes, you have good adjustments you can make depending on what the opponents play. You can pressure the enemy, you can play safe lane.
Batrider picked up this time. They're obviously going for a different type of approach as well, denying the Rubik as well as grabbing it for themselves. Newbie is probably one of the ones that love the Rubik more than any other team, even though it's super high.
The Rubik is in a very good place now, yeah?
Yeah.
A lot of good spells to seal, and it's one of a very solid, the most solid position 5 laners right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, the Batrider pick just tells us that Ad Finum are really going in a very different direction.
Yes.
They're going for more lane presence right now. Because laning was their huge problem in the last game. So good adjustment by them. And for newbie, still really, really open.
They really like the Jug, they really like their Sanking, but usually these teams don't like picking those two into the Rubik, at least from what I've seen in the Chinese scene, because the Rubik, but Jug is, okay, so they get it anyway. They do love that hero, so those are the two that I was kind of looking
The
at.
other hero they would love is like Oracle, so we haven't seen much of it.
Oh yeah.
They're one of the few teams that actually pick Oracle against Batrider a lot. Could be a possible solution towards that lasso in the game.
Yeah, a couple times they did draft it. They picked it third, not here of course, like in the past, but yeah, they definitely are a team that do like to have the Oracle versus the Batrider. And it doesn't give Rubik like great spells to steal. Like you don't really get anything versus
the ultimate is great.
Yeah, you're never gonna get that though, right? It's like that's so hard to get as a Rubik.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he has such easy spammable spells, so it's very, very hard to be able to steal that type
Heroes
of.
banned 40% Magi.
Yeah, because of their playstyle, they really want to focus on going into the mid game, and sometimes they pick greedier heroes. and they don't really want to face against an Ogre that can disrupt all your plans. Right now, newbie having the Ogre on their side is going to be a very worrisome thought if you're an Advenom fan right now. The laning, how do they deal with the laning? And when we talk about dealing with Ogre, I always talk about Undying.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they play the hero. And Undying plus Batrider can be a very formidable dual lane.
Absolutely.
Another boring hero, so probably not their kind of hero.
So it's formidable, but it's boring.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate? Why is he just not engaging?
Because you just decay and you run in and you put your tombstone down and not flashy.
And then you walk away.
But you get the job done. You're that guy that helps your team in the laning phase.
That's when MNT just throws Spartan on the Undying and he's whatever. So, but yeah, they ban out the Lifestealer. I mean, Lifestealer he already has a method of, he has a vehicle with the Sand King in a way, and he matches up very well versus Batrider and Rubik.
It's like one of the few carries that can lane alone against Batrider. I think we see VP do this a lot. They leave the Lifestealer on his own in the lane, and the other two supports, like the Ogre and the IO, they
just go run
They
around.
kill the other lanes. So that's probably what Advenom are really worried about, the pressure coming into other lanes, because in the last game, their carry player Madara had so much pressure on his lane and he couldn't really farm.
Sniper is still in the pool. If there's an Ogre in the enemy team, is Sniper out of the question? Because he might
I think
get
Sniper
buildings?
is a really good pick right now in the current meta. He fits in a lot of lineups. You want to pick him in a situation where obviously there's no gap closers on the opposing side. Because he's really weak. He's like somewhat similar to Drow. You don't want the enemy to be up in your face. And if you have a good lineup around it, like what kind of heroes you want around Sniper? Heroes that are very tanky, they are very good frontliners, they are very good distractions. Clockwork,
distractions.
Sand Kings are very good examples of that. They distract the enemy.
Oh, there's a bounty hunter still.
So they still go for it, but it's later on, so it's a different. It's
But
not
still,
completely
I'm
different,
not so sure about the bounty pick yet
Me
again,
neither.
because Sand King and Ogre are like super strong lane. And it's gonna like I mentioned, as a bounty hunter, you want to be able to have that flexibility to roam around. You don't want to worry about, oh, my lane is actually getting destroyed bottom. Sand King Ogre can actually do that to you.
And I mean, Ogre's so beefy, he just can kind of walk around, waddle around. You're not really gonna do
he can
too
like
much.
easily solo kill you with a dust
Yeah.
on Ogre. So that's gonna be something that MNT has to be watching out in the game.
Still it is a pressure thing though, right? With the Batrider, you can still pressure the safe lane quite a bit with like those type of dual lanes, but not as much as like an Undying Batrider, obviously.
So out of interest, where do you think this not resilience, what's the word, persistence with Bounty Hunter has come from? Do they genuinely believe and have theory crafted how this is going to counter newbie? Do you think?
Comfort picks,
Is
maybe?
it just as simple as that?
It's like his. I mean, MNT's probably one of his best heroes.
I think it's also something that I talked about before. They already have an idea and a plan how to approach newbie, and they feel like Bounty could fulfill that role for them. They want to keep fighting, so you get tracked. You exchange kills, you get the better trade, and you have a hero that can place vision, and that is the Oracle.
You called it.
It's even better now versus the bounty too, because you can purge off the track.
That is actually a very annoying thing for the bounty.
It does have a fairly long cooldown though.
Oh, if you level it up, then you'll be fine. Because most games, Oracle, you choose to max your Fate's Edict.
Is that our first puck?
I think we've seen it once
They've
before.
played it before here, right?
I mean, it tells you that they are building up into a very big.
Yeah, they lost with the
They are
puck.
building up into a very big carry. If you look at the first 4 heroes of Advenom, they are all heroes that are able to fight easily. They don't need much items. They're going to be creating space for someone. So someone really, really big.
It was a Thug playing puck as well, by the way. So if you know you're going to be up against a puck, if you're newbie, what's your mid laner going to be?
Most of the heroes can destroy puck. Like TA would be a very good
TA
example.
is best,
I love TA
But TA
against
will
that.
be up against Batrider. That's not, too
optimal.
shabby for him. But still, you talk about a laning phase, TA is going to destroy puck. Whoa.
Do we have to do that again?
Nah, leave him alone.
Oh.
Let him rest. Oh no, he does.
He's chilling.
He knows.
He's just ready for the dotes.
Well, they're just going for all the
slug.
heroes that are very difficult for Batrider to deal with. Very difficult for
been a
him
long
to
day.
lasso the slug.
Oh!
Hey! The Boston Major's going on. No time for sleeping.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Slark very good versus Batrider. He's also great versus
Bounty as
Rubik
well.
and Bounty. But Puck is decent versus him, obviously, with your burst potential till he's a bit stronger.
Puck's really good against the Oracle because we mentioned how Oracle's going to counteract the Batrider initiation. So basically right now they have two ways of jumping. So when you jump one person, you need to make sure, okay, you need to take care of the Oracle, whoever goes first, and the second guy needs to go for the Oracle to make sure Oracle doesn't, give the save.
Yeah, they already have like the vision with the bounty hunter, so he's able to like kind of scout out the back lines, and they can go for like this double force
They
of
ban out the
initiation.
TA and newbie ban out the big hero, the anti-mage.
What's Medera going to play?
He needs to play like something like a Sven. Takes a lot of farm.
Damn, cosplay.
All the 3 spirits.
Yeah,
1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
He's played Sven good amount.
Newbie, on the other hand, would need their SCC hero against the Puck. You want a good matchup. Invoker still there. Pretty good matchup for that. And you have a Sand King stun to initiate for the Sunstrike. And Oracle as well. You can you have the 2-second disable at level 1, so it's pretty good at landing, setting up for the Sunstrike.
Susceptible though to the bounty hunter Puck.
He's weak against the gank though. That's the other issue about Invoker. But he does offer a lot for the team in general, the whole team.
Running out of time for Newbie.
Yeah, I'm just more thinking what could be still a Madara hero in this situation.
You're still thinking about Madara?
I'm still thinking about that. We've seen him play some amazing
They can wait for the last pick, you know.
They
So
go for
can,
DK.
yeah.
DK is great versus Puck. Obviously, like with Raindrop introduced, Puck's fallen off in quite favored just because of that. But DK obviously has the instant stun to be dealing with that.
The other reason why DK is great against Puck is because of the how you play the hero. Because Puck, when you get level 6, you want to roam, you want to TP, you want to push gank, not push towers, and DK is going to push your tower. Once you leave the lane, he pops the ultimate. So it's like a counter in a way where the playstyle counter, but not the hero counter.
Yeah, basically you have to pay a price. Every time you want to do what you're supposed to, you're paying the price.
And for Adfinum, the big hero, talk about... Oh, okay, that's the big hero. The
okay. That's one that they need. They need something that can farm. Like Sven, I don't think is going to be enough for them because he just doesn't match up that well versus like Slark and DK. Just too much. Like they'll scale to a point where Sven will just fall apart. Yeah.
Morphling is going to be the split push.
All right.
Oh, man.
Interesting.
Well, it is locked in. Adfinum and Newbie. Will Adfinum go home after looking so good? Top of the EU regional qualifiers. They managed to make every single series in their group stage a full 3 games. Will this be the first 2-0 they concede? We're about to find out with your casters. Will the Greeks go home, or will it look like a scene from 300? We're about to find out with your casters. It's Capitalist and Malini.
Well, I don't know if they're going to be shirtless, but I'm sure Adfinum are going to be putting on one hell of a scene with this very interesting composition we have. A Bounty Hunter and a Puck, 3-4 pickup for Adfinum. We knew they had to go for some sort of hard carry. They went for a little bit more comfort, I suppose, in the Morphling, but Merlini, is it really enough? They're facing a Slark and a Dragonite.
I think it's more so all their other heroes seem pretty heavily countered. The Batrider against the Oracle and the Slark. The Puck gets generally destroyed all game by a Dragonite. It's going to be a very tough one to pull off, I think. They are underhanded in the draft once again.
They're going to have to do a whole lot more in the laning phase than they did last time in order to really get some momentum, the kind of heroes that they have, and particularly that Puck. Of course, Thug, though, I mean, this is a guy who's been known for his very aggressive mid-play, going all the way back to MLG Austin when he first stood in for Adfinum when they went to that tournament, and they unfortunately could not have Kaiser Soze there. Thug, who was a Lina spammer at the time, was very much known for being able to win his lane and be able to take that momentum and just control the game from there. And that's absolutely what they need from him this game out of the Puck in a tough matchup against that Dragonite.
He does have the Bounty Hunter, though. Straight Puck versus DK, I think, is just pretty poor for the Puck. But with the Bounty Hunter, that changes things completely. They really need the Bounty Hunter to do a lot, even more so than last game, which I think he did a decent job of killing the Courier and wasting a lot of their time scouting out information. But this game, they need kills. There's just no other way around it. You can split push all you want, but if Puck doesn't get a lot of kills and Batrider doesn't get a lot of kills, I think they're going to lose even with a very farmed morph.
Newbie protecting themselves with 4 heroes at the bottom lane. And Adfinum will pick up the top bounty rune here. Maybe next time, trying to get some information as the supports move on out. He's going to see Faith body blocking up and probably having a hand in this middle lane. You said, well, it's not just the Puck versus the Dragonite. We also have the Bounty Hunter. But Ogre is another hero that is notorious for his early lane harassment.
He already has a healing self, so there is really no reason for the chicken to come back to him, really. So there's very little chance of a chicken snipe from them. And they see Faith. Can they lift him up onto the high ground? I mean, Morphling with level 1 Morph is not the best kill partner for that.
I mean, both a Sand King and an Ogre are both very strong lane presence, and it's a struggle to see how a Bounty Hunter and Rubik are going to be able to upset this balance.
They have the range advantage. That's the one thing that they have going for them in this lane.
They need to be able to keep KP off of the lane as much as possible because Morphling is a hero that suffers against Sand King due to his naturally low range. He does put himself in danger against that Caustic Finale. So the supports definitely need to have a presence in lane, at least in the first couple of levels here. See our off lane, of course, our Bat Rider matched up against the Oracle as well as the Slark. Thanks to the Slark's laning presence, this won't be a free lane for Skylark necessarily, especially due to Dark Pack just being able to easily keep off those stacks of Sticky Napalm.
And how's this big stack going to be treated by Skylark? There is a double stack. It is getting taken out on the north side, and meanwhile on the south side.
Yeah, they're trying to contest this hard camp pull. Plus it's Centaurs. Centaurs probably one of the weaker of the hard camps. Knew we should be able to easily take most of this CS and still pull the rest of the creeps back. They're fighting around him, using Caustic Finale quite well. In our mid lane matchup, Thug is winning in the CS 10-2, but SC is not too far behind at 8-1, and this is only going to get harder as time goes on.
He does have a sentry there protecting him, not the biggest deal, but expecting the bottle timing coming out, and maybe next time is almost spot on as he goes behind, but this thing is just sitting at the T2 tower.
Yeah, looks like SC is going to make his run back here.
Yep, he sees it, and SCCC has probably played a lot of pubs, and I guess a lot of people who have camped in mid.
Maybe on the way back he can actually get it, and it would be even better if SC puts the bottle back with the Courier, but maybe next time Invis runs out at the wrong time, and now the Courier, it's going to chill out at this tier 2. Meanwhile, on top lane, we are going to have a battle here. The Courier may be in danger, but Skylark is also in some trouble as U9 is heading his way into that. He was trying to battle over this hard camp pull, and once again, he is going to try and pull it out to try and get his creeps and the creep equilibrium onto his favor. Oh, Spartan's going to be in some trouble. The Ranger is actually blocking him out. Spartan is going to have to eat through a tree. Nice telekinesis top back down into Faith, and Spartan will barely stay alive through that Caustic Finale pop. Maybe next time does manage to snatch that one up in deep. KP looking for Spartan, but Spartan is ahead of both of these heroes as they try and make for the dive. They will manage to slow him down with the Ignite, and KP looks like he'll be able to run him down. Pops the mango. Spartan tries to juke him out once again, but no tricks up his sleeve. First blood will be picked up by KP.
At least Bounty Hunter got the chicken snipe. He was very patient. He got it just before the 3-minute mark, so almost no chance for Newbie to upgrade in time. But you can't always micro that Courier. I was thinking maybe they could like patrol it around the tower, but it's very difficult. Like Newbie, they have other things to do, like CS and make sure that Skylark doesn't put too much pressure on the lane. So they just kept their eyes off the chicken for a second, and Bounty Hunter swooped in.
Yeah, they do have this counter ward already set up, so they just saw the ward. They're kind of baiting Kaka into a situation here. Skylark is going to try and abuse this cliff area, gets down. Meanwhile, Kaka is having some trouble with maybe next time. Didn't realize that there was going to be another hero here. Maybe they can run him down even under tower. I say that, though. A TP's going to come in. They're going to have to give up on that attempted kill as Faith does ensure this tri-lane stays alive against the Bat Rider's aggression.
And now they have Faith bringing him items. If you look in his inventory, he has a magic stick. That's SCCC. So the chicken... Courier, I mean, Dragon Knight's forced to walk back to base. That's a sad time if you're a mid. You never really want to walk back.
Meanwhile, like Thug's just getting more and more of a CS advantage, so it seems like with the help of maybe next time, they have managed to win this lane. And Thug already has a TP scroll. That's very important. Puck is one of those heroes that the panel talked about. He rotates out of his lane so much, and Thug at a moment's notice could have an impact in either one of the side lanes with his fresh Dream Coil.
And looks like top may be their next point of attack, perhaps, with that Dream Coil, as Bounty Hunter places a ward behind the T1 tower. They know the Oracle is very weak right now. They've only had one hero, one support up top, rather. The Ogre has come in, but only for a brief moment, and it's mostly just the Oracle. They can keep him down and at least prevent them from stacking.
KP trying to play around the neutrals, but it's going to be gone on here. Toss back, a Burrow Strike will let him escape from Madara's harassment. Now here comes the first rotation of the puck. It's going to be nice and early with a double damage and a smoke. Maybe next time he's scouting out these heroes. Thug can easily line up a jump, but he's not going to go on the Slark. Instead, they're going to get the free kill on Kaka. The Oracle should be going down here. Ends up getting his double damage purged off. Not a big deal. They're still going to try and make the dive, it looks like, onto U9 if they can actually just keep him in place, but never mind. Another Courier hunt for maybe next time goes awry. Unable to snipe that one.
So they're getting some kills with the puck, but only one kill in the game for them. At least Puck's slightly ahead of CS in the mid lane, as well as the Morphling in the bottom lane. So I would say they came out pretty decently in the lane, at least much better than last game.
Spartan in some trouble now. He's actually going to try and run up here, but SC's on the other side. He's going to pop his ultimate. Telekinesis is there, tosses him away, trying to get as much distance away from that Dragon Tail as possible, leading Newbie on a chase here, but he obviously will be caught eventually. A second kill going to Newbie now.
That Caustic hit really hurt him. Maybe he could have gotten away if he TP'd immediately, but he did not know how close the DK was, nor how close the Ogre was. And Kaka is still in full vision of that Observer Ward. Yu probably realizes that there's a ward behind the tower considering Shadow Dance is up, but Kaka, he walks out. He does not have Fate's Edict.
One of the beautiful things, though, about that Purge, it purged off the sticky napalm, so he is able to get some distance away from Skylark. And again, Newbie will... They seem to always have a TP ready to go for this top lane against a Bat Rider. They seem very well prepared against this kind of strategy, bringing first the Ogre, and this time around bringing KP all the way up to the top lane. But is his movement going to be worth it? He may have defended Kaka, but that's not worth it by itself. They actually get a kill on the Thug. That'll be much better. They managed to get the Burrow Strike. SC unable to get the secondary stun here as Spartan finally shows himself with the Telekinesis. The Coil will keep the rest of these heroes back. Newbie failed to get an initiation that succeeds onto Thug.
Look at maybe next time again.
Yeah,
He's
man.
ready. He's so ready.
This guy never stops. Is he going to get it, though?
He's probably on that quest.
He's level 3. He's got Janana. He's got the Invis. The Courier does not have a boost. It will easily be run down by the Bounty Hunter. That'll be level 4 for him on top of everything else.
He's getting a lot of gold.
Oh, they're going on bottom lane. They actually just laid out the ward. CKP come forward a bit, but he does go for the early level in Sandstorm. That decreases his kill power and harassment with Caustic Finale, but it does allow him to be able to disjoint some of that damage. And we could see the power of this Morphling is really amping up now that he's level 7. His lane presence is kind of at a peak.
The kills in the lane are so hard with raindrops. Like Bounty Hunter was super popular as well as Puck at some point, but...
Waiting. His Invis is going to run out. Maybe next time he's going to have to re-up it here before they go for this initiation. Spartan, can he actually catch it with the Telekinesis? Not going to happen. With the combination of Dream Coil, they just needed 4 more seconds. That's what they were waiting on. If Thug has the Dream Coil, there's no way that a Burrow Strike by itself would allow KP to escape, but...
He's too fast with the Trinks.
Yeah.
And vision-wise...
Oh, they saw this one coming, I think.
Yeah.
They saw those heroes rotating through river. Skylark's already backed up.
There is a double stack that kind of is available to him, but probably not really willing to go for that at this moment. But DK's usually just parks in lane, so as soon as he goes missing on the map and he wasn't low and you don't expect him to go healing, it's pretty obvious that he is going to rotate to one of the lanes, try and get a kill, and push a tower.
Pulling the creep wave off the tower, that'll help out quite
Dire
a bit.
has used scan. They know that maybe next time is around. It pings red. They do have a dust available, and it will miss.
No, he's barely outside of range.
Whew, that was close. He was on the northeast side of that scan and not directly in the middle, which perhaps Newbie had expected. But they are on to his antics for sure.
Maybe next time. I feel like he kind of wants to be a part of this experience of this clear through the neutrals, but he doesn't want to risk a potential counter ward that could be already laid down as a trap, so he will just try and get more information for his team.
And Morphling's pretty happy with the way that the pace of the game is going. DK still hasn't really done too much damage to any of the T1 towers, and he's just happy farming away. Top rune, SCCC runs into the smoke, does not get lifted.
And now they're going to still try and run him down with the Dragonite, but Faith is here to try and stop things. Actually, they get a Telekinesis, stoling him up and throw him into the river. Now Skylark can chase him down. Lasso might not even be needed here. Skylark is just going to be able to pair up with the rest of his teammates, run down the Ogre. 2-2 now as Ad Venom even up the score at 10 minutes.
Definitely wanted the DK there, but any sort of experience is going to be pretty important for maybe next time Blink Dagger hits onto the Puck. You have the Arcane on the Bounty Hunter. Only thing you're missing is Trek. Tome of XP isn't going to carry him to level 6, so they need +1 or some lane time. Skylark.
Yeah, he's in serious trouble. He doesn't have Firefly for another 3 seconds, trying to buy himself time with the lasso. He does have the help of Spartan actually coming in. You are behind. Maybe next time we'll be able to manage to get the catch with the help of Thug. They bring down the Oracle at bare minimum.
This Puck's doing work. He's in the right place at the right time, but I would say Bounty Hunter's contributing a lot more to Ad Venom right now, and you can see why it's a top-tier pick for them.
Look at that. U9 is pinging out the ward spot on top of that cliff. Little does he know that's actually a Bounty Hunter there, so that may be Newbie counter-warding the wrong spot. Faith is going to come along, He's going to be, I'll throw down the counter ward. I'll take that ward. He's like, hey, what the hell, Slark? You told me there was a ward
Look at
here.
the chicken. The chicken again.
Oh, no.
Maybe next time,
you monster. Stop it. Stop it right now. 3 courier kills in 11 minutes.
He should be nicknamed Chicken Hunter or Courier Hunter, whatever you want to call it.
Newbie. You thought you were going to get your courier back to base. Maybe next time, indeed. Thug's going to be in some trouble. Throws out his orb, blinks the other direction, doesn't actually jump to his orb in time. He's in serious trouble, actually. He doesn't have a TP for another 5 seconds. Throws down the coil, but SC is there. They easily clean up a huge kill of a Puck. Puck has been playing rather slow. He's been sitting more in lane. Has only rotated up to that top lane twice, but he picked up his Blink Dagger in good timing, but unfortunately, he has not had an impact when it comes to bringing down a core.
Maybe next time with, what is that, the 3rd chicken kill, I believe, this game?
Yep.
Is that a 3-star on the quest?
1 in 3 minutes. Yeah. All about the quest. Spartan's loving it. Down a game, but spirits are still high for Ad Finum, especially with this start in game number 1. Another dust. This time around, maybe next time. I don't even know how he does it. I thought he was going to run into that counter ward, but he doesn't even do that much. He's going to run into it now. They do have the combo here.
Nah, he's playing around it.
Oh, he really is. He's just on the edges of the actual counter ward itself.
So Spartan's level 6 now. They have more potential for plays. Kaka.
See the Bat Rider.
He does not have Blink Dagger. He needs some way to slow him down or speed up Skylark.
Kaka's still got his ultimate. He's kind of baiting next time. Of course, all of Newbie are going to be able to come in straight into the jungle. Skylark's going to be caught as well. They stun him up. Can't get back to the cliff in time. Nicely baited out by Kaka. They read that whole entire time thanks to this super defensive ward that was paired up with the counter ward. They saw the Bat Rider's rotation, even if they didn't see maybe next time.
But that's an over-aggressive move that is going to come to haunt them as Bat Rider's gold. He is
so close to the Blink Dagger.
He must be in a lot of despair as I have 1,600. If I got that kill, or if I didn't, if I wasn't involved at all, I would have my Blink by now. That's one that you definitely do not want to give up. And they still haven't made good use of track up as of yet, but looking to change that as Thug and maybe next time are
strikes twice in a row. They got that kill in top lane, 2 kills, make it a 3rd. Now as the Shadow Blade's going to pop out, Spartan actually gets some distance here. He's got the Dark Pact, but just 1 hit. And there it is. The early Shadow Blade will get him another kill. At least you can say that Shadow Blade wasn't used to pick off a core of Ad Finum. But Newbie are not done being aggressive just yet. They're going to go for Madara here. He just picked up the Lincolns, though. They popped it with the Burrow Strike now, and maybe Dragon Knight can actually get the stun before the next Lincolns is up in 4 more seconds. SC, the smoke pops, actually jump forward here from Madara. He managed to kill the Sand King before he gets caught by this whole entire initiation. He needs to be able to get out of Replicate. Madara, he's weeding his way through the trees with the Quelling Blade. Is he actually dodging all this? No way. Madara, he comes out with the waveform. Now they've got Kaka. They've got the silence. Madara, a magician. He pops out, appears. He's going for SC now. He's trying to actually get the extra kill. Thug, they've got the nukes coming in. Thug has another round of nukes in just a couple of seconds here. He's going to blink forward, but no, decides against it. Blinks backward instead. U9 is here with the Shadow Blade, but he's already been met with a silence from the Puck. A clean retreat from Ad Finum as Madara. Can anyone match this carry?
Maybe next time in the back, looking for perhaps the low HP hero or stopping U9's region. Yeah, Madara, the Quelling Blade on Morphling really made the difference there. He was able to just run around the trees in a very unusual path. And I like the aggressive play on the thing. He's like, screw this. You guys are wrapping around behind him. I'm just going to kill your... Look at this. These Quelling Blade tricks.
He gets the Sand King underneath tower. He dodges all of this. And another kill.
They're playing very well against the DK. I like how the Puck's trying to always catch the DK and then phase right after so he doesn't get Dragon-tailed. Like,
think how little.
It's so hard being Puck.
Yeah. Think how little they've... Oh, there's the Blink Dagger. They managed to catch Kaka. That's hugely important. He's the only counter to this Bat Rider at this point in time. The rest of Newbie will complete their TPs and attempt to contest this off-lane tower push, but it's just not going to happen. They're going to Burrow Strike out of the Dream Coil, but Thug is still there thanks to his Jarb.
And Sand King was at that critical, like, 1,800 gold mark right before that death. And now that Bat Rider has his Blink and they have track online, they are bloodthirsty.
They lost their tier 1 tower and mid, but Thug, you thirsty, my friend. He's actually going not for a Yule Scepter off of that Staff of the Wizardry. He's going for the Dagon.
It's great versus the Dragon Knight. A much safer build is the Veil, which offers more magic damage and armor at the expense of less single target burst. It's a much more common build, but you know, if you want to pick off the Oracle, which I think is his main job this game, if Batrider can't get on top of him, and if you want to deal a lot of damage to the high armor DK, I think it's an appropriate choice.
Yeah, and it also puts a lot of pressure on that Slark as well. He potentially may not be able to get off a Shadow Dance at the right times if the burst damage just comes a bit too quick.
Yeah, they need a little bit more farm, though, in the Rubik, I think, to really make a big difference. You want as many ways to initiate as possible and as many opportunities to gank. And with just the Puck and the Batrider having the Blink Daggers, it may be a little bit of a problem for them. But maybe not, because Morphling is just super farmed. Looks like he might get another T1.
Time to go on Safari here. U9 will manage to pop the Shadow Blade, goes straight for Spartan. Really isn't. Oh, the Dark Pact is going to be beautiful enough to be able to pick up a support and manage to get the escape. Dark Pact still going to be able to go off. Now Skylark's in trouble. He thought he could still pick up the carry. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, KP is being gone on by both Maybe Next Time and Thug, but gets saved by Kaka's Oracle. And the rest of Newbie will all TP up into this mid-tier 1 tower. Adfinum again losing their Rubik and Batrider as they try and push aggressively into Newbie's jungle.
Well played by the Slark there. He's definitely well versed in how to play against Bat, and are they gonna wasted another one. They saw Shadow Dance wasn't on, he pinged out. Just thought that it was perhaps a bounty hunter, but because of that they also missed the D ward.
Yeah, it's hard for them to read where these wards are when the Slark is constantly having his passive taken away by bounty hunter.
Yeah, now he's like, okay, I have Shadow Dance on me, but I don't actually know whether or not it's bounty hunter. And Oracle isn't made of gold. He doesn't have track on his side.
He pops the Lincolns of Madara, hoping to be able to push him back a little bit. Madara does go into the mid lane where they're going to be able to freely take this tier 1 tower.
Dude, this Morphling is just so big.
He is. Which is why Newbie right now are trying to contest some of the side lanes, but they don't get anything at top, and it looks like bottom's going to be a failure as well. This fresh Blink Dagger picked up by KP does not find the connection on a Skylark.
And you definitely don't want it to be this late relative to the Lincoln's Morphling. Lincoln's had his Lincoln's way before the Blink Dagger came out, and that's really their only long duration disable. I guess Dragon Knight, but he doesn't have a way to get on top of the Morphling. He has no Blink, he has no Shadow Blade.
Maybe next time scouting out some of these heroes, a deep entrance here. They're going to try and pop out underneath this tier 2 tower. The Dream Coil will catch the Ogre. They're going to be able to get onto him, it seems like. Madara will get his nuke out. That'll slow down things a little bit. He also has the Replicate, but Ogre is just too dumb and too tanky to notice all these spells. Another round. There it is. Thug will finally find that kill, but at the same time, it is buying a lot of space for Newbie to set up. You could see already KP is in position to go for an Epicenter Blink. Radiant. They just popped that one out with a scan. They know what's here. And they might just try and surprise KP. The smoke breaks. Thug thinking about it here. Skylar's going to come forward. There's the lasso. They caught KP. He thought he was going to be able to defend that tier 2 tower with the setup. Now they're actually going to be able to go for more. Maybe next time in the background goes for Kaka, but he gets blown up. But maybe that's just enough. Now the rest of Adfinum are here. They're on top of SC, and SC needs a save. Kaka gets blown up in the backlines, and I think SC, he doesn't have a whole lot of heals coming his way. That ultimate's going to wear off. He will manage to survive thanks in part to the armlet. U9 managed to get the kill in the background of the Rubik, but Faith, he will be gobbled up. Madara's Morphling is just way too big at this time. Dominating streak. They traded 2 for 3. They got themselves some track kills.
This is some of the best usage of scan that I've seen. Most of the time it's to confirm that a smoke is coming or what direction it's going to come from. But the way they're using it is so that they can get the jump in a team fight, picking off a key hero like the Sand King, who is typically in the fog. And he was in a very well disguised position, deep in the trees. But it's unfortunately for him just a very common spot, especially when you're trying to defend the T2. And nice deny coming out from Newbie.
Yeah, very well played by our Slark, who has Shadow Blade as well as the Echo Saber. Dragon Knight is trying to work his way towards the BKB and is very close too. So all this magic damage is going to be coming out. That's a Dagon 3 now up for Thug sitting in his inventory.
Yeah, it's a tough game for SCCC because he needs to be along with the Sand King sometimes so they can actually stop this Morphling from split pushing. But because he has to go for the BKB, they're not going to have enough ganking threat. But it is going to shore up their team fight a lot. They don't want to concede any unnecessary kills to the Bounty Hunter. And it's a much different story from last game where Adfinum actually had the team fight to rival Newbies.
I mean, you say it's a tough game for those two cores, but Kaka's got to be a nervous wreck. That guy is not only just a target, but his plays can easily change the game with how much magic damage and burst damage there. He has to be on a trigger finger when it comes to that false promise, and the right Fate's Edicts could potentially save the team fights all by itself. But at Venom, they seem to have the advantage in all these team fights that are going down, both with aggressive wards and, as you said, very nicely placed scans.
That might change soon, though. Now, clicking on the Slark, yes, Gem. And at Venom are well aware of this, I would assume. And now maybe next time has to be way more careful. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger. He doesn't have any way to escape a Slark hunting him down, nor does he have any vision of his own. Like, he can just be eyed out by the Slark without actually knowing at all. So this is where at Venom need to group up a little bit more as they're pushing the T3 tower. Newbies, they're nowhere to be found. They have to start TPing in, but a good fourth of the tower will be taken down.
Yeah, clearly Skylark thought there was going to be at least one newbie hero. He tried to put himself inside the base nice and early, see if they could get a quick pick and turn that into so much more. Newbie are a little bit more hesitant, a bit more disciplined in their rotations back.
That's
no one's going to be
a hard
found.
ward to find. The one that U9 just walked
Oh,
through.
yeah.
Like you would expect the ward to be like on either side, but even if you get spotted there with no Shadow Dance, you're like, okay, where is this ward? But
yeah, it's a nice ward that manages to see multiple rotations, multiple avenues into the jungle, and may even see some of these heroes as they push out through mid.
And now U9 on warding duty. Let's see how many he gets. He gets one sentry. He'll almost certainly get this observer ward to the south side if he walks over there. But I think there will be at least one lone stander.
Initiation is everything for Ad Venom, and they just got a big boost in that initiation with Force Staff.
I don't think it was under the observer ward, however. It doesn't catch the left side where the ancient or where the creeps are.
Madara, his replicate is just now coming up. Maybe next time is going to be the one trailing behind. He might be the one to pop the smoke. U9 comes in from the side, does see a couple of these heroes. They're going to go straight for the puck in the backlines, and that's a perfect hero. They stop the initiator. They've already taken him out, and now Madara has to do this all solo pretty much. He's the big damage dealer. He's trying to go for the Slark, but it's just not going to be enough. Here comes the epicenter. KP on the side, blinks in, managed to get his jump, but they actually missed the Skylark entirely. They get a little bit more magic damage onto SC, but he's armlet toggling beautifully. Madara's going to try and chase him down. He has an Ethereal Blade up. He just needs vision. He backs away, though, turns for the Slark instead. Gets him. Here comes a bounce in. Nice double stun from KP, and they try and fight this out. SC goes against the Morphling, but the nukes come in. They finish him off. Now the Ogre's going to be left over as well. He's dead on top of everything else. Newbie go from finding the advantage in the team fight to losing it immediately against Madara's Morphling.
The only good thing about that fight is that they didn't lose a gem, but Madara he's just too farm at this moment. Even with the BKBs, they still couldn't really do that much damage. And Puck managed to escape at the beginning of the fight. He was sub 100 HP, but was able to escape with the help of phase shift. But that was such a close fight. I like the target selection from Newbie a lot, going for that Puck first. He thought he was safe on the far right side. And this is closer to the tail end of the fight. SCCC armlet toggles his way to safety, and they catch him out. Very nicely placed sentry ward in the trees where Slark thought he was safe. And KP, you can see him retrieving the gem, eyes on the prize, and Madara with another wave and volley of spells will take down SCCC. So when you lose your first fight like that with a BKB and your Slark looks very mortal and just dying while in Viz.
And Madara looks immortal. I mean, that guy, he just shrugged off any attention that was put his way, and he's going to shrug it off a whole lot more with the BKB coming up.
He is just insanely farmed. I don't think I've ever seen a Morphling like get this stacked this early.
Yeah, he's 16,000 net worth. Second net worth in the game right now is our Slark at 10K. Even Thug is at 10K right now.
Yeah, and it's kind of the dream if you're playing against supports that are super poor because they've constantly had to blow so many spells because of the bounty hunter, or blow many sentries and dust, and maybe next time looking to tank the smoke. The scan does hit red.
Skylark is also setting up for a potential initiation here from Newbie.
And they see him, he pops the smoke.
Yeah, it's already popped. KP's just going to try and blink forward. Goes in, but gets annihilated. My God, the magic damage too much for him to even get off a Burrow Strike. Roshan will easily fall, and now it's going to be Newbie on full retreat now. Dream Coil goes down. They need a stun. Shuriken will have it. Faith will also die. Another track kill for Ad Venom. They win Roshan, they get the Aegis, and now they're in a perfect position to put some pressure on Newbie. They've got 2 picks for 30 seconds.
Madara has the exact same score that SCCC had last game, 9-0 and 5, just absolutely taking over this game. And I mean, I thought the supports were under farm, but Sand King is too. He just died instantly.
Yeah. Oh, they need some extra help in initiation. That's where SC's thinking about that Blink Dagger and how he's going to be able to use it for the next fight to stop this push, because Madara already has that tier 3 at half.
And with the Blink Dagger on Thug, it's a level 4 Dagon. You do not feel safe as the Oracle. He's just
Skylark comes forward, but there goes the Blink Dagger. The Dragonite, they stop the initiation of Skylark, and that's huge. In the back lines, Kaka almost dies, but the nuke isn't quite enough, and now Madara's in trouble. He pops his BKB, starts running himself away with the Morph Strength. He'll be okay, but maybe next time's now stunned up. Nice jump in with the silence. Kaka will help save with KP's Epicenter. They almost finish off 2 different heroes. FaZe will at least get one of them on the side. Thug awaits as Madara backs himself up. He still has that Aegis, but Newbie, they're still going to try and pick some of the other heroes. Spartan's going to be the initiation. They get a Burrow Strike onto him. They see Morphling is low on mana. He doesn't have a replicate up. Barely has enough to be able to make a way for him out, but now he's drained out of mana. He'll be going down here for his first life. Can they get him a second time, though? Thug is sitting down here waiting for some sort of interception if necessary, but there he goes. Jumps over to his replicate. He's good. Thug, he'll also be fine. The stuns just cannot be fast enough. And the Lincolns and Burrow Strike.
Newbie with a miraculous defense over there.
Says back up. Back the hell up, U9.
They have 2 gems now. One on Faith, one on U9. They picked up the Bat Rider as he was going to the right side. He's actually a little bit under farm. No BKB in sight for him despite having all this track money going his way. But Newbie, they lose a range direct but got so many key heroes. And that was really tough to fight against the Morphling.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it. And it all comes down to the counter initiation from Newbie and the way they use that Blink Dagger of the Dragonite to stop the Bat Rider.
Yeah, and
as you can see right here, Skylar comes forward, SC stops him in his tracks.
Also, I like the Oracle's positioning a lot. He's like so far back that they really want to get him, but he's very close to the T4 towers and just behind his entire team. And like the raindrops made the difference there in him surviving.
Yeah, I think maybe even he didn't get hit by the waveform. He might have been far enough back that was just the regular nukes of the Morphling, and if he had been hit by that waveform, maybe he would have gone down instantly.
And look at him, like he's kind of baiting and drawing the Morphling in again.
Skylark,
I'm not happy about that.
That reaction to just how poorly that initiation went for him.
It's just not a good feeling when you pick up the gen and lose it immediately. It's very demoralizing because that's another, 9 minutes before they
Especially since their initiation is so important. That's why Skylark tries to go for Kaka, can't quite get him, and now he's going to be caught by U9. He managed to get a couple of nukes down, but there goes the Shadow Dance as well as Kaka's nukes. Madara goes ahead and cleans up that support in the back lines, but his 2 cores are safe. At least for now, Thug actually blinks his way in, immediately hit by the Dragon Tail of SC, and here comes KP. Epicenter over the top. Madara still fighting strong, though. Managed to get the Dragonite. Already a buyback coming out from the Slark. They need to be able to keep this melee Rax alive, and Slark is the man to do it. It seems like Madara is still feeling himself, though. He goes for KP, he jumps forward. It's going to be caught, though. Managed to jump back to his replicate just in time. Spartan tries to go for the TP out. He will not make it. The nuke's too much for him to handle. But the important thing being that a buyback comes out from our Slark, and Madara stays alive.
Another botched initiation by Skylark. I mean, Morphling went in thinking that he had a target last one, and it would have been an easy kill on the Oracle, but perhaps a misclick or something like that was just not the right exact play from him. So this is closer to the tail end of the fight where Madara has to man up versus all of these BKB heroes, but he still has a ton of agility, ton of armor. Puck gets immediately stunned. That was a nice play from SCCC right there.
Yeah.
Of course, another great epicenter from Sand King, and I don't know how Madara just keeps making out of these ganks alive. He is a magician.
I mean, that guy just got so big on the Morphling so early, but at the same time, right, this has got to be concerning for Adfin. You could see the emotion on their faces right now. They should have peaked with that BKB picked up by the Morphling. They should have had a big peak and should have been able to win out in these team fights against Newbie, but that's now 2 fights that have gone awry primarily because of the initiation failure.
They can't rely on the Bounty Hunter for vision anymore because of the gem pickup by Newbie. It's been so crucial for Newbie to get a foothold in these fights by just limiting the vision of the Bat Rider. But Adfin, I still think they'd be pretty happy with the way the last fight went. At least they get the Slark buyback. If they didn't get that, then it would have just been an utter disaster.
Yeah, now they feel like a potential win condition for the next 4 minutes or so, and they just picked up an Ayaskati on Madara, so he is really not slowing down. It's a big carry for Adfinum.
Yeah, this is 31 minutes in, mind you. And it will be a rather short Roshan respawn. Looks like 1 minute and give or take a few seconds after the next 3. So that definitely favors Ad Finum because they want to make this next push as soon as possible before more items come out. I guess it's not the worst thing in the world if it goes later, just because maybe we'll have less time on their BKBs and Dagon 5, and then maybe add a Veil on top of that, and then of course like instant shotgun for Morphling. You want your BKBs to be 8, 9, 10 second territory, not 5, 6, 7.
Ad Finum. The enemy is at the gates. Newbie need to find a way to be able to stop this initiation for a 3rd time. But this time around, they're not relying on Skylark. Madara's just putting himself on the front lines. He is going to be combo stunned here, but there is going to be some interceptions. BKB already used up. Morphling immediately goes for the back line, just right-clicks Kaka down as he tries to protect himself against the nukes, but the right-click damage will easily do. Now KB comes in with the Epicenter, managed to get a 2-man bro strike, but it just doesn't finish off these heroes. Madara comes back in, cleans up the slop, and with the help of Thug, they will eliminate Newbie. This game 2 may just be over here. No buybacks coming out, and the series evened up. Ad Finum going crazy in the booth. They are so happy. They played really well. I think Madara and Thug played particularly well. Of course, maybe next time he set up the foundation with 3 courier kills at the start of the game. I mean, that was his bounty hunter. Definitely got shut down early in game 1. Game 2, they tried a similar game plan, but maybe next time he has other ideas. Just courier pickoff after courier pickoff got them so much of a lead. It gave them Ad Finum so much ground to work with in the laning phase, particularly Thug.
Yeah, that takes huge gumption because they lost so hard with Bounty Hunter in game number 1. Usually teams are like, oh man, that clearly didn't work out. But as maybe Winter had mentioned, they thought that this was a very good pick versus the way Newbie plays. Just kind of harass their back line, and he was just a constant nuisance.
Newbie has notoriously been a team who are willing to group up early, particularly defend objectives, and you could see the willingness to group up in both Game 1 and Game 2. It clearly, at Bounty Hunter, scouting out those rotations definitely did work in both of those games, and maybe we'll see Newbie actually have to ban it out in Game 3. I don't know. Panel, what do you think? Is this Bounty Hunter actually that worse? Should Newbie start thinking about banning it?
I mean, that's what's so crazy, Cap, is we sat there in the first one, we're like, Bounty doesn't make sense. We could not justify it, we couldn't see it working. But MNT probably just said maybe next time and just destroyed us in the second.
That wasn't as good.
That wasn't a joke. I wasn't trying to make a joke.
You were trying to make a joke.
I was
You were trying to
Winter.
make a joke.
Don't call me out. Don't do it.
Good job, Winter. Way to keep him honest.
All right, you two, stop sinking your shirts, and we'll be back with you for the 3rd. Double Blue. We'll be back with you. Let's start talking to my panel. It is, of course, Fog.
That was good.
Shiva.
That was actually good.
Oh, thank you.
You give him that one?
I get approval.
I don't.
I liked
think
all
so.
of them. I liked all of them.
I really don't. I think, if you just keep swinging, eventually you'll hit something. That seems to be my motto. It's my motto in life. And the same perhaps for this bounty, right? I mean, this is... We were just doing a tally on our hands. Literally, as Cap was throwing it to us, we're like, so how many courier kills did he get? It was Sheev, you had the number before 12 minutes?
3 before 12 minutes.
And can you just quickly highlight how much of an impact that has on the game?
Massive. So it got it on the way back to base. At some point there was a 200 value in it as well. I don't know exactly what was in it, but overall, just not like before 12 minutes. That's when you need it most. That's where you need to get your key items online. That's where you need to start, getting those lanes under control with a couple of key items you can get with the gold that you get early on. And not only that, but for some reason, we talked about it earlier, how Dragonite would be able to abuse the fact that Puck often leaves lanes and so they can take towers. The first tower that Newbie took was 15 minutes into this game, which is really late for a Dragonite lineup.
I think it's so massive him getting these couriers though. It's like we saw Thug's Blink Dagger come out at what, like 9 minutes or so on the Puck. All of these little things enabled them just to be so much more farmed. Like some of these situations when Madara, like here, maybe Madara wouldn't have had his Lincolns on time because of not getting these courier kills. So just small things definitely adding up for Ad Finum. And I mean, this Bounty Hunter pick definitely paid dividends.
And through the draft, Fog, you were saying that they were, or rather, yourself and Winter were saying that the 4 initial drafted were building up to something big. In fact, Winter, I know this. I remember this coming out of your mouth. You were saying like they're hiding something. This is going to be the big 5. It's going to be trying to get a carry online. Morphling, Madara. Well, what is your opinion on this one? 0 deaths, 15 kills. Morphling seemed to work well.
Yeah, I was really surprised that the Morphling got away in the laning phase against the Sand King and Ogre. They did really well in the laning phase, and no thanks to the Bounty as well, because the Bounty basically caused so much issue in the other lanes. They forced the Ogre to TP to help the other lanes, and it allowed the Morphling to farm.
they all just, on Adfinum, like all of them kind of stepped it up a notch this game too. Like Skylark was kind of left a bit like alone a little bit in the Batrider, and as soon as I looked up there, I'm like, oh, this Batrider's alone versus an Oracle Slark, probably one of the best lanes versus a Batrider because of just the nature of the heroes with the pounce, with the removal of the sticky charges from both of them. He was level 3 super early, and then MNT maybe next time makes the movement up there, and they're able to put so much pressure on the lanes, like Winter said, forcing reaction, giving their Morphling all the space in the world.
Yeah, I think also Madara just sometimes not really showing discipline, but this game, great discipline from him, as he knew exactly when to join the fights and when to not join the fights, able to split push when he needed to, able to join when his team needed him to fight, and that is something that I feel like that is something that he really stepped up to the plate for.
Yeah, their strategy this game was much better than the last game. This game was a classic in Dota, we call 4 Protect 1, like 4 heroes creating space. I don't think we've seen many 4 Protect 1 games in the event so far, and this is one of the games where it was really, really successful. They made so much space for, it's like a dream for the carry, so much space for the carry to farm.
Yeah, 19 minutes, I think, or 19:45, he finished up Linken's and Ethereal Blade. When you have that on a Morphling, you're just like, oh my god, like your supports are in huge detriment of being able to get one-shotted from it. So it's such an acceleration of farm from that factor for them.
And outside of that, I mean, just to kind of recap, I do like coming back to points made prior, was the puck. Fog, you were a little on edge about puck, realizing that what Newbie were bringing into the fray could actually cause some problems for it.
Look at that.
Whoa,
that
was that
emotion.
Madara?
Oh, that's amazing.
That's some hype.
Oh, I think I think he crumbled his headset. Is it
that's
done?
That's why the game. That's the pause. That's why the game was paused.
No, it wasn't him. It was Madara that paused the game.
Yeah, but he also
They
stood
all
up the same way.
It looks like
Like,
they all just slammed the keyboard.
it looks like
that's
they
pure
won
happiness.
TI right there.
It did look seriously, and that is just Adfinum doing what they have not failed to do a single time, which is get to the third game.
That game was so much character. They lost the first game in Bounty, and they still picked Bounty, and they win the next game.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big statement, right? That's like saying, you know, we have a plan and we're going to stick to it. That's
we know it works.
Yeah.
We got to try it. We got to believe in ourselves.
Got distracted. I didn't want to get back to your puck point because you did bring it up.
Sorry, yes.
We did see what they wanted to do with it, but I mean, Adfinum, this is just a hero that they love to play. They sometimes actually have like more of like an enabler for the other carry that they have when they pick the puck. Like they have something else that Skylar can semi-transition on in a way. But in this game, like Winter mentioned, the 4 Protect 1, and it just worked out so perfectly because of the early rotations.
Yeah, because Morphling needs a lot of space, so you need someone mid that doesn't need too much, some items, then you make a move, and you create a lot of room for the Morphling to farm.
Yeah.
Well, we can bring it up just to see how that 4 Protect 1 did work out. You can bring up the scores, and we can see that big fat number next to Madara's name. Indeed, he was given that luxury of being babysat by 4 members of his Greek squad, and look at them go. 15-0 for him.
I mean, it's just great scores. I wonder if maybe Newbie doesn't normally play that much Slark, and I wonder if this was more a block pick rather than them wanting to have Slark, really?
It's a good hero against Batrider. They were picking around having a core that deals with the Bounty and the Batrider, because you have the Dark Pack to remove the track, and it's very difficult for Skylark to get his ultimate onto the Slark. That's why you saw Skylark, he was really nervous in a few occasions. He botched his initiation, but to be frank, he was in a really tough game. Oracle and Slark are both heroes that are very, very bad for Batrider to deal with, and at the same time,
I mean, that gets an applause with the MVP here.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Maybe next time. Doing something that I don't think anyone else has. And no one else has. I mean, just to highlight it, I just want to kind of reiterate this. Okay, so he has not only picked something that didn't work the first time, it's on elimination game. If you mess this game up, you're going home, you're not going to double your money, you're not going to continue with the major. He takes it again and then proceeds to do damage on it despite the enemy team knowing exactly what's coming. I mean, there's just so much credit to be given to MNT.
That sounds
pure
like,
confidence.
That sounds like you know. You make some jokes, you're not happy, and then you keep making
I make a lot of bad jokes.
He still makes us happy. Even if they're bad jokes, we laugh, we smile.
That's what the dad jokes are all about.
Yeah.
That's right.
Alex believes in his jokes, just like MNT, believe in his bounty.
I like what you're doing here, Winter. You're a storyteller. You really are.
He's a suck-up. That's what he is.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's go ahead and stop talking about suck-ups and instead start talking about Purge, because he is ready, and he's going to be telling us a little bit about what's something special that happened in this game.
And what I wanted to focus on was really the difference between Game 1 and Game 2. In Game 1, it was basically a bounty hunter getting as much experience as he could, but Game 2, really about moving around the map and making his opponents move. This is a minute and 40 seconds into the game. You got 2 super tanky heroes, both have disables, high mobility. These guys are just constantly sitting in the lane and making sure that Adfinum doesn't get nearly as much as they wanted to. It may have seemed bizarre to have bounty focus here for so long early, but sometimes you want to try to get those guys out of their lane. The easiest way to do so is to actually gank a different lane, because then they feel like they're getting pressured, their carries might die, their supports might die, or maybe even Batrider will get a better time than he's expecting. So just because they ultimately force this lane harass here against a hero like Oracle, it ultimately, towards the end of this clip, actually gets a TP from an Ogre Magi. He's out of the lane, and because of that, now Sand King trying to pressure bot, steal some stacks. It's a completely different story. 2 spells here from Rubik, 1 waveform from the Morphling, and he's out of the lane. And this is one of the things that really made sure that Morphling got a ton of gold in the early game, and just because there were so many rotations, it led for a gold advantage. If you check on the top left on net worth, Madara is already 40% ahead of the carry on the enemy team. So despite a great team fight start here by Newbie, killing or almost killing the puck at the start of the fight, they still just had a commanding lead, and some sick plays absolutely help as well. If we jump a little bit forward here, Madara in this moment where he's trying to kill Slark started morphing about 8 seconds earlier than that, morphed 50 strength all the way to agility, and that was the only reason he killed the Slark with that one shot. Just amazing plays from the start to the end by Adfinum.
And amazing analysis as well, Purge. We really do love that. We have to give him some credit as well, because he is literally shackled to that desk every game,
cannot leave.
Every play.
Literally.
He's just literally sitting there, helping break down the plays for you guys at home and for us here at the desk. It's not like it's just the audience that's benefiting.
No, I remember saying yesterday, like, I thought, like, Slacks is the hardest working person here. No offense, by the way.
Sure.
But then I remembered I actually saw
the lazy people.
I actually saw Slacks sometimes in the Talent Lounge. Never see Purge. He's always looking for new content to put out on his board. It's amazing.
Yeah, credit where credit is due, for sure. But back to the game in hand, because we have got a third game. Adfinum is just, refusing to go down without a fight. They have lost games before here in the Boston Major, but not without taking it to a third, and they're doing the same here on their elimination game on the stage here in the Wang Theatre. A prestigious location for a very big game of Dota, and I think the question is how do things change? Adfinum, they tried something, it failed. They try it again with a slight deviation, it works. Surely it's not going to be the same
biggest
formula
question
again.
Is Bounty Hunter
3 games in a row?
In the second phase?
Might be banned. It actually might be banned, or you might see them giving away the bounty and picking something like a SB. Like SB is very good against the bounty. You charge him every...
never. People are used to it by now.
They know what's coming.
Drinks.
Hey!
I think I'm going to be set here with all the games tonight. I'm sorry, dude.
Hey, he came prepared. I'll give him that.
He came prepared.
Hey, dude's got game. For sure.
Yeah.
At least he asks.
Yeah.
Not afraid. He's not afraid of you.
I mean, there's a pub crawl tonight for a lot of the people here. So that's a lot of people been asking.
Hey, dude.
Are you gonna come by? Are you gonna stop by? I remember that at some point, I think it was at TI that Talent actually had time to do that because the games were done earlier. But I think tonight, I mean, we're in for the long haul here.
We are indeed. But I mean, word to the wise. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So credit where credit is due. He took it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And they're going to be taking it into this draft because it is coming up, guys. We're back on topic. We are so good at getting sidetracked. We're having too much fun here. And
I blame you for that.
Oracle in 2016. Hey,
was Oracle really the problem though?
I think that was actually something I want to touch on too. Is like it wasn't like a clear outdraft at all. Like I didn't think, at least in this game, maybe like slightly favored toward Adfinum, but the way that they played the game was just incredible. The way that they just made the moves, made the space for the Morphling. So I think that Newbie has to look at that game and just try to make up what the next approach is.
One thing I would like to add is they didn't have like good lockdown for Morphling.
Yes.
Their heroes are not very good at killing Morphling. I mean, they have a couple of stuns. They have the Dragonite stun, Ogre stun, the Sand King stun, but Lincolns are really good against all those stuns. You can block them. And you don't have like a dead counter like a Disruptor. A Disruptor would be a very good solution towards the Morphling. So the Morphling was just a great last pick there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you mentioned earlier that you might have Spirit Breaker instead of the Bounty Hunter, Winter?
No, I mean Spirit Breaker could be used to deal with the bounty.
Oh, and the other way around. I was going to say,
Because you can track him down.
Yeah. in that case as well, if the Bounty Hunter does get banned.
The other
Adfin
way,
has a history
the other
of
way
picking
of
Ricky.
playing around like bounty against bounty.
They
Okay,
banned it.
they don't have to play
Banned.
against bounty.
First phase ban even.
That's straight up respect.
Yeah, that is definitely.
Shadow Demon.
Does mean that Shadow Demon makes it through and Adfinem has first pick, so.
I think this is the approach that most teams, at least what we saw in the Boston major qualifiers for Europe, they were banning the Wisp Bounty Hunter versus Adfinem. So this is like going back a little bit to there, just recognizing the strength of Adfinem with those two.
But isn't it interesting that, you know, what was initially banned, which was Shadow Demon by Newbie, has now been given to Adfinem? It's almost like they planned it all along. Have a good bounty game and then you get given SD.
But they do have like a solid opening right now in response to the Shadow Demon. Luna, as expected, you don't want to give away those two heroes on the same team, and they have the Bat Rider on their side, so their laning phase is going to be very, very good and very solid. It's going to be up to Adfinem whether if they're going to run the same thing. If they want to run like the roamer, I'm not sure if it's going to be very successful this game. Like you could technically say Ricky can be a replacement to Bounty if you want to play that way, but it's not as good.
Not for MNT though.
Yeah.
They really like playing with that like whole track mentality.
The track,
thing,
yeah, because of the kills. You can trade kills very well.
It's the Nyx Assassin
The
instead.
bat counter.
Bat counter. Yeah.
Yeah, it is Skylark's hero too, I believe. Yeah. Nice.
We might see like a Silencer just to deal with that. I know Newbie, they like to pick Silencer as one of their primary supports.
Yeah.
As Bat Rider, that's one of your go-to partners if you're up against a Nyx, if you're up against like Oracle, the bench, all these spells to deal with the lasso. Very good way of complementing the Bat Rider. So we might see that from Newbie this game. It's good against the Shadow Demon Disrupt as well.
More respect coming out. We're banning out
not Morphling?
Madara Morphling indeed, and a possible Thug Sniper.
Yeah, it's a
strong Shadow Demon combo
as
well.
It's a pretty good combo with Shadow Demon.
And OD is still in the pool. That might be something that Newbie is looking to, as Sniper is considered a little bit of a counter
still
to OD.
Alchemist too. Alchemist is also good with Shadow Demon. I'm not sure if Adfinem favors that kind of play style here.
Thug likes to play it. He does like to play it, but it definitely changes your way you play and approach the game.
You can't really do 4 Protect 1 if you actually do Alchemist.
Yeah.
It's a bit different. Because with the Nyx, they could still go down the 4 Protect 1 route, have 2 cores that make space, and go for a really big hero for Madara once again, if they want to stick to that playstyle, what works for them.
So we focus a lot on Adfinem and what they need to do, but Newbie just lost the game. Sure, they pay respect by banning out the Morphling and the Bounty Hunter. What do they need to do? What went wrong that they can easily fix this game in just draft-wise?
Draft-wise, I think their heroes last game, they got like pretty much a very difficult last pick from Adfinem, and they didn't really have super good lanes, I think, in my opinion. They had a Sand King Ogre lane, but that's about it. The other 2 lanes weren't really very good. Like the Slug plus Oracle lane is really good against the Bat Rider, but they aren't able to totally shut out the Bat Rider from getting farm. Like he was able to get farm and levels, and allowed the Bounty to he roam over, and they were able to get kills and put pressure.
Adfinem focusing a little bit more on the support since they revealed a bit of a card from Newbies. They haven't drafted either of theirs, so they ban out the Rubik, the Ogre, just massive compliments to the Luna and the Bat Rider even. Bloodlust is quite good on both of them.
Yep, it's a pretty scary lane though. Ogre plus the Bat Rider. If you don't have the correct lane to deal with that kind of pressure, you're gonna struggle. That lane is very hard to deal with.
So what heroes remain for Faith and Kaka that they might pick
I
here?
still think the Silencer is great for them. Silencer would deal with the Shadow Demon and the Nyx and complements the Bat Rider. It's a very good range support for the Luna.
Bye-bye Magi.
Oh, it's a Warlock
That's another
coming back.
old, like not old school, but like a thing that we saw coming up when the Shadow Demon was so popular. Warlock always very good versus it.
That was I think
the Fatal Bond.
what PPD mentioned. He said that Warlock counters Shadow Demon because you are able to use the Fatal Bonds on the illusions, and that's the first thing. And the second thing is in team fights, you kind of have the rock to stop the Shadow Demon because he's going to be hiding around the back line. He's going to try to disrupt the target that you're focusing, and having the huge AoE stun is going to be able to stop him from doing that.
Multiple forms of initiation
good lanes as well.
and Fatal Bonds with Luna for later on
Oh,
stages.
there we go, the Alchemist.
The Alchemist
they go for the
This is not 4 Protect 1 anymore, but it's a good hero. Like overall to deal with what Newbie has. You use the acid to slow down their heroes, because especially when you have the Warlock Luna draft, you want to have the opportunity to always constantly use your ultimates to push towers to fight the enemy. And with the Alchemist, it's like a hero that drags and slows down the game, and it makes you keep that ultimate in your pocket, and you can't do it because the lane's always pushed up.
Does that mean that newbies should try to speed up their prime time of their draft? Or are they okay going late game against an Alchemist? I mean, with their
You
last two
generally
picks.
don't want to go late game against Alchemist unless you can play Meepo. Like Meepo is a pretty good hero against Alchemist, but apart from that, there are not many heroes that are, or anti-mage. Like there are not many heroes that can actually deal with Alchemist late game because he farms way too quickly. He comes online way faster than your core.
So is there a hero for SCCC that they could still pick to go early? To go aggressive early, fight early?
I kind of like a good laner against Alchemist like Timber, Ursa. Like those heroes are very good at dealing with Alchemist in the lane itself. You can kill him. So I would probably lean towards more those two heroes. Timber has a lot of armor.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Jackie Mao would probably want to get a Terrorblade mid against Alchemist. Yeah, he likes
Is
that.
that a rather exclusive case?
Yeah, rather exclusive. I don't think anyone else does it apart from him because Terrorblade has high base armor, so you're able to tank through the acid harass and you're able to deny the creeps with Metamorphosis.
Just 2 for either side left. Newbie next to choose. So
they're taking their time.
Yeah, this is very tense.
There's your
I think
Timber.
the Timber is very good versus the illusion clearing as well as the laning versus the Alchemist.
Just mostly the lane. They need a hero to kill him in being able to have that potential to pressure and kill him.
Or just to keep the Alchemist honest before he just kind of...
Yeah, it's like that's actually a very hard lane for the Alchemist, like because Timbersaw can. There's very few heroes that can just stand there and deal with the acid spray. Timbersaw is one of those, and he puts a lot of pressure on the Alchemist with the Whirling Death spam, and it also complements into their draft too. They have a massive amount of just burst potential with the Luna and Timbersaw.
Basically, right now, what Newbie needs is a roaming hero, because you have a mid matchup that keeps the Alchemist always at low health, half health. So all it takes is just one spell from someone like a Earth Spirit, like Earth Spirit Warlock is pretty good, and a rolling boulder in, you can easily kill the Alchemist. That's what Newbie wants, and I think on the other side, at Finham, you want heroes that can defend the Alchemist.
So do you think for Newbie they could still maybe do something like an Undying, since they've been playing like it's good with the Bat Rider and they can. It's not really like the cleanest movements, but it's good versus both.
Is okay, but I think I would want to have like a
something
roamer,
more,
Earth
something
Spirit,
harder.
Like for Finham, I know they like Earthshaker though. Like Earthshaker is pretty good at defending like the Alchemist. I've seen that. I think they played a few. Was it like the groups? I think I saw one game. They had an Earthshaker on the support role.
From which team?
From Adfinan.
And they did, yeah. They did that versus OG.
There's Mirana.
Mirana. This
So keeping
probably
it
their
open.
probably their support. SD Mirana and the Nyx on the off lane. I'm not sure if they would want to do this on their carry role.
Could be a way to like defend their Alchemist in a way, because Timbersaw is going to be playing really far up. He's going to be susceptible to the roam potential, but still not the most
easy
damage to kill.
Yeah, not easy to kill. That's like the main thing I have. I'm not sure. Maybe they are trying to just dual roam the SD and Mirana because they're gonna need more than one hero to kill this Timbersaw. Like we saw Nana's Timbersaw yesterday. What 4 heroes? Cole had to send 4 heroes to mid to kill him.
It gives them more like mixed damage though as well into like later stages. Even though it's a support, if it does get to that point, he does have like a high burst.
Yeah.
Versus the Luna and the Timbersaw.
Omni-Knight is the last man there.
Go for
Weaver. Something that fights early.
Something that they can leave alone, so they can really do that dual roaming potential.
They can roam the supports because it's a Weaver. So that might be the plan. They are going to use the supports to, help out the mid lane more.
Yeah. Just leave the Weaver 1v1 versus the Bat Rider, maybe after a decent start.
Hey, you forgot to take off the tag, dude.
And now it's probably more so the fact that they'll go for like something with a disable on their secondary support.
The Alchemist. Look at that.
Look at this. This is Alchemist City.
Sanking support against the Earth Spirit. They seem to like the Sanking on the 4th row a lot, so they're going to roam with the Sanking.
And it's good versus the illusion spam that we were kind of talking about before.
Greedy though.
It is a bit greedy, but it gives you in the lockdown. They don't really have that much without like a Golem or the Bat Rider Lasso on top of that. So.
Okay, this is it. It's crunch time.
Yep.
We are going to a third series as expected when these two teams were going to clash. The draft is done, it's locked in, and that means that they're about to load in to their third game of the series. Not a single Chinese team has managed to make it to the quarterfinals yet. Will Newbie be the first, or will Adfinham go ahead and continue this Cinderella story? From the first in the EU regional qualifiers to perhaps getting to the quarterfinals. We'll find out as their biggest event does continue, or will Newbie stop it? Find out with your casters as once again Cap and Malini are standing by.
Everyone knew that Adfinham versus Newbie would be one hell of a match, and we are indeed going to get a Game 3, where this time around, Adfinham are going to place their hopes on one big carry. It's going to be Thug's Alchemist rather than Madara this time around. Can Adfinham actually persevere through a little bit of versatility there, banking on an Alchemist pick like that?
especially with the Shadow Demon, I think it's Alchemist has just been so difficult to deal with. I think when Newbie saw that in the draft, it's like, oh man,
They definitely got to be a little bit of a slump of just like, oh god, we have to deal with an Alchemist on the main stage in a third game in an elimination match on top of everything else. Ad Finum, quite the upstarts, but Newbie still have a very good team fight lineup, and they have some good counters to the Alchemist as well. Most notably, SC's Timbersaw is going to be one to look out for in his play in the middle lane. He is already a bit countered by the Nyx Assassin that was already in Ad Finum's hand. For Skylark, they have that against both a Bat Rider and a Timbersaw, but he's going to need a much better performance than some of the initiations we saw in Game 2, because they are going to have a much harder time creating space for Thug than Madara had on that Morphling, right? He got a free lane. He had like a free game for the first 15 minutes.
Yep, that's where the Shadow Demon Mirana comes in, and they're already looking to get a surprise first blood on the bottom lane. Madara, he's kind of feigning that he's down there alone, and generally, you want to contest first Alchemist, but they have no idea where the other four are. And with Mirana in the game, it's very easy to concede a first blood. So KP will scout it out and just immediately bounce. And yeah, you have to give Alk a bounty rune, but that's better than giving him first blood.
Yeah, it certainly is. He will quickly pick up the beginning of his Iron Talon and a little bit of helping hand with that healing sound. This is something different, though. Ad Finum are going to go for a smoke straight off the bat as they pick up that bounty rune. Nyx Assassin, the Shadow Demon, and the Mirana are going to be heading up to top lane. They're going to try and give Skylark a nice, easy start to his lane, which is normally quite tough against both a Warlock and a Luna. They're lining things up right now, letting Spartan be the leading initiator, and they're wrapping around behind Faith. Faith is going to be the one caught. Disruption leading into an Impale, leading into an Arrow, and that'll be the easiest first blood of Ad Finum's life here at the mid stage.
And an important one for them, as they need to set the pace for the game for the Alchemist. And one thing that was not touched upon is that Kaka is on the Bat Rider, and Kaka is a support player. So he is going to be, he was napalming mid. I was like, what is he doing over there? But he's support. They switched it up in the last minute, throwing KP on the Sand King. And
you get
arrowed yet again.
No need for a disruption here. Kaka, who leveled up Sticky Napalm to try and harass that Alchemist in the mid lane, is in serious trouble. Maybe next time, trying to body block him. They'll also have the disruption into the Impale once again. Ad Finum's teamwork looking spot on here.
And he doesn't even knock off the clarity.
2-0. The Alchemist may be feeling the pressure of SC's Timbersaw and a little bit of help from that Bat Rider, but this aggro tri-lane situation is certainly working out for Ad Finum. Skylark's going to have quite the early level 2. Skylark running into U9 here. They're going to try and back themselves away. Spartan is going to be able to get the disruption. Skylark just tries to get out, it looks like. And Kaka's actually stuck here. The disruption blocking him in, but doesn't really matter. More importantly, Ben, that was a courier pickoff. Maybe next time. You thought just because he wasn't on a bounty hunter, you thought he wasn't going to pick off couriers? No.
They don't have a good way to catch him. There's like no disruptor to bring him back. Like neither of their supports have disable, silences, nothing. So maybe next time can just run wherever he wants. He was just there arrowing the large troll camp, just making sure that there's no stack coming out from the Bat Rider. And support Bat Rider is tough, especially when they're all up in your jungle. I've seen jungle Bat Riders before, but support is another beast.
Oh, maybe next time. What are you doing? Lines up on that arrow, surprised in the trees, but SC, the soldier, ever vigilant, manages to just barely sidestep that arrow.
Skylark was taking a lot of damage on the top lane, but it's okay. Pop a branch.
So was KP. Look at this guy. Without a courier, he's in that awkward situation where he wants to be able to stay in lane because it's a 1v1. He doesn't want to leave out any experience, but he is also has no backup when it comes to regen. He's finally going to decide to suicided neutrals, it looks like. But this does leave Madara a free lane, something that, mid, Thug dropping a bit low, but SC, without having level 6, really doesn't have solo kill potential against an Alchemist.
Timber is crushing him in CS. Almost double Alchemist right now, and that's with the early bounty rune going his way. And Timbersaw, just a very, very great matchup, and SCCC very skilled in that mid lane. Dire has used scan. They did sense it out, but the arrow is spot on.
SC going to be blocked up. He does have high levels of reactive armor right now. They're going to leap and try and get that extra bit of damage, just not enough.
Yeah, one downside about having the disruption is that you have the illusions. If you wanted them to attack, you're popping reactive armor stacks on the Timbersaw. And that's a gank that they really wanted to work out over here.
Skylark, thanks to the space of the two supports, is doing pretty well for himself. He is actually going to man up against Faith, manages to catch the creep wave in the process, and he's actually going to pull it into this hard camp knowingly. That does put him in a spot when it comes to those fatal bonds, and he'll actually miss one of those last hits. But in the end, this will be a lane that pushes forward, and Skylark will be able to get what seemingly a fast level 6. Rana's coming over. They actually lay down this. I really like this ward here for Newbie. It's spotting out maybe next time's movements around the map. This will give SC an idea that there's probably another arrow coming his way, or maybe just a neutral.
And Kaka's really deep in the Radiant jungle. Maybe part of his job is to stop the stacking. Kaka, is he going to spot out? Nope.
Spartan's going to be caught. Burrow strike into all this sticky napalm. Spartan really doesn't stand a snowball's chance in hell, not with all this fire around. Newbie finally get themselves on the board here, 2-1.
Yeah, and Kaka does have a reserve ward over here, so this can give them more control of the Radiant jungle because of how deeply Ad Venom's invading their own. They need more places to farm on Newbie. You want the Batrider takes up a decent amount of space if you actually want him to get items.
Right.
And right now he's just stacking, he's not stacking, he's just scouting out the Alchemist and trying to steal his stacks possibly. So that's kind of a cool, unique ability that the Batrider can do, is steal opponent's stacks, which is definitely something that we're going to be seeing this game.
Thug was trying to pick up his level 6 off the jungle, but with Kaka in range, he sapped some of that experience, and Thug is really feeling the pressure of SC now, especially now that SC has his level 6. The Chakram is up. This does give him kill potential against Thug. But Thug will also have his level 6, it seems, with this creep wave. No opportunity to be found for Newbie just yet.
Yeah, maybe next time just trying to figure out where this Batrider is and getting some stacks up for Alk. And Alk also, in the meantime, getting top rune. Will it be Bounty? Nope, just a haste rune for him. He will stack up the Ancients in the meantime.
Bit unlucky, but we'll see whether or not that haste rune comes in play for him. Maybe it'll save his life against an incoming gank from Newbie. They are freely farming on U9, but so is Madara. He's got 35 and 10 compared to the Sand Kings 18 and 0. KP has given himself a solo lane where he's got free experience, but he's not able to keep up when it comes to levels.
Arrow, will it connect?
No. Just a bit too late.
Yeah, he was a little bit too far behind. He'd probably have to leap, and even if he leapt, I don't think that he would have been able to get that kill.
Yeah.
It's very hard to kill this Batrider when he's in the trees.
Still, though, how is this Batrider going to be effective? He's level 3, 6.5 minutes in. It doesn't seem like they're going to really be able to rely on stacks. What do you think Newbie's idea is to be able to give him at least some semblance of farm?
Well, maybe they swapped into the support role because they realized that, okay, it's going to be kind of countered by the next assassin. They want to fight much earlier because you need to shut down Alchemist very, very early on. So now he's playing... Kaka is known for playing like the Bounty Hunter Riki, so now he's just getting a lot of intel around the map, just dropping a Zebra rewards, kind of playing deep onto Ad Venom's side, just like the two supports were in the early game. So they're not playing him for lasers, they're not playing him for napalm stacks. It's just be annoying, get some kills around the map, and just be ever so elusive with the Firefly up cliffs.
He's certainly forcing rotations here. Ad Venom double TP in. One of them, though, is Skylark. He's level 6. U9 is actually pushing out his lane, so they should have free info about the Nyx Assassin moving around the map at this point in time.
I don't know if they have enough damage. He has a fair amount of armor, so the Vendetta and plus the Swarm, it's going to be pretty difficult.
Lead with Vendetta, or maybe an Impale does catch him during the Sandstorm, but will be enough. He has a Burrow Strike. That's why Skylark puts himself forward with the Spike Carapace. KP will go farther down the river, but he tries to go for a TP out. It's just not going to happen, though. Both an arrow, a disruption, and all the right-click damage you could ask for. Comes down from Ad Venom for third kill.
Yeah, that was a tough gank for KP in this game. Like, even if he had burrowed up the cliff and then tried to TP, he still had to swarm on him. So there's very little chance of him being able to TP out with full vision into an arrow. And maybe next time, probably trying to get lucky with a courier kill as he heads up to the Dire Secret Shop, but there's no courier to be spotted.
Still, though, all those rotations do give Newbie a free chance to push down a Tier 1 tower. Luna safely farming in lane is not just at 52 and 9 when it comes to CS, but is also able to pick up a tower last hit as well.
So they need Warlock 6 before they can actually start pushing towers together as 5. And Sand King is a long way away from Blink Dagger, as is the Bat Rider. But it looks like they're going to try and prioritize the Bat Rider, or at least he's going to be stacking for one of the two, as they try and look for ways to perhaps force engagements while Alchemist is off farming.
So do you think that Newbie actually go for these pushes with the Warlock ultimate, or do you think they have to wait for one of those Blink Daggers first?
I think they can go with a Warlock ultimate. Like, Weaver is kind of Mirana SD is very good at getting kills, but poor in an actual team fight. Nyx Assassin is the only one that they're worried about, but with Timbersaw being super farmed and Warlock and Fatal Bonds and Eclipse, I think that's enough to take a team fight, especially with no BKBs and no items really. If the Alchemist joins a fight though, then they could actually be in a little bit of trouble. Like if he's stalling with the Acid Spray, they don't have that great of sustain, nor do they have that much armor to really counter it, and no signs of an early mech from a Newbie. So I think it all depends on whether or not like the Alchemist is around there. They can't push the Alchemist lane.
Yeah, it is quite dangerous to try and continue to just separate and farm up those Blink Daggers, because this just gives Skylark more opportunity for potential picks on this Nyx Assassin. Now, he just spent a majority of his Vendetta in bottom lane, didn't actually get an opportunity for a kill there, but now he's going to rotate over and try and catch SC. SC trying to contest the room, but Thug will manage to pick up an Arcane, and Arrow nails him from behind, and they're going to be able to combo up these stuns quite nicely. SC not going to be able to make it out of here. Spartan's going to be able to get the extra kill, looks like. They don't have a stun up. Impale is down, but the Spike Carapace will hold Kaka there for a moment. But really, once he's into the cliff, it's very hard for these heroes to be able to catch Kaka.
And they just all got Fatal Bonded and had to be very careful about that. Kaka, his Firefly is right about to run out. He can pop an Impale, but no follow-up.
Man, with this support Mirana, it's just so hard for them to actually utilize the jungle efficiently. They maybe next time just keeps on making these entrances, takes away the big creep out of some of these hard camps, and Newbie are left a whole lot less effective with heroes like the Sand King and Bat Rider, who are known for being able to have some jungling prowess.
And surprisingly, no tome up yet for Newbie. It's been a minute since it spawned, yet looks like Warlock is trying to do it the hard way by just sitting in lane.
Yeah, they're going
Luna.
for...
There's a smoke.
They're pushing bottom lane, and they're also going to smoke up with 2 members of Newbie. Actually, 3 members. This puts a lot off map.
And this
is so obvious to Ad Finum. So many members of Ad Finum off map, and a Luna pushing in bottom. They realize the rotation is coming in from mid lane to bottom lane, and it looks like no one is really going to be caught here. Madara kind of showing himself, but he's got the Shikuchi. He can afford to play a bit of a dangerous game there with the Newbie cores. Backs himself away. Newbie are still going to go for that push, but Skylark's already in position. He's got the creep wave. He's soloing it up, so they may actually be able to make a trade-off here while still keeping efficiency on map.
And Madara, he's walked into a ward.
That is too much of a dangerous game, my friend. He's just going to get bursted down. Thought he could rely on the time lapse, but 1 stun and 1 sentry is all that's needed to be able to bring him low. The TP out from KP as he's actually going to try and contest this tier 1 tower, at least try and go for the deny. Skylark does manage to take it, thanks in part to the Spike Carapace. KP waits it out though, does manage to get the stun, but the epicenter is going to be hard to track as Skylark gets himself out of the way with a Vendetta. Now he's actually still trying to set up on KP because from the south, Spartan is going to try and cut KP off. KP doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with, no magic stick charges. If Spartan can just hit the Purge, I think this is going to be enough. KP already brought low. 1 nuke is all it should take. Couple of right clicks and the Purge can easily finish him off. The TP in from the Luna will not be able to save him. Can't even get any damage out in the Skylark as he blocks it all back with another beautifully timed Spike Carapace.
They almost could have killed the Luna right there if they had set up a disruption into an arrow on him, and maybe it looks like that's what they're aiming for. They don't have vision of her as she goes to the right side of the map. They don't have a ward up onto that side, but with the trees cut down, is he going to get caught?
They do have the Eclipse, but he doesn't get it off in time. Now they're going to be able to combo stuns up. No, he actually sidesteps the arrow. He can actually turn with the Warlock, dropping the Chaotic Offering. They're going to be able to blow up the Shadow Demon. It seems like catch the Nyx Assassin as well. He turns for an Impale, but it doesn't matter. Run down by Newbie's heroes as they bait out U9.
Perfect use of the Warlock ultimate, and Luna kind of hesitated on whether or not she should have popped an Eclipse, but no fear, Newbie's team was back there behind her, and wasting not 1 second, they smoke up, immediately head over to the Radiant Ancients and hope to look for a low HP Alchemist. He's at 1,200 gold with a Relic card.
Oh, and his Chemical Rage, it's just about to fall. So he's in serious trouble, not just close to the Radiance, but also at his ultimately exposed area. Gonna be caught here by the, they're gonna be able to catch him, but the disruption goes down first. The lasso and its damage is gonna be a bit ineffective. Mirana tries to put a stop to it, but ultimately they do manage to get that kill. Can they catch anybody in the process though? A TP's coming in from the Nyx Assassin, trying to put himself in front of the Bat Rider with a Spike Carapace, and he will manage to at least catch one, but that is still slowing down the Radiance, and they only traded what is a support Bat Rider.
He managed to pick up the Radiance recipe before he died, so
he did.
Not the worst trade in the world, but Newbie still coming out. Good 600 gold ahead.
Newbie know they have to keep up the pace when it comes to this tempo of ganks. They need to constantly put pressure on this Alchemist, otherwise they're going to be on the losing side of a split push war.
And it looks like Spartan will be able to get these 2 D wards. So important as the Radiant really needs to farm those Ancients up. It's just really important for the Alchemist. Even the Weaver can help a lot with the Swarm, but now that there's no creeps there, and Newbie probably taking a look at their economic game. They use a lot of smokes, hasn't yielded the most kills, and both their Blink Dagger wielders are not even halfway
nailed
there.
him. Maybe next time with a beautiful rotation to bottom lane. Read KP's rotations beautifully, but oh my god, he just burrow struck into the trees. They're going to be able to come in with the Eclipse, blows up maybe next time, and they actually survive on KP and get a counter kill.
That's a huge play from KP right there. And a little bit late on the dust. I don't think the Shikuchi damage hit the Sand King as he was running away to the north side. And that would have halted most of the Blink progression. And now it looks like Newbie will follow that up with another tower.
Newbie, they've taken all the important objectives here. If they can actually translate this into not just a tier 2 tower kill, but also start putting pressure on mid, the Alchemist is going to be struggling to find space to farm.
He's walking into a trap. Madara walks into the center.
Oh, but he runs right back out. Lasso not going to be in there in time. He uses time lapse just in case. He goes right back through them again, taunting them to chase him down because he has the help of the rest of his team this time around. Adfin, going to come forward. They missed one stun. U9 thought he could TP out, thinks better of it. His arrow slides on by. Now he has to turn and fight, but he knows he's dead. The Purge just keeps him from escaping. They managed to catch Kaka there with the Spike Carapace, slowing down his retreat. Madara does have view of him. Another Spike Carapace is coming up. Skylark gets him once again. The Impale will put a stop to that TP. And 8-6 now is the score as Ad Venom do manage to hold that tier 2 tower.
That was just not the real good fight that they were looking for. So KP, and they think the stun duration is long enough, but it wasn't a max duration, and the dust comes out. He doesn't hit with the Shikuchi damage, and he blinks into an impossible area for them to scout, unless you leap right on top of them or they have a Swarm. That's another thing. The dust came out late, so the Swarm wasn't able to stick on top of the Sand King.
8-6, 16.5 minutes in, a 4,000 gold lead for Ad Venom, 2,000 experience.
KP going to be caught by another arrow from maybe next time. This time around, he preemptively does. He does not want to let KP escape again. He tries to put him on this cliff, doesn't quite make it, but the TP, it won't get out in time. A disruption stops him, and KP will fall 9-6 now.
And his current gold right before that, 1850.
Oh man, he gets knocked down to 1,500, and he's out of the game for 40 seconds. This Blink Dagger is just not going to be coming up anytime soon, and neither will the Bat Riders. He's only sitting at 1,300. And this is really necessary. They need that hard initiation for Newbie to feel confident pushing the last remaining of these objectives, right? The tier 1 and tier 2 is really what helps the Alchemist maintain security around these farming areas, these 2 neutral camps as well as this ancient area.
And even despite those 2 heroes not really close to their Blink Dagger, Newbie, they do have the Midas on the Warlock. Face's been a little bit quiet, but only 1 death. That's a pretty good sign for him, and involved in a decent amount of kills. So even if they don't have the Blink Daggers up and early, and maybe 4 steps later, they probably will have the Ags Warlock later to help them out in their late game situation.
Yeah, it looks like U9 is planning on spending a lot of time farming against this Alchemist. He goes ahead and picks up the Helmet Dominator. They're going to try and keep control of their own ancient camp and utilize it against the Alchemist. They can't keep pace, obviously, but they can at least keep within striking distance of Madara's net worth. Sitting AK. Oh, the arrow going to come out. Maybe next time. How does he keep on landing these? Skylark holds on to the Spike Carapace until he was in the perfect spot, too, just in case. But really, maybe next time. Didn't need that extra backup. He's able to land these arrows all by himself, it seems.
And Alchemist bottles another bounty rune. And right now, it's just an economic war.
Yeah.
Can these guys get their Blink Daggers and kill some of Ad Finum's heroes so that the Alchemist is the only problem that they have to worry about right now? Is like the Nyx Assassin has had Blink Dagger for quite some time now. They still have to buy a lot of Sentry Wars, a lot of Reveal, so that they can see this Weaver and perhaps see the Nyx Assassin as he's vendetta around the map. But I mean, Faith is kind of the only one farming that well of the three that you kind of are worried about in this game.
Maybe this is why U9 did pick up that Helmet Dominator. Maybe he thinks these Blink Daggers are just not going to come fast enough. They're not going to be able to maintain map control fast enough, and Alchemist will ultimately win out first. When it comes to this economic game, he'll be able to have that Manta before Newbie can end it. They are going to be able to do a 4-man smoke wrap around here. The 2 supports in mid lane, they are going to be the victims, or at least one of them here. Spartan on the Shadow Demon buys himself a momentary reprieve, but the disruption ultimately will not pay. Tier 1 tower is going to fall because of that. Ad Venom will gladly give it up, though. It looks like they have enough space for the taking. Madara is pushing out the top lane, and Thug is trying to get that bottom lane pushed out while Newbie pushed to Tier 2.
The Blink Dagger reveal does yield them a T1, but not sure if that's enough. And Alchemist, in the meantime, is still just off farming like a madman, and the push will be slowed down because of the swarm.
Yeah, and how do you actually stop Madara when he shows himself like this? If they go ahead and use this fresh Blink Dagger from KP to Burrow Strike, it just gets blocked out by the Lincolns. So, the Raze Creep dies just in time, and U9 is actually set up underneath this Tier 1 tower. SC pushes back at Venom, making sure they can't do much with that Moonlight Shadow.
Maybe next time walks under the Sentry Ward. They don't have vision on them yet, but they perhaps see that all of Ad Venom are on the south side.
And the Manta's up. Illusions start coming out. Both Disruption as well as Manta Illusions. The Radiance Burn, it seems like, is going to be enough to keep their Tier 2 safe. Newbie are going to be pushed back. They need to find pickoffs from here on out before they go for these full-out pushes. Boundary Room going to be jumped, but it may cost KP his life. He gets stunned up, but he also Burrow Strikes out. Gets a little bit of distance away from Madara. He's going to be chased down. He doesn't have Burrow Strike, no Sandstorm, nothing. He is going to be chased down underneath this Tier 1 tower. Time lapse, and Madara. Hit and run for him, getting the 11th kill for Ad Venom.
Now they're really desperate when it comes to the gold. Their HOD creep just got arrowed, and they're about to lose this T1 tower, which doesn't leave the Ancients really safe for U9 to take anymore. They need to create gold out of nowhere, which is kind of what the stacking from the HOD does, but if they can't take that out, and then they still need the Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider, and then you also need the Timber and the Luna to absorb a lot of the creeps, I just see them falling further and further behind. They need more picks, as you mentioned, with 2 or 3 while the others are farming.
The Blink Dagger just picked up for Kaka. Is going to be enough for him to blink away? Yes, it is! Skylark. If he was there a second or two earlier, they could have even stopped that Blink Dagger from being purchased by Kaka. But as it is, Newbie have both their initiating items. Will it be enough, though?
They're out of smokes. This Observer Ward spots at least the Sand King out, and Ad Venom are way out of there. And now, Ad Venom, all they really want to do is let Newbie push into them. If they're pushing into them, they're together as 5. They waste their time because of the constant barrage of Alchemist illusions. And if they don't push as 5, they'll just get out farmed. So maybe Newbie should tend towards that Dire Ancient area. That Dire Ancient area is where they will make their money, as well as perhaps taking Roshan. I think their team fight is still way stronger. Bat Rider with the Blink Dagger is very strong. Alchemist Illusions, I don't think they actually pinged it out, but with that drawn by, maybe next time it looks like they are well aware that a smoke is coming. Just not which direction. Skylark will pop the smoke.
They do have dust. Bat Rider runs the wrong direction, blinks onto a spike carapace. Not able to catch Skylark just yet. They bounce him forward instead of backwards. He gets an impale off. The dust is wearing low, and they will manage to catch him, but they're in a nasty position. They're inside the secret shop. They're going to try and play the high ground here. The jump forward. Madara is going to be caught by the chaotic offering, but does manage to time-lapse it off. They also jump forward onto Spartan, but the Bat Rider's already down. Eclipse moving forward, does manage to clean up Spartan. Maybe next time leaps himself barely out of it, but the Luna is almost down. He gets burned out by the Radiance, and Madara searches for more. The Sand King and the Timbersaw, they might have gotten maybe next time, but they are dropped dangerously low. Alchemist is going to be able to come in, hits him with the concoction. That's a Timbersaw dead. A big kill for Ad Venom as they pick up their 4th kill in exchange for their 2 supports and an offlane.
What a slick play from Thug right there. He BOT'd. He wasn't that close to the Timbersaw, so he casted Unstable Concoction, BOT'd on a creep that was already moving towards the Timbersaw and just bursted him down right as he was on top of them. And the Alchemist illusions are just a little bit too much to handle. They had to blow so much to take the Nyx Assassin, but they were in a very compromising position, all clumped up to the north side of the Ancients. And Alchemists and Weaver thrive in that sort of environment when you're choked up. And Weaver got a decent amount of swarms on this. So Lasso comes out, there's just bugs everywhere, and they're already at low armor from the acid spray, combining that with a swarm, and Madara is free to clean up. U9, he's at the bottom. He can't really do that much damage with Eclipse because of his positioning, and this BOT play from maybe next time, or from Thug, as they're trying to chase down SCCC was pretty big.
I mean, the fact that Skylark bought so much time there, and it put Newbie in such an aggressive position. They were just begging to slowly be chipped away by the damage over time. Thug, you could see the way that he kind of played the outer edges of that team fight, burning away at Newbie with that Radiance as he does so now, revealing 5 members right next to the Roshan pit. Quick denying that bounty rune, denying it away from Thug.
They need this area. If they lose this area, they'll lose the game. And look at the net worth graph. He's 22,000 versus the 10,000 of the 10% on the Luna. So, like, them two combined is still less than the Alchemist. And there are axe carriers in this game. Nyx Assassin, very good. Weaver, if you want to make the Alchemist even stronger, like Mirana can transition into a core, although she's building a scepter herself. So, like, they still have a lot of room to grow. And
he wasn't careful enough. SC, no vigilance here. KP is going to be caught as well by the Impale. He tried to blink in and get a Burrow strike off, but Skylark strikes first. This offlaner beginning to shine now for Ad Venom. They're going to be able to run down some extra heroes. Poor Faith, he knows that he's done for. He sees Thug big and bad. Running forward on the Alchemist, claims that double kill. And presumably Ad Venom will be able to get an objective out of this as well. It's going to be Roshan. What they're going to be attempting here. Newbie, without their big team fight ultimates of both the Epicenter and Chaotic offerings, seem unlikely to be able to contest this, particularly with the heavy damage of Ad Venom. They try and come in, and he's just not going to be there in time for a Chakram. The Roshan will go down, and an Aegis picked up by the Alchemist. Now they're actually trying to turn. Skylark does stun up Kaka. They almost finish him off. They need a little bit more burn damage to make Kaka's sacrifice worth it. SC's going to be chased down by Madara at the same time. They disruption. Thug going to be pulled up on the cliff, but he does bounce back down over to Madara as he's still trying to chase down SC. KP thought about an Epicenter, started charging up. He cancels instead, opting for the stun, and that is going to be able to get the kill on Madara without the ultimate.
Ad Venom a little bit reckless as they move in, probably really happy about getting yet another chicken kill, but going in way too deep without the help of the Alchemist. Alchemist does not have the mobility that the Weaver has. Not that much increased move speed, no Blink Dagger, no Shadow Blade, no anything to go to where the Weaver was, all the way to the T2 tower. And they were already preoccupied killing the bat.
Yeah, and SC, he does have quite a large amount of armor to contend with that Desolator of Madara's. He's got both the reactive armor as well as the just plain plate mail.
Yep. Now he's going for the BKB, and the only damage they have through BKB is Luna, and Luna is still very underfarmed. Does not have a BKB of her own. There's a Manta style, but I mean, Alchemist is just huge. He can easily just right-click those a couple of times, and they will all die. And there seems to be a lot more damage coming out from Ad Venom as maybe next time closes in on the last component of his axe.
I was just about to talk about, like, he's got the Aegis, he's got the 6 items, so he, U9, he's going to be caught here. Beautiful setup here by Skylark, and maybe next time. They're trying to force out something, force rotations, but they don't fully commit to that kill on the Luna. They back themselves away. Ad Venom are actually going to back up.
That's a lot of discipline.
And go back in.
You can tell that they really want to win this.
Yeah,
like normally you're just like, we'll go for it, even if we die worth, right? Because Luna. But you know, they know that they don't want to concede any other kills. At least give someone the Ags before. And who did he?
Oh, the arrow nailed him. He caught him on the right side of the map. Batrider thought he was going to be in position for a Firefly, but it's going to be Ad Venom who catch him first. The smoke rotation of Ad Venom works out. They're going to be able to push into this Tier 2 tower now, as it's going to be Newbie scrambling along the outer edges of the map looking for split push.
I think the Ags is going to be complete. They can just give it to Nyx Assassin and just park it up on the top side of the kill. And what can they really do? So let's see. Thug.
Is it Madara?
Oh, he gave it to Madara. Okay.
Yeah. Madara's going to be able to have that time lapse, which is in some ways even better, right? Because now they can park Thug up on the high ground. He has Aegis, and even if they eat through that, there's going to be a time lapse coming in as well.
And defensive disruption. So that's like pretty much 4 lives for Alchemist.
Dominant position for Ad Venom as they go high ground here. Thug, he's going to be forced out deeper into the base, slowed down a bit.
They do still have that chaotic offering to be dropped, but
God,
Thug is making
these
it so hard for
illusions.
Faith. He's already down to half HP. And then tier 3 about to fall. These illusions just will not stop. They keep on battering into these heroes. Faith is knocked all the way back to the fountain here, as now they're beginning to beat on the melee Rex. With the help of Madara, they're going to be able to go on to SC. SC drop low. KP trying to interrupt, though, with the Burrow Strike. Will allow SC to retreat, but now it's 4 members of Newbie ready to fight, while SC is going to regen up. This means their melee Rex is going to be forfeited.
They can't even kill the illusions.
They can't. They're just way too big.
That's depressing. That's really depressing. All the supports just have to run away, and that was just a disruption illusions, let alone the Manta illusions, let alone the rest of Adphenum's heroes. So there was just very little chance of them actually killing the Alchemist, and there's still a minute left on this Aegis, and they have creeps in the mid lane, so don't even have to worry about backdoor protection.
Madara heading back for his BKB and uses time lapse. Come right back. Beating on this tier 2 tower. Adphenom still have that Aegis. Oh,
Faith.
no way. Are they going to go for it? No, they're just going to let the illusions do their work. Maybe they can force Faith back to the fountain once again.
They need a big combo. Sand King, Epicenter into Fatal Bonds, Warlock. That's pretty much all they can do. There is still no BKB on the Alchemist, nor...
Jump forward, there's their initiation. Immediately stops. Skylark in place with the Spike Carapace. They try and drop the Chaotic Offering, catching multiple heroes here, but Thug is right in the middle of so these heroes, and they're dropping low. Thug, he's hit by the Eclipse, brought down as SC gets the jump onto him, but still, Madara comes forward with his BKB. He's already cleaned up Faith, and Thug, this is round 2 with him. Yep. He's got his ultimate ready to go. They've got time lapse as well. Madara's just sitting in the back, ready to go. If they jump on Thug, this time around, they don't have their big ults.
That was everything that they had. I don't think Newbie have what it takes to fend off this just over-farmed Alchemist.
Skylark jumping forward, does manage to catch U9. They're going to combo stun him. KP just can't do anything about it. His Blink Dagger constantly stopped by Thug's illusion. They're going to buy back on U9. But KP is so low and struggling to be able to find space to be able to charge up an Epicenter and find a Blink. So at Adphenom, they see the melee Rax is down, a buyback force. They back themselves away in a domineering position.
And Newbie, what do they have left to do at this point? I'm trying to think of ways they can get back in the game. They've already lost 2 melee Rax, and there's still plenty of Ags left to be given on the Alchemist. So looking at this, they're trying to set up for a big combo over here as KP tries to follow up with a rock. But look at that 3-man stun coming out from Skylark, and Thug is at the front. Madara has used time lapse early, so he can't use it on Thug right before he pops the Aegis, but no one died during that ultimate.
Spartan going crazy in the booth. He knows Adphenom are just moments away from being able to claim this game 3 in a single elimination against one of the toughest teams out there.
So
Newbie.
Maybe a base race might be their best option. Luna is actually really good at sieging the T4s.
Newbie need to do something a little bit crazy. They start pushing into that tier 2, but they're begging to back up.
I think crazy is the best choice that they have right now.
I mean, they're actually trying to run the Luna all the way back here. He doesn't actually have a TP scroll. Newbie are trying to push back on the Alchemist, slow him down at the bare minimum until Luna comes in from behind with that Eclipse.
Faith might die on the right side to these illusions.
These illusions just will not stop. Faith is dead. Between the combination of bugs and the illusions burn, now U9's going to be targeted. He doesn't have a BKB, so he's going to be whomped on by all these heroes. Bounce back by the jump. KP comes forward. He does manage to catch by a Madara, but it doesn't matter. Newbie, they are so ineffective. They can't stop Adphenom. Adphenom going crazy inside the booth, cheering, yelling in one unified voice. This is Sparta. This is Adphenom on the main stage, taking down Newbie.
A standing ovation from the crowd as they top Newbie 2-1 off the back of some very nice bounty hunter play and an Alchemist in game number 3.
Gotta love it. Adphenom showing so much emotion. And on the other side, Newbie.
Valiant effort. They had a really tough group, and I guess you could consider it a bit of an upset because Newbie were, in fact, second in their group, only behind BP.
Yeah, we talked about them right alongside Wings. They were one of the 5 teams that people looked at to be able to be a top contender for the tournament, but matched up against VP in the groups and Adphenom here on the main stage, they do fall. Standing ovation indeed from the crowd as they welcome Adphenom.
quite the upset here.
Newbie probably a little bit heartbroken. I think they have been doing pretty well these past months, but just not at their peak at this particular moment, as opposed to Adfinum, who have just been steadily on the rise. Such an easy team to like.
Adfinum, we will see more of them. Of course, this is not the last series. We still have one more team that's going to be eliminated out of this nasty single elimination here at the Boston Major. And I'm sure our analysts have some thoughts. Adfinum, I know there are at least a couple of those panelists that are going to be super happy about an Adfinum win. They said they were biased.
Yeah.
I want to see it now.
The sign behind you, Cap, says it best. Adwinum. I love that. That is such a fantastic series. You must have had a great pleasure just telling that story. I mean, Adfinum overcoming Newbie in a full 3 games, as they seem to, or only exclusively do.
I got the opportunity to cast a similar story of Adfinum when they first came up in MLG Austin.
Yeah.
They played a best of 1 against probably the favorite of the tournament at the time, Evil Geniuses, and they managed to pull out that upset. And even if that tournament wasn't theirs, that win was something special.
It was.
I think, for them.
Spartan's still rocking that hat.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Yeah.
I mean, it meant a lot to him.
I mean, how often do you see Dota players celebrating before the GG call? Like, literally, just like they're up in their seats, they're still playing. They have to call a pause in one game just because they have to get their hands back on the mouse and keyboard to finish.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see a more emotional team than Adfinum, especially in a win.
Yeah, they're the most exuberant team that I've seen ever.
Yes.
Exuberant. We'll leave it there. Thanks very much, Merlini and Capitalist. And Adfinum have completed their mission for today. By no means is it the end of the story, though. They have got themselves a spot in the quarterfinals and another Chinese team going home. So far in the quarterfinals, not a single Chinese presence, and we have just got 1 game left, and fortunately that is a guarantee. LGD versus LGD Forever Young, but we'll get to that because we have to address this series. Fog, we'll start with you, just kind of opening up on that series. Still so much emotion from Adfinum. If you could explain to everyone why there is so much hype and raw emotion coming out from Adfinum getting to the quarterfinals.
I mean, look at these guys. Look at how much love they have, like how happy they are to be winning this, happy to be stepping forward. It's a small step in the schemes of the tournaments, but it's a big step to be beating a team like Newbie, being one of the teams that we are all looking at as, like, what, top 4, top 5 in this tournament. It's definitely huge for them. They played incredible. They had definitely an idea of what they wanted to do, approaching versus Newbie, executed it to the extreme level. I mean, never have I been so happy to be wrong in my prediction.
That's a nice way to put it. And Shiva, you know, we framed it like as so that Newbie were hot favorites for this one.
Yes, they were. Yeah, Adfinum definitely coming in as the underdog, and it's just, you know, you see these guys play, and I think I saw a post somewhere saying, you know, these guys are so real, so genuine, and this is how Dota should be played. You know, that they're out there, their emotions are, you know, they carry their hearts on their sleeves. If it goes well, they're shouting. They're loud. It was so amazing to watch that. I love that we can see all the reactions from the players as well. It's great to see.
Yeah, a big victory for them and the biggest tournament that they've found themselves in. We will continue to understand exactly what went wrong and right for either side of the stage, but someone is waiting on the stage and we don't want to keep him waiting. He's got some celebrating to do. Spartan is standing by with Slacks.
Hello, hello. I've got Spartan right here. The crowd is going wild. Let me tell you about this man here. Spartan, could you show them your hands? This man, what did you do?
Actually, I just hit the table because, yeah, we didn't believe that we would win. Yeah, and I don't know, man. It's just, just emotions.
All right, blood, sweat, and tears, honestly. Okay, I got to try something I've never done before in my life. You're such a, I just want to give you the mic and let you talk to the crowd. You're a hype guy. You can talk to them. Go ham. Give us something here.
Woo! Okay. Hello. We are here for this, right? We are here for this. I don't know what to say, actually. This is our dream. You know it. And I don't know. That's it. Seriously.
That's good. Give it up for this man. The dreams. All right. Very good. So let me ask you here. You guys, one of the biggest events you're at, the biggest event, when stuff is going on, like you're getting those maybe next time courier snipes, you're feeling the roar of the crowd, you're looking out at these guys. What does that do to you? Does that affect you in any way?
Yeah, actually, when maybe sniped 3 couriers, we got all we got all the hype that we need. We got all the hype, and we believe that we can win. And yeah, actually, maybe did the half work for us. Half work and the other half work we did like for the maybe did the 50% and we did the other 50.
All right, this is the most mobile interview I've ever had. We've slowly walked out the whole stage. All right, talk to me about your carry. Give me a review about Madara on his Morphling. I want to hear it from you. How well he did.
Okay, so yesterday we played the Scream, and I just randomly picked the Morphling. And I saw him handling Morphling very well, and I just trust him, and I just pick it. That we didn't practice at all with Morphling. That's it. We didn't practice at all. We just played one game. Yeah, that's it.
You did all that on one game?
Yeah, one game.
All right, well, geez, that was one hell of a game. Now I got a tough question for you. Who do you think you'll be playing next?
Whoa, who do we face, though? I don't remember.
It's LGD versus LGD.
Oh, LGD.
Okay, great. Yeah. All right, fantastic. Well, there we go. You can feel the hype, the blood coming out of this team, and we will see them face off against one of the LGDs very soon. Thank you.
Oh, quite the statement there from Spartan. He is definitely on cloud 9, but at this point in time, well, I did it again, these accidental rhymes. But the point I'm trying to make is that Spartan has obviously just thrown down the gauntlet. You're in single elimination. Single elimination, the biggest tournament you've ever been in for your team, and you play something that you accidentally picked in a scrim. Is he joking?
Up against the ropes, like that was their potential final game.
They could have been eliminated.
It's like, hey, Madara, you want to play this hero that you never played a professional game before? Or at least not
He's
not
played
recently?
one scrim.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, you're quite good. Do you want to go ahead and play for our tournament lives with it?
It was it was a great pick though.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was like exactly what they needed. It was great versus the draft. Like Winter said, there wasn't any like real silences to deal with it. They did have got a bunch of stuns to deal with the Morphling, but it was just a perfect pick to solidify their 4 Protect 1 draft.
Yeah, slap in the face for Newbie in that second series, and they've done it again. Adfinum finishing it in 3. Winter, we've yet to hear from you. Your review of this series, or rather this game, number 3rd in the series.
Well, I just thought they were crazy when they did the support barrier. I was like, what's going on? What were they trying to do? I was trying to find a reason, and I guess probably the idea was to have a support that could roam and steal the out stacks, because you can't really do that with other supports. But it just didn't work out for them. Like they didn't get much from the supposedly strong lane that they had, the Sand King plus Bat Rider lane. Like KP struggled like that game. He was left alone on the bottom lane because the Bat Rider was off roaming, trying to zone the Alchemist in the mid lane, placing wards, trying to steal stacks. So they did not have any support for the Sand King.
Do you think it was maybe just they got in their own heads a bit? Like playing versus Weaver and Nyx, they're like, okay, these heroes are extremely good versus a Bat Rider core. Maybe we can just like throw them off a bit. Maybe Adfinum just got into their heads a little bit.
It's possible, but at the end of the day, what won them the previous game? They won their lanes. So in this game, they did not go back to their winning formula, which is winning your lanes.
Right. Yep. Tried something different, and it worked out.
Yeah, Adfinum won their lanes real hard. Maybe not even. I'm not sure how much effect Bat Rider had on that, because they had a great start getting that first blood with Arrow into a disruption up top, so that Skylark could get a great start in his Nyx Assassin. And overall, they looked pretty solid. They looked like they had a plan for their laning stage as well. And I'm not sure how much Newbie could have disrupted that, even if they did have a different pick.
Yeah,
instead
I
of
mean, to be honest, it was a very good Alchemist pick. They have Shadow Demon, so Newbie are always going to be struggling against the clock. They have to do something.
Yeah.
But I still felt like they could have done it with their heroes. They just needed to win their lanes harder. Like Timber was like owning the Alchemist at the start of the game, but the other lanes were not going well for them. So even if Timber is winning his lane, the other lane is going bad, and Alchemist was able to farm because other lanes are having so much of a trouble. Like they needed to help the other lane, so Alchemist in the end of the day, he was still able to get a really good timing on the Radiance plus Armlet.
Yeah, he actually gave himself that too, because even though he was struggling a bit in the laning phase, like you're mentioning, he was stacking his own Ancients for himself, so he had a contingency plan. So I thought that was a really cool approach.
And his supports did so much again. Once again, maybe next time on the Mirana. He killed the courier again, and he set up so many good vision on the map with his arrows, placed very deep wards. Like that guy is just, I think, the backbone of their early game.
Yeah.
Adfinum's early game relies a lot on him doing very well.
I mean, we heard from Spartan, he said that those courier kills, but albeit from the Bounty Hunter and now with Morana, were 50% of the hype needed, and then they did the other 50%. Is it something? I mean, no, it's not something we can quantify or measure, but you know.
I mean, if your supports, dude, if your supports are like winning the early game for you and they're yelling, I mean, I'm already done with my job. I did this much. It's time for you to repay what I did in the early game.
Right, so like you've done the groundwork, you've set the foundations, and then they have to build upon it.
Yep.
For a team like this too, like the hype is, it actually matters a lot for them. Maybe some other teams you might say like, okay, like that's like cool, it's a good job. Like maybe a slight little thing. For this team, they're probably just screaming like, yeah, like, good job, you got the courier, dude. Like,
because
it's definitely a big deal.
It means our hard work pay off because they were together for more than 1 year. That's why it means more to them than they're hungrier than Newbie. Newbie won a lot of events before that. They are definitely not as hungry as Adfinum.
For an emotional team like this, it is also, when you are ahead, it is so easy to just get caught in that, oh my god, we're ahead. But the fact that they kept their cool and actually kept having that control over the game says so much about what they can accomplish as a team.
So much love for these celebrations. I
and
mean,
that's where he basically...
that's where his hand started bleeding.
The PTL guy in the booth's like, oh my god, I hope I don't get hurt here. You see the whole booth is shaking from them.
But I mean, it's a beautiful story. These guys, I can see like almost tears in your eyes, Sheev, because they've been together for a year. They worked so
dream,
hard.
You know?
Yeah.
It's amazing to see that they are working together for their dream, and they get here. They got to the quarterfinals. I mean, they're not there yet by far, but the fact that this is already their dream.
I mean, remember what happened to MVP 2 years ago? When they won that, yeah, like March was like, I'm gonna go to the army. This is my last TI.
Oh, jeez,
and then that was also
emotional moments.
There has not been. I don't think anyone here that's had permanently dry eyes. And honestly, throughout this has just been a very emotional day. The fantastic spotlights we got to see KP. That one got me and Fogt going. It's just been a very eye-opening and a wonderful experience here at the Boston Major so far. And the scoreboard will open some eyes as well. It will help demonstrate exactly where some of those winning moments did come from. And I mean, as you cast your eyes down that one, Fogt, Winter, what is standing out? The Madara Weaver you've already been singing praises about, but what else?
I think it's just Thug only having one death. That one death wasn't even that big of a deal. When he did die, he picked up his Radiance recipe right before it happened. But other than that, I mean, you look at the Morana and just the supports from Adfinum. Look at that, 18 assists on the two of them. This shows that they were completely in unison, making movements together. Not like the Shadow Demon going to do one thing by himself without the Morana. They were just like playing very, very smart Dota, very, very together.
Yeah, their support back rider on the newbie side just didn't work out, like 0 and 8.
Yeah.
And our MVP for the match, Spartan, the captain.
Rightfully so. Emotional leader, solid drafts all throughout the series. Maybe first one. He actually literally bled for his team. There's not a lot of captains that can say that.
That is that
was a lot of courage for him to go back for the same draft after losing the first. Like, that tells you a lot about the captain. Like, it really does.
Yeah.
I like that. I love that you are summarizing this by having the audacity to bring the same draft that didn't work the first into the second and then complete the reverse sweep. Concede the first, win the following two. Adfinum, the storyline will continue for them, and we're going to go ahead and understand how that third game went their way with Purge.
A lot of it really came down to just how well they did to pressure the enemy team. And, the enemy Batrider didn't really work out too well either. The first initiation, this is basically at the start of the game here. First kill happened just as the laning started, and killing that support and giving the gold to the Nyx Assassin gave him a huge advantage. That's Boots' movement speed. There's a gank later, a couple minutes. Again, rotating around, putting some pressure on the Timber. They didn't actually kill him in this one, but to get his HP that low and force him when he's got this much regen, he doesn't even have a bottle or anything. He's got to go back to base from that one. Really good pressure there. And then Newbie on the other side doing some pressure of their own, setting up for a gank on the mid lane with Batrider kind of doing what he can. But the important thing is that despite them TPing, they instantly turned this into a gank. A little bit later in this clip here, he actually followed the Sand King all the way to the bot lane, and they followed up on that immediately afterwards. And just reducing the amount of downtime that you have on a gank just accomplishes so much more, because then your opponents don't see it coming. Nice play by Skylark here to block the Burrow Strike escape opportunity, and then they corral him into a little bit of a four-man blow-up kind of situation. Eventually they do get some successful gank off, but the important thing is that Thug is inches away, just barely there, about 50 gold away from finishing his Radiance, and Acid Spray OP, and that's going to take him over right before he gets killed. So even though the pressure did eventually come out from Newbie, the fact that his Radiance started here kind of just made everything not matter in a long ways. And we can pretty much just see that here if we take a look at the end game net worth. Yeah, he's a little ahead, and that's pretty much why they just snowballed at the end.
Woo, a little ahead. Yeah, absolutely perfect from Purge and perfect from that Alchemist at the end there, make him bank.
Yeah, I really love the approach that Adfinum did in this game too. Like we mentioned it as soon as they picked up the Weaver, it just gave the potential for the supports to just move around and make all the space in the world, and they utilized it perfectly. They even had the like late game, if like everything kind of went to crap, they even had that potential of like buying Aghanims for every single one of the other heroes. The Alchemist obviously being able to gift it to the Shadow Demon, to the Nyx, to the Mirana. I mean, Mirana was building his own, but all those are incredibly strong ones, including the Weaver as well. So they had like a kind of a yeah, it was just like a super plan.
Yeah, they had these backup plans, and well, it turns out they didn't need them. Alchemist was rolling in bank, but so are Adfinum now, as they have just doubled their money, going into the six-figure, realm of six figures, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. They are going to be very happy with that one, but the Greeks will be happy. There's more to be seen, though, here in the Boston Major. Another game to be coming up. Newbie eliminated, and now it's time for LGD versus LGD Forever Young. It's time to have at least one team in those quarterfinals, and one Chinese team, I should specify. After the break, we'll be jumping into that LGD domestic affair. We hope to see you there.
Next matchup, LGD Gaming versus LGD Forever Young.
Have you guys ever heard of the ghost? What? The ghost! The ghost of the Wang Theater! The ghost of Mr. Wang! No? I think we can go find him. Follow me, kids! Adam, is that the tomb of Mr. Yang? Is that where his haunted spirit lays to rest, dude?
I think that's the analyst desk.
Is that the analyst desk?
I'm pretty sure that's the analyst desk.
Yeah, that is. Okay. All right, come on. I think I found somebody over here, Twee. Who is this man?
I think he's making the battle view.
He's the guy who made the battle view? Yeah, he's dead, all right. That's a ghost. Let's keep going. What is this thing, Eric? Is this the tombstone of Mr. Wang? His lost coliseum of tortured souls?
No, this is Purge's weather desk.
Really? You think?
It's pretty scary, though.
If this is Purge's station, then where is Purge? Oh, God!
Stay away from my shit.
Run, kid! Run! I think we did it, guys. That's him. That's the ghost of Mr. Wang. He's right here.
My last name is Yang, you moron.
Oh, God, get down. Some people think that us gamers are not educated or fancy people, that we are not elegant and have no interest in the finer things. Well, we here at the Wang Theater, Boston Major, are here to prove you wrong. We can be elegant in these elegant settings. We can be thought-provocative and intelligent. And I'll grab a few random fans and see if they agree. What is your name, sir?
William.
William, a regal name. Wonderful. Welcome to the Wang, sir. What can you tell me about this beautiful architecture?
Well, the Wang Theater was created in 1925 by Clarence Blackall.
Oh, wow.
A legendary craftsman.
Gracious. Those chandeliers, though.
Pilfered from the tombs of the British during the First World War.
I believe it.
Beautifully restored and then hung here in Boston.
Gracious me, you can tell the craft and the gold. It's like angels themselves visit us.
Baroque.
Baroque, sir. A Baroque architecture.
Yes, styled after 17th and 18th century Britain.
My good gracious me, what a fact. What is your name, sir?
My name is Chris, but you may call me the Earl.
Earl Chris, can you tell me of this grand ceiling? Look at its art.
I think it is quite magnificent. It was painted by Michelangelo himself in the early 1700s.
My God!
You could say it is Evangelion in style with all these angels.
Indeed.
They seem to be working with the gods themselves.
Yes, to bring us amazing Dota. You can tell by, it's like heaven itself is brought to us at the Wang, sir.
Yes, the Wong has brought us heaven and has brought us Dota. So where is Zeus?
Why, Zeus? Maybe he will get picked up, sir. Used in a game, sir.
Perhaps, maybe by wings.
Yeah, wings of angels.
Wings of white. Carry me on.
Your name, sir?
Sir Daniel Smithtown.
Sir Daniel Smithtown, what do you think of this beautiful art here at the Huang?
It is a mysterious, unclothed, abstract mystery, similar to the meta of this event at the Boston Major.
What a deep understanding you have of art, sir.
It is quite grandiose. It evokes feelings of wonder and awe within me.
Much like the rest of the venue, so fancy, so godly, some would say.
It's just thrust upon you, and you have no idea how to handle
The
it.
Wang
Such
was
beauty
thrusted,
and
sir.
greatness.
Yes.
Thrusted upon us with great force.
Wonderful, wonderful. Do you see now? Gamers are not just Doritos, Mountain Dew, chugging fools. We are men of culture, of art, and that is expressed here at the Wang. At the Wang.
28 Chinese players attended the Boston Major, and now, as we close towards the second day of the playoffs, only 5 will make it to the quarterfinals. It has been a turbulent start for us here in the Boston Major. The Wang Theatre has been roaring as Ad Finum did throw a knockout blow to another Chinese side, Newbie. Now, introducing a new panel, fresh faces for our final one, as we have a guaranteed LGD victory. That's the last time I'm making that joke. It has been a little overused, I admit. But still, wow, hang on a second. Winter, you're just getting closer to me. I've just realized he's edging ever closer as the day continues. He's getting closer and closer until he's going to be sitting on my lap when we sign off tonight. You up for that? I'll take that as a yes. Anyway, similarly, Pink Shirt Gods is joining us on the desk for the first time. You've been much closer to the crowd than I have. Have they been as loud as it sounds from back here?
It's been great. Got to cast the MP game right down by the stage. It was fantastic energy, kind of anime prevailing, and Envy playing a Sigma Rana. It's been a really exciting day for Dota.
Well, we've got some more three-game series, which I'm sure you were relieved to see.
Yeah, it was a bit of a worrying day one with all the 2-0s. Very exciting close 2-0s. I didn't feel like 2-0s all the time.
Not at all.
The games today, we're going the full distance.
But when you cast your eyes down the quarterfinals, Ted, I mean,
yeah.
Do you think there's been the fair share of twists and turns as well in this, the same day? Wait, let me try.
Okay.
Get my words out.
Take your time.
The second day as there was the first? Wow, I talk too much.
Well, I mean, today I think it's been a great day, though. I would just like to point out, you know this no memes card I've had in my pocket for the last couple of days? I actually had a name written on the back of this. My tip for the major, it was these lads all along. So I'm just going to leave that there.
Just because I'm not sure how long that's actually been on that card.
No, it's been on there for 2 days, mate. I didn't borrow your pen to write that on.
I saw you writing it
on.
No,
you didn't.
Just
no, that's been there the whole time. I'm the Oracle. I'm the Oracle.
I'm okay with him making this prediction because he's still going to win 3 more matches.
They'll be fine, lads. Come on.
He could have made the prediction now, and that's still a bold prediction.
A what prediction?
More to go.
A bold prediction? Yeah. Okay. Bold, I think you mean, sir. But I'll take it.
It sounds the same, right? We've been
Coming
having
from
this
a guy
debate.
that looks like he's hosting on a cruise ship, I'll accept it.
Bold and bold.
Yeah, it's bold, B-O-L-D, and bald, B-A-L-D.
Bold.
UNOD, I don't know what it is. It's Market Harbour. Maybe there's no bold people.
Don't reveal
let's
my
move
town.
Along.
Okay.
That's right. Let's move along. For
We've been
Christ's
told
sake.
to move along by the all-seeing eye that is our producer. And now, why don't we meet the director? It is time for LGD and LGD Forever Young to take the stage.
It is no secret that strategist Xiao 8 is one of the best leaders in the world, and the TI4 winning captain has ventured once more onto the breach with blood brother Yao. Joined by mid-veteran Super and 2 hungry stars of tomorrow, they conquered the Chinese regionals. Now, with DDC and End coming to their aid for the final showdown, they have added 2 deadly new weapons to their arsenal. Welcome on stage, LGD Forever Young. Rejuvenating their roster with 3 hungry rising stars, Victoria, Amy, and Jixing. This team is paving the way for a new generation, led by one of the organization's greatest success stories, influential mid-player Maybe, and featuring TI5 silver medalist XZ. They are packed with potential. Gifted with a shot at redemption, this team could strike with devastating force. Welcome on stage, LGD Gaming.
Oh, you got me. That tickled me. That really did. Yeah, no, guys, this is our side of the stage. I mean, I guess you just saw LGD's logo. We got a little confused.
Hey.
This is.
Well, and then the Vici Gaming players are there. Like, which team are we playing for? Like, I don't see a Vici logo. What's going on here?
It can get a little confusing, but this is a rather unique scenario, right? I mean, this is great. I mean, we have got 2 teams that practice together, the sister teams playing against each other. I mean, I'm assuming they practice together. Winter, is that a foolish assumption to make? Yeah. Okay, he's looking at me funny. Oh, okay.
Go on then, set it straight, Winter. What's the deal?
Correct me.
What's the scoop?
I actually, what I know that when they were teammates and they broke up, they didn't break up on very good terms. Because Maybe was playing with the director previously.
So you think this is more of a grudge match?
I don't know really what happened, but they didn't. Their team didn't work out. So
okay.
And you look at his team right now; they are all new players. And previously, he was playing with like a mixture of new and old players, and all the old players left the team, and he's with all the new players now.
Well, I mean, let's meet them. Let's bring up these new names alongside the director himself, Xiao 8, who has been regarded as the formula for success for a lot of Chinese rosters, but these newer names, I mean, when you talk about the newer names, Gods, who is it that jumps out of the page?
I mean, I think the one guy who kind of jumps out as of late is got to be End, who is like the newest name as far as this team goes in the Chinese scene. You've got some real veterans. When you look at Super, he's been around for a long time, had great success with Vici Gaming when they were a powerhouse in the scene. DDC, one of 2 players to be at every Valve event next to Misery. He's been absolutely everywhere. He's just been one of the most consistent 5-position support players out there. He's one of the legendary support players of Dota 2. But End is the newcomer. He's on loan from Vici Gaming. He's not like a permanent member of this squad, but he's a player who had a great 2016 season under Vici Gaming. He really kind of brought them to the top of the Chinese Dota scene, so he's a great kind of addition to this team who's kind of lacking a big explosive playmaker in one of the core roles. That's what he kind of brings, because Super, very stable in the mid lane, Yao, very kind of consistent, stable in the offlane, but they needed that kind of playmaking carry player.
I mean, you kind of set the scene quite wonderfully here, Winter. You've actually, instead of it being, okay, you know, fun rivalry, haha, we're sister teams, you've got a little bit of a drama, a little bit of a roster shuffle, but then you've also thrown on top of that the fact that LFY, over the two, were the ones that qualified. LGD were in that qualifier as well and didn't get the spot. So let's not forget that. Admittedly, head-to-head within that qualifier, LGD did win, but Forever Young got the spot. And now LGD, by a twist of fate, did manage to secure it over Execration due to various visa issues, but I mean, now it happens. Now they actually have to, you know, battle for redemption, LGD.
Well, when they first formed the team, like Xiaorei's team, they didn't look impressive at all. They were really shaky. They were not playing very well. But then again, like when they came up to the qualifiers, they improved a lot. Like the director, like, proving that he can make any team strong. Just set the discipline, set the rules to the team. Everyone just follows his dictatorship, and he just, you know.
He hasn't had long with this team though. He's only had a couple of weeks with the stand-ins.
I mean, with the stand-ins are all players that are really experienced, so it makes it easy for him.
How well can we gauge how they're going to do going in? Because obviously in the groups, LFY had Wings and DC 2-0'd them, and then LGD managed to beat Complexity and Faceless. So,
but I still think LGD would be considered favorites, because they are playing with their full squad, whereas Forever Young have two stand-ins.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're actually going to get a great opportunity to hear what Yao had to say. I mean, we actually sat down with a member of LFY, and we get to hear their take on it as they come into this one. The Death thinks they may be rather hamstrung by their stand-ins. Let's see what they said with Slacks.
Hey guys, I am here with Yao from LGD Forever Young. How you doing, sir?
感觉还不错吧，然后也是第一次参加 Major， 然后但是这一次的赛制跟之前都不一样，然后感觉挺不一样的。
How do you feel about the format? You okay with it?
就是如果是按照之前的赛制，我们小组赛的表现还是很糟糕的，但是这一次的赛制的话，可以说对于我们来说还是比较有利的，因为小组赛的胜负和名次，然后对于接下来的淘汰赛，其实关于你能走多远，其实影响并不是特别大，所以这一点来说的话，这个赛制我觉得还是帮到了我们。
So I have some questions about your team. You and Xiaowei, you go way back. I mean, after all, you're like the old school guys, Forever Young. Tell me about that relationship. Are you guys still on good terms? What's he like?
我跟小巴就是在打职业之前就是认识，然后我们是在都是老乡，然后之前在自己家乡参加了一些业余比赛，然后最后决定一起走向职业，然后也一起组建了自己的职业战队，然后开始踏上这条路的。然后当时也是从10年开始到现在也有6、7年了，然后相互之间也很默契。小巴他的话是一个非常有责任心，然后也有统治力的队长，然后他可以处理好队内的很多事情，不管是队伍在顺风的时候还是在逆风的时候，能够指引大家往一个正确的方向去前行。然后这一次的话我们也是重新组建了这支队伍，老跟 DFL 一样，然后因为我们也是打了很多年的选手了，然后也希望自己能够保持一个年轻的心态，所以才取了这个队名。
Well, you had a lot to say about him. What about yourself? How would you describe yourself in such an eloquent manner? What makes you good on this team?
我是就是非常热爱然后 DOTA 这个游戏，然后打职业的话也是会非常专注，会尽自己的所能，然后希望能够